famine together. If we leave our Davao behind in the village, how are we supposed to survive?
Let go of me. Your little burdens can come flee with us. They haven't dragged our mother to her death yet.
Father's already fallen ill, and my little brother and sister are still so young. How are we supposed to make it?
Hey, not only can you bring nothing with you, but we'd have to look after you lot too. Following our second branch around, you'd really drag us all down for good. Get lost! Don't stand there in the way if you really can't make it. Just bash your head in and be done with it.
You mean, is it Yumin?
Wang Fengqin, you and your 3 brats can stay right here in Apricot Blossom Village. Even if you tried to flee, you wouldn't last long. Just wait here to die. Then, where have you hidden the silver? Hand it over, quick! You lot couldn't spend it anyway. Might as well give it to me.
I'm not giving it to you, you old hag. Give me back my sister.
Hey, you little bastard! You trying to get yourself killed. I'll beat you to a pulp.
Jiang Yimian winced at the cacophony of voices ringing in her ears, and the moment she opened her eyes, she jolted back from the stool about to crash down, lunging straight at old lady Wu.
My back!
Jiang Yimian had no time to heed the old woman's stunned shock right then, as she took in the dingy room before her and the handful of people nearby, a throbbing headache splitting her skull for a moment. That is right, she transmigrated into the body of a girl whose father had vanished, eldest brother conscripted as forced labor, unloved and uncared for by her grandparents, and right now was the dire moment to flee for their lives. Grandma and the second branch folks planned to abandon them and flee on their own, leaving the eldest branch to stay in the village and fend for themselves. Looking at the young ones and the sickly beside her, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Even if these few from the eldest branch tagged along in the flight, they'd likely perish halfway there. Not to mention if those rebels would turn on the common folk. Even the fleeing refugees would target the easy marks. Without a single able-bodied man, surviving the grueling trek would be impossible. It is simply out of the question, let alone staying fed along the way or avoiding starvation. On the road to survival, there is no room for kindness. If the eldest branch became a burden among them, the village head would surely abandon them.
Hey, you old hag, you still haven't spotted the eldest branch? Where'd they hide? Let's get going. The village head's already let a bunch out. We need to catch up quick. Can't afford to lag behind.
Old man! Help!
Little Yimie, what the hell are you hauling, you wretched girl? We're fleeing for our lives, not off to some fair, dragging along your 4 burdens from the eldest branch. How are we supposed to make it? You lot might as well hole up in the village. Who knows? You might dodge this calamity and pull through. Now let go of your granny. Don't hold us up.
But Yimian acted as if she hadn't heard, her eyes sweeping over the cart parked in the courtyard, piled high with all sorts of goods on that small cart. Bags big and small crammed full to bursting, clearly intending to leave nothing for the eldest branch. What a fine scheme they've hatched.
You're leaving us half the grain, right? I'll butcher him right now.
First sister, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go of your grandma. These precious rations are for our famine escape. How could we give them to you? Hurry up!
Me!
My neck! Out, old man!
Give it quick! This wretched girl is really out to take my old woman's life!
Big sister-in-law, why don't you discipline your daughter right now? No, she's even daring to lay hands on her own grandma. What chaos will she unleash next?
You all just want us to starve to death here.
So what if my daughter defies heaven itself?
She is toiled tirelessly in the Zhang family all this time, doing more work each day than anyone else, yet getting the least share of food. Never mind that. And now, even in fleeing for our lives, her in-laws won't take her along. Her heart died long ago. Looks like the eldest branch means business.
Go. I'll load half the grain. Go quick!
Jiang Yakmian sends Xiao Ye to inspect it, and only confirm once it is verified as rations.
You all get out now, and take that handcart with you. I'll toss the person out to you shortly.
Seeing all the men Shen already in the courtyard, the moment she reaches the gate, Jiang Ye Mian swiftly hurls the person out. Then she slams the courtyard door shut behind her. Afterward, she feels all her strength drain away, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath.
Sister, are you all right?
Jiang Yimian shakes her head. She just feels how pathetically frail this body is. Heaven's been awfully generous to her, hasn't it? Transmigrated into a famine flight, no money to speak of, and not even a sturdy frame. Wang Fengqin, from all that frantic crying just now, is utterly drained and feeble. Jiang Yimian hurried forward to help her up, taking the chance to check her pulse.
Mother, we're all right, but your health has always been frail. Let me help you back to bed and rest.
Once he confirmed it was just extreme weakness and exhaustion, with no serious issues, he finally let out a sigh of relief.
It is all my fault. I shouldn't have kept you here with me, waiting for death. I'm so sorry to you all, and even more sorry to old Jiang, and to your eldest brother.
If only he'd fought a little harder. If he hadn't fallen ill, he might have escaped with the second branch.
Mother, it is okay. Who says we're just sitting here waiting to die? The road to flee might be even more perilous. So we're hiding out in the village. And who knows? We might just make it through. There are surely others in the village who haven't left.
He refuses to believe that we'd still end up dying here.
It's right. That is right. Big brother's right. Mother, don't cry. We'll die.
Wang Fengqin knew the children were just trying to comfort her.
小鸟 and 小叶 are right. We're not sitting here waiting to die. Once I recover a bit, I'll take you all away.
She'd risk her life to protect her 3 children. Seeing their mother stop crying, the 2 little ones both broke into smiles. They chatted a bit more until Wang Fengqin, exhausted, drifted off to sleep. Jiang Yimian, meanwhile, pondered their next steps. If the chaos outside isn't too bad, just minor skirmishes, or if the court has already gained control over the rebels, then hiding in the village would indeed be safer for them. But if the war escalates, that battlefield will spread sooner or later. Staying here is just waiting to die. It looks like he'll have to go scout for news. We can't just sit idly by and await our fate. He hurried to his feet and hauled the grain from the yard into the house, then told Xiao Yi to bolt the door shut and not to open it for just anyone. With that, he slipped out of the Jiang household alone. By now, the village was nearly deserted, heading straight for the town. All the shops and taverns were shuttered tight, likely abandoned in haste. Now and then he'd spot a few stragglers, all rushing along with hurried steps, clearly intent on fleeing this mess. No need to ask what was happening. The court had surely lost its grip on the rebels, so staying put in the village would be a sure path to death. The best course now was to stockpile as much food as possible and hole up in the mountains, offering at least a slim chance of survival. If only his mystical storage realm were still intact. Back in his time, he'd stashed away plenty in that realm, just in case the apocalypse ever struck. At least then, he'd be ready. Who could have guessed the apocalypse never came? But he ended up crossing over first. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp sting between his brows, followed by a blinding flash of white light before his eyes. In an instant, he found himself inside his own mystical storage realm, where neat stacks of rice, flour, grains, and oils greeted him, alongside frozen meats of all kinds and cases of mineral water. This was perfect. This crossing over hadn't been for nothing. After a quick inventory of the realm's contents, Jiang Yimian felt a twinge of regret. There was a decent haul in the realm, sure, but for a family of 4, the food demands would be hefty. And even with strict rationing, these supplies would last them half a year at best. If the war dragged on endlessly, they might not fall to a rebel's blade, but starvation would claim them first. With that in mind, he set his sights on the town, its shops, and the courtyards of wealthy households. Since everyone was fleeing the chaos, they'd abandon anything to save their skins. We naturally can't carry too many things, so he can just scavenge for whatever's left behind, loot the town for a bit. And once we're in the mountains and can clear some wasteland, he'll be self-sufficient. It won't matter if we hole up there for a few years. Hey! That is the plan. Jiang Yimi headed first to the wealthiest household in town, and after a thorough search, he finally uncovered a stash in the cellar. Hundreds of pounds of white rice and flour tucked away, plus some mixed grains, clearly stashed away on purpose by the shopkeeper. Too bad he ran into Jiang Yimi, who swept it all up with a grand wave of his hand, rice warehouse and all, straight into his mystical storage realm. He poked around the rice shop some more, making sure nothing useful was left behind, then moved on to the next shop. Jiang Yimin struck out at shop after shop, each one stripped bare, as if the owners had gotten word long ago, and whisked away every valuable item spotless. The same went for several estates. Everything packed up neat and tidy. All Jiang Yimin managed to find that here was some rice and veggies overlooked in the kitchen, which he promptly stored in his mystical storage realm. Luckily, the general store still had plenty untouched. All sorts of seasonings, pots and pans, and various seeds that Jiang Yimin swept into his realm. After that, he hit up a clothing shop where he only turned up some plain-colored fabrics, outdated styles, and ready-made clothes, along with useless scraps of cotton and hemp thread. To him, though, they were lifelines. And he grabbed every last bit. Finally, he stopped by a pharmacy where most of the herbs were still intact. Jiang Yimin cleared the place out completely. Every last spot in town worth scavenging. Jiang Yimin had pretty much scoured the whole town. The hall wasn't exactly overflowing, but it was decent enough. At least the daily essentials and grub won't run short anytime soon. Now we can hole up in the mountains with a clear conscience. By the time he made it home, night had already crept in.
Thank goodness you're back. No more solo escapades from here on out. It is way too risky out there.
The world's fallen into chaos, and people's hearts turn dark with it. Arson, murder, and pillaging will erupt everywhere. We've only got these 3 little ones now. We can't let anything happen to them again.
I went to town today to check things out, and it is basically deserted now. Those rebels are advancing fiercely. I reckon it won't be long before they reach Jincheng Mansion. We can't stay in this village anymore.
Of course I know we can't stay here in the village. But where on earth can we go now? The big group fleeing the famine from the village has already left. And if it is just us few heading out on our own to escape the famine, it is surely a dead end for us too.
Though he has never been through a famine himself, he has heard the elders in the village talk about it plenty. Fleeing a famine is when the worst of people crawl out of the woodwork, all for a single morsel of food. They'll do just about anything. Burning, killing, looting, even turning on their own kin in desperation. Just hearing about it sends chills down his spine. She is just a woman, with 3 young children in tow, and there is no way she could make it to safety alive. The moment Xiao Ye and Xiao Nuer hear this, their spirits sink in an instant.
No heading to Daohua. We'll head into the mountains instead.
There are plenty of fierce beasts in the mountains. Dangers lurking everywhere inside. It won't be any safer than out here. And besides, we don't have enough food to last. Even if we luckily avoid the wild animals, we'd still starve to death.
Hundreds of folks live in Apricot Blossom Village, yet hardly any venture up to hunt, because everyone knows how perilous it is in there. With beasts roaming wild, they won't even forage for wild greens beyond the foothills.
Mother's right. The mountains are truly dangerous, but going in is still better than waiting to die out here. As for food, we'll live off the land. You really think we'll starve? Mother.
The dangers in the mountains are beyond counting. There are countless things that could keep us alive, after all.
You're right, heading into the mountains beats waiting here to die. We'll follow your lead. We'll set out into the mountains at first light tomorrow.
Whether it is fleeing into the mountains, or joining the famine exodus, or staying put in the village, there are risks either way, but the mountains at least offer him a glimmer of hope. As long as we can find a secluded spot to hunker down, who knows? We might just weather this storm of war. Jiang Yimin let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the other wasn't the stubborn sort, inflexible to the end. Otherwise, things could have gotten really dicey. Behind Apricot Blossom Village, mountains stretch on endlessly, a vast, unbroken chain. Once we're in and settled in a hidden nook, out of sight from prying eyes, we ought to ride out this war unscathed. He was certain of it. The mountains had to be safer than the chaos out there. Lost in these thoughts, a frantic knock echoed from the door outside.
Sister Finchen, Sister Fin, me, are you still here?
Opening the courtyard gate.
He saw a pale, gaunt young woman standing at the door. Xiao Yaiming was somewhat surprised. He thought everyone in the village had left, but unexpectedly, someone was still here. Her belly was slightly swollen, clearly several months pregnant. Liu Xiaoyong was surprised to see Jiang Yinian, then sighed and said,
You really didn't leave. That old Jiang and Widow Wu are no good. They actually abandoned you like that.
I heard from Gousheng that he saw Jiang Yinian in the village. I didn't believe it at first, The Ojiang family doesn't have a single decent person to actually have the heart to leave those kids behind to die. As fellow women, she knew how hard it was to raise children, let alone with Wang Fengqin being ill. And if she were to pass away, those kids would really be in trouble. We're all from the same village. We should look out for each other. Jiang Yaimi recognized her as being from the Song family at the village entrance.
You haven't left, so you're planning to stay in the village.
You know our situation. My husband fell off the mountain a few days ago, and he is still bedridden. I'm pregnant, and Gou Sheng's just a kid, with just us few. If we try to flee, who knows what might happen on the road. So, anyway, never mind that. Today I discovered several other families still in the village who haven't left. We've talked it over and plan to head into the mountains. Come with us up into the mountains so we can look out for each other. Sister Fengqin is ill right now, and it is tough to look after her.
You kids know it is meant well. That is why you came specially to fetch them, wanting to watch each other's backs and have some company along the way. But Jiang Yimin had no intention of going with the villagers. Never mind the secret of his space. With so many eyes around, it was too risky to pull out supplies. Even without that, just having a crowd meant arguments could break out easily in times like these, and the falling out could spell real trouble.
Thanks for the kind offer, Shenzai, but we've decided not to join you. If you're heading up the mountain, no need to wait for us.
All right, then take good care of yourselves. You can't stay hidden in this village much longer. Even if you're not coming with us, you still need to get up there quick and find somewhere to hole up.
As they walked away, he finally shut the courtyard gate and stepped back inside. The next day, they trudged unsteadily for over half a shichen, yet the mountaintop remained distant and out of sight. Even so, the group was already exhausted and had no choice but to pause for a rest by the wayside. The two youngsters clutched their small bundles, which weren't heavy at all, but still left them drenched in sweat, and Wang Fengqin, with her flushed cheeks, was in even worse shape. Her face had gone deathly pale.
Mother, let me carry you on my back. Once the sun climbs higher, it'll only get more unbearable.
If they don't make haste up the mountain, by noontime, their inner energy will dissipate even quicker. The heat itself is a minor concern, but heat stroke is what truly worries me. He slung the back basket around to his front, then half-crouched, ready to hoist her up.
Sister, Wang Fengqin, let me take the back basket. Rest assured, I can handle it for sure.
If I start to falter, you can take over then.
Don't be ridiculous. If she were to hand over the back basket, how would he ever explain it? The back basket wasn't all that heavy anyway, and carrying a person wasn't beyond his strength. Seeing his sister's resolve, he had no choice but to relent. Deep down, though, he vowed silently to grow strong and tall in no time, so he could shield his family from harm. They pressed on with frequent stops along the way, spending more than 3 full shichen until Jiang Yinian and his companions finally crested the ridge under the blazing sun. I've still overestimated this frail body of mine. Without those breaks along the path and his unyielding willpower, they might have all collapsed halfway up, unable to go on. Once they're settled on the mountaintop, it'll be time to truly build their strength and vitality. Otherwise, should danger arise, he won't even be able to flee. After resting for quite some time, he'd gulped down quite a lot of water again. Jiang Yimian finally felt like he'd regained use of his legs.
You all must be starving by now, so let's have some veggie pancakes to tide us over. Once the sun dips a little lower and we've found a spot to settle, Mom will whip up something delicious for you all.
But right then, Jiang Yamin found he had no appetite, nibbling absently on his veggie pancake as his mind turned to finding shelter. Mountains stretched endlessly here, one peak giving way to an even larger one. No matter where they tried to settle, there'd be no place utterly safe. Their best hope was a secluded cave. But that was no easy feat, for those caves were either lairs of fierce beasts or tucked deep within tangled forests, and the dangers they might face just on the path they were beyond counting. Finding a cave couldn't be rushed, at least not all at once like this. They'd have to plan it out carefully. Even as these thoughts weighed on him, a heavy tread of footsteps suddenly echoed, accompanied by labored, rasping breaths.
Unexpectedly, even the Liu family didn't follow the village chief and leave with Zhang Yinian.
Glancing at the Liu family's 4 members. Logically speaking, a young couple with a child and the old man tagging along to flee the famine would be manageable. At least it wouldn't be too much of a burden. They must be reluctant to leave the village they've called home for decades, and the lands they've toiled on day in and day out. After a brief greeting, they sat down on the ground under the shade of a nearby tree, clearly exhausted. The Liu family soon got to work after a short rest. They gathered some dead branches from the woods and pulled out the oilcloth they'd brought along, clearly intending to set up a makeshift shelter right there. Jiang Yimian surveyed the dense surrounding forest, then glanced down the hillside, understanding instantly. The spot offers a clear line of sight, perfect for overlooking the village fields, yet still on the outskirts, so no need to fear large wild animals. So settling here seems like a solid choice. Wang Fengqin could clearly thinking the same.
Yimian, why don't we settle here as well? No need to keep searching for another spot. If we venture too deep into the woods, we can't be sure we won't run into wild beasts, which would only complicate things further.
But it is not safe here. Anyone coming up from below will spot us.
This open view lets us see the village fields, but the villagers can spot us just as easily, especially with the shelter pitched here, and when we light a fire to cook, that rising cook fire smoke will surely alert those below that someone's up here. If it is just refugees, we might manage. At worst, they'll take our food. But if we run into those ruthless bandits or rebels, they might just slaughter us all to cover their tracks. We're all just mud-legged peasants who only know how to scratch a living from the soil. So how would we even recognize such desperate outlaws? They might even dismiss him as a fearmonger.
I'll go warn them.
Wang Fengjin approached the Liu family and spoke a few words, but they just waved her off, clearly set on settling down right there. Until the danger actually strikes, no one can truly grasp just how terrifying it will be. The group rested a bit longer before shouldering their bundles and pressing deeper into the woods. They trudged on for another half-hour, finally pushing through that small thicket and spotting yet another dense wall of greenery ahead. Jiang Yimian finally called it.
We'll hole up here for now.
In the short term, we're not likely to stumble on any caves, and if we keep going, we could end up lost in even thicker jungle, facing who knows what kind of hazards. For the time being, let's just throw together a shelter here and deal with the rest as it comes.
This spot looks good. The woods behind us shield us, and there is a sheer drop on the right. We can rest easy here. Even folks from the village won't spot us.
Jiang Yimin pulls a machete from his basket and starts hacking away at the underbrush all around. Xiao Yi and Wang Fengqin swing sickles at the weeds and roots nearby. Seeing everyone hard at work, Xiao Nuang reaches out with tiny hands to yank at the grass, but his little arms just aren't strong enough. He strains with all his might, snapping off only the tenderest shoots, and tumbles right onto his little behind.
That pesky grass! What tripped up our Xiao Mama?
Look at Xiao Nuan, all smudged up like a mud-caked clown.
Xiao Nua,
Don't eat that! It is poisonous!
Our little one's such a good girl, but I want to try it anyway. Will I get poisoned to death?
He just wanted to see if that white sap was sweet.
It is fine. Not too toxic. You only licked a bit. You'll be just fine.
Hearing it is nothing serious. They all let out a sigh of relief. They toiled on for another hour, finally clearing a decent patch of ground, and by the time the shack was up, footsteps crunched through the woods nearby. In the distance, they spot Liu Xiaoyun staggering under bundles, followed by a lanky boy of 10 or so, who is piggybacking a man with a ghostly pale face.
Why is Xiaoyun showing up so late? Where is the rest of them?
Word was Liu Xiaoyun was tagging along with the villagers yesterday, so they figured she'd beat the rush to stake a claim up here. Never dreamed she'd drag in at dusk.
PFFT. Those so-called villagers, dawdling all morning and bailing on the trek altogether. As soon as we got up the mountain, we spotted an open plot near the Liu family spot, so they quickly claimed it and threw up a shelter. We had a plan to build our shack there too, but Wang Ergu and his wife beat us to it. If it weren't for the fading light, I'd have had it out with them properly.
The worst of it was the other families who came up with us. Not a single one speaking up for them, but all urging them to look for another spot. It was clearly the land they'd claimed first, but little Ono saw his mother fuming. So he reined in the anger clouding his face, grabbed his machete and started hacking at the bushes around them, each swing harder than the last, as if the blade itself were weeping. The Liu family managed to put up their shack too, right up against the tree line, a good long way from the Zhang families, with no bad boards to speak of, and the ground cold as stone. He made a point of gathering dry grass and fallen leaves, planning to spread them across the dirt floor, then top them with quilts and rough it for the night, figuring he'd hunt for bamboo at first light to fashion some frames. That night, they supped on watery porridge and wild greens flatbreads, and a whole lot of them ate with quiet contentment. After all, it had been a bone-weary day, nothing much left to gripe about. Little Nuaner and Ono, footsore from the long trek that day, crawled into the quilts right after supper and nodded off. Wang Fengqin, her body frail and spent, drifted into a heavy slumber early on. He snuffed out the cotton wick lamp and the fire pit outside the shack, then scattered some bug, repelling powder around both shacks, turning to head off. When a faint sob drifted from the shack next door, he halted mid-step, cast a glance at the dim outline of the shelter, then trudged off to his own bed. Call it sleep if you like, but even he tossed and turned restlessly through the night. My nerves were on edge every moment, alert to the slightest rustle outside, dreading that something might go wrong. Not until dawn did I finally drift off in a haze. When Jiang Yimi woke up again, the sun had already climbed high in the sky. The mountains see huge swings in temperature between day and night, where the blazing midday sun can scorch you half to death, but a mere evening breeze sends chills straight through you, making you shiver uncontrollably.
Yaikun, it is still piping hot. Eat up quick.
Jiang Yike mumbled in response. After downing a bowl of salty porridge laced with dried radish and wild greens, she grabbed her basket and headed off alone to the bamboo grove. The original owner had gone up the mountain before with Shen Dashuang, and in those memories, she'd spotted a bamboo grove up there. She circled around but couldn't spot the bamboo grove anywhere, though she did stumble upon a patch of shepherd's purse scattered all over the ground. Nothing beats the fresh, savory delight of dumplings stuffed with shepherd's purse filling. In her past free moments, the mountain was her favorite haunt, full of wild greens and all sorts of medicinal herbs. That left her dazzled and overwhelmed. It was there she met a quirky old woman and picked up all sorts of knowledge from her. With a sigh of wonder, she brushed aside those old memories and bent down to dig up the shepherd's purse. Jiang Yikang filled half her basket with fresh shepherd's purse, just as she was about to call it quits. At last, on a nearby hillside, she caught sight of that familiar bamboo grove. Before she could even celebrate the find, her eyes locked first on the tender bamboo shoots poking up from the forest floor. She'd clean forgotten that this was prime season for fresh bamboo shoots. Any extras could be sun-dried into bamboo shoot jerky, which brought its own rustic charm to the table. The mere thought of that taste had Jiang Yikun drooling already. Today, she was determined to savor some fresh ones. Until her basket was stuffed to the brim, Jiang Yimian stopped breaking bamboo shoots and started chopping bamboo instead. With his strength so limited, after just a few strokes, he collapsed to the ground exhausted. This won't do. If he kept surviving on wild greens and thin porridge, he couldn't even dream of regaining his old strength. A few extra steps would leave him gasping for air. He needed meat to nourish his body. With that in mind, he pulled a hefty slab of pork belly from his space and tucked it into the basket, then added some lard he'd scavenged from town. Once he caught his breath, he shouldered the basket and dragged the bamboo homeward.
Thirsty, huh? Have some water. Xiaoye spotted a puddle up ahead, brimming with fresh spring water.
It is nice and cool, but best to boil it first, or it'll upset your stomach.
Wang Fengqin nodded with a smile.
Xiaoyi, where'd they head off to?
Gathering firewood in the woods over there.
Seeing Liu Xiaoyun tending to her in the shack, the men finally led Wang Fengqin into their own humble shelter.
How'd you end up with so many shoots? They're awfully bitter. Hardly fit for eating, might as well toss them.
Folks in the village used to forage for them, but after one taste, they'd all complain it was too tough to swallow. That flavor, it is just impossible to get down. Not just the odd aftertaste, but that puckery, almost lascivious bite.
Don't worry, Mom. Boil in water, and the bitterness fades right away.
All right, then. I'll give it a go later.
With our food stores so low anyway, stumbling on an edible wild green is a real blessing. At least it keeps starvation from knocking so soon.
Yimian, where does meat come from?
Well, didn't I head to town yesterday to catch the latest news? It was left behind in that pork shop. They didn't have time to grab it all. I saw folks rummaging through the place, so I dove in too. Never expected to score such a fat slab of pork belly. Afraid someone might get ideas about it. I kept my mouth shut.
These are some messed up times.
Mom, 小雨小暖儿 are still growing fast, and you're skin and bones yourself. So it is high time we all got some meat to bulk up on.
I'll whip it up for you, you little trout. She quickly snatched the lard and pork belly and tucked them away, while Jiang Yimian set off for the woods to round up Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuaner.
Hey, what are you doing? I gathered this firewood.
She hurried over. This here is Xinhua Better, known as Wang Ergo, the village's infamous deadbeat. The same lowlife who swiped dogs yesterday and ran them off their turf.
What do you mean? Yours. I picked his firewood fair and square. Beat it!
Sis, that is the firewood I gathered. It sure ain't his.
Where are your grown-ups? Oh, I forgot. Old man Jiang's already dumped you kids. And Wang Fengqin, that frail wreck, probably can't even keep an eye on you. So here you are, bold as brass, spinning lies in the light of day. Hey, perfect. Grandpa's here to set you straight today, real proper like.
He snatched a branch off the ground and lashed it across the kid's outstretched hand.
I'm your elder, you brat. And you go hitting me. I'll tan your hides good today.
With that, he rolled up his sleeves to lay into them. Liu Xiaoyun had just stepped in to gather firewood.
Wang Ergo, what the hell do you think you're doing? Are you still thinking of laying hands on a few kids? Have you no shame?
Gave Liu Xiaoyun a fierce glare, and was about to slink off with the firewood.
Put down the firewood. This is what my little brother gathered.
Then came old man Liu's stern shout.
Wang Ergo, you've always been a petty thief in the village, stealing chickens and dogs. Laziness is one thing, but, unwilling to even gather a bit of firewood. You're worse than a child. What a disgrace to your Wang family.
These past few days, everyone's been on edge over the rebel army, constantly fearing the village might be razed, whether they'll lose their lives or starve to death, all fretting over how to survive. But not Wang Ergo. He is as lazy as ever, not thinking of ways to stay alive, instead picking fights with some kids. We're all from the same village. When Wang Ergo's family runs out of rice and salt, they'll have to rely on others for aid. In these chaotic times, everyone's rice is scarce. How can we keep bailing out a lazy bum like him day after day? These merciless words left Wang Ergo utterly humiliated. He dropped the firewood and fled into the woods. But deep down, he harbored resentment toward them all. When Jiang Yimian returned home with the two little ones, Wang Fengqin already had the meal ready, for once skipping the usual thin, watery gruel, and instead simmering up a pot of hearty dumpling soup with glistening flecks of oil floating on the surface, visible from afar. Just the sight of it was enough to stir up a raging appetite, and there on the bluestone slab sat a plate of cold mixed shepherd's purse alongside stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork.
Mom, where'd all this meat come from? It smells amazing.
Village kids, aside from New Year's and holidays, rarely saw meat bought at home, and on regular days, not a scrap of it in sight, especially with a whole big family to feed, meaning everyone only got a meager share. Then suddenly, there they were, big, juicy slices of pork stir, fried right in with the bamboo shoots. Little Yi thought his eyes were deceiving him, so he rubbed them furiously before finally confirming those were real slices of meat. Little Nuaner stared at the meat, her mouth watering uncontrollably, sniffing greedily at the tantalizing aroma filling the air, wishing she could just plunge her little head straight into the dish. After explaining to the two kids just how the meat had come about, and hearing it was their big sister who'd tracked it down, the two little ones' eyes sparkled like stars. Brimming with pure adoration, Jiang Yimian squirmed a bit under those fervent gazes, letting out a couple of awkward chuckles.
Go on, try the bamboo shoots, see if they're any good.
But can you even eat these withered bamboo shoots?
He still remembered that time fooling around in the bamboo grove and snapping off some shoots, only to get totally freaked out by the bitter, astringent taste that flooded his mouth. Who would have thought they'd be that awful? And here he was, finally getting some meat after all this time. So why on earth mix it up with this stuff? The more he dwelled on it, the more resentful he grew inside, staring at the chunks of meat in the dish. Not like those tough, dark shells or anything. It is not like Xiao Nuaner. I don't have all these hang-ups. She immediately grabs a piece and pops it straight into her mouth.
Xiao-san, this is so yummy. Little Mayor loves it.
See Mom and Sis munch on the bamboo shoots without so much as a flinch. He finally works up the nerve to snag a chopstickful and shove it in his mouth. My goodness, the moment it touches my tongue, it is the fresh, crisp tenderness of bamboo shoots, blended with the rich, savory aroma of pork belly.
So good! How are these bamboo shoots this delicious? Not the slightest bit numb or bitter.
As Xiao Yi chatters on, he snatches another hefty chunk of bamboo shoot and crams it into his mouth.
Still as sharp as ever, knowing to boil them in water to draw out the bitterness. Otherwise, I'd go my whole life without knowing bamboo shoots could taste this amazing.
Just thinking back to all those bamboo shoots the villagers tossed away before, he feels a twinge of heartache. Everyone digs in with real satisfaction this meal. Even Jiang Yinian, who seldom stuffs himself, ends up full to bursting, figuring that only with meat does it truly count as a proper meal. In the afternoon, Wang Shuqing heads out with Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuaner to forage for wild greens nearby, while Jiang Yimian stays put, sorting through the bamboo she'd chopped earlier right outside the hut, measuring the hut's size, trimming them all to the same length, picking out a few of the thicker sections, then splitting the bamboo open to fashion a simple bamboo slat bed.
Sister, Yimian, I foraged a whole bunch of hui greens today. I'll share some with your family.
No need. You all keep them for yourselves. I also gathered some shepherd's purse. Take a bit home with you.
Just as I stepped outside, there was Gaosheng, lost in thought, staring at the bamboo scattered on the ground.
Sister Yimian, where do you gather this bamboo from? Mind telling me?
Nights up in these mountains get bitterly cold, and the ground's even worse, with Dad's leg already shattered from the fall, leaving him stuck flat in bed. He is trying to build a proper bed frame for Dad, so he won't have to lie right on the dirt floor anymore, where that damp chill seeps straight into your bones, and it'll only make his healing that much tougher down the line. And Mom's carrying a baby, never getting a moment's rest all day, scurrying about with chores everywhere, only to crash on that frozen hard floor come nightfall. Her body's bound to give out under the strain.
Up on the slope behind that dense thicket. Come along with me tomorrow.
He could tell she was fretting over his parents. Tomorrow he was already set on heading out to snap some bamboo shoots to bring home, even though she wasn't all that fond of them.
Thanks, Sister Yimian.
Gosheng eyed the leftover bamboo strips still scattered about.
I've helped Grandpa weave bamboo rafts before, using pretty much the same techniques. Let me help you lash them down tight and solid.
With Gaosheng lending a hand, they went ahead and secured a few more onto the main frame, making sure it could bear the weight of the whole family without buckling.
It is too bad we don't have any tung oil on hand, or else this frame might end up crawling with bugs. So when you get to using it, you'll want to keep a close watch.
Never would have guessed this kid, barely a teenager, knew his way around so well. Come evening, they settled onto the frame, aired out all afternoon. Little Nuaner bounces happily on the bed, the bamboo bed holding steady under her joyful jumps.
Gosheng's craftsmanship, truly passed down from his grandfather. Before his dad had that accident, they ran a shop in town. They'd surely have the best life in the village.
Watching Gosheng's technique, you can tell he is a real pro. Clearly, he has absorbed it all from years of watching as a kid. If nothing had gone wrong at home, he'd have finished his apprenticeship early and taken over the family trade by now. But Gosheng's home falls into heavy silence now, broken only by Liu Xiaoyun's muffled sobs. Gosheng gazes at his dad sprawled on the ground, eyes squeezed shut, his body racked with despair. Fighting back tears, he whispers,
Mom, I'll change Dad's pants. You step out for a bit.
He has handled moments like this countless times before, and he has grown numb to it all. Dad can't stand what he is become, a man frozen in place, helpless even to shit or piss without aid, reduced to a burden. His old gentle patience with them, long gone. Whenever Mom gets berated by Dad, or chased away by him, she can only weep quietly off to the side. Mom and Dad were once so deeply in love, so kind to her too. It tears at his heart to witness it. Yet he is utterly powerless to ease their pain. Tears brim in his eyes and trickle down his cheeks, splashing onto Chen Tizhu's arm, scalding him into a full-body shudder. The next day, as soon as we reached the bamboo grove, Gosheng selected a few bamboo stalks and began chopping them down, while Jiang Yimian snapped off bamboo shoots on the side, glancing around here and there. Suddenly, she spotted familiar trees dotting the hillside beyond the bamboo grove. Drawing closer,
Though it was just guanyin tea.
Guanyin chai, also known as liangfen leaves, or Zhong cave, it has wonderful heat clearing and detoxifying properties. Though summer hasn't quite arrived yet, the blazing sun was already high in the sky, and the midday heat was building up fast. A bowl of chilled guanyin tofu would hit the spot. Pure bliss on a day like this.
Sister Yimian, you've been at it all morning, and now you're off picking leaves. These leaves aren't even tasty. Folks in the village use them to feed the pigs. Sister Yimian, how about I take you to forage for some wild greens instead?
He'd been so focused on chopping bamboo earlier that he hadn't noticed what she was up to. Now, catching sight of her basket, brimming with bamboo shoots, his mouth started to tingle with that familiar numbness, and those leaves didn't help.
Bamboo shoots are delicious though. Just boil them in water and they lose that astringent, numbing bite. As for these leaves, once I've whipped them up, I'll bring you a taste when you're eating.
Hey, no, not for me, Sister Yimian. I truly appreciate the thought.
With that, he bolted off in a flash, and who could blame him? Just his bad luck. He's missing out on a real treat. By the time the two headed back, noon had come and gone.
Mom, look at all the bamboo I chopped. Tonight, we won't have to crash on the floor anymore.
Zhang Yimian dove right into work the moment she stepped into the shack. No time for lunch. First things first, she rinsed the freshly picked guanyin chai leaves thoroughly. Soak the leaves in the hot water in the pot again. Stir constantly with chopsticks. Wait until the clear water in the pot turns green. She found a piece of clean gauze, squeezing the leaves and stems to extract the liquid, yielding a basin of water infused with the essence of guanyin firewood, leaves and stems.
Hey, Mian, what are you up to? This water looks all yellowish green. You can't drink that, can you?
Making something tasty.
Sister, this water looks downright undrinkable. Just stop fiddling with it. Come on and eat.
They just don't get it. But they'll be blown away in no time. She gathered some wood ash, put it in a bowl.
Yimian, you can't eat this wood ash.
Mom, it is fine. It is safe to eat. No need to worry.
The bowl of wood ash water is now poured into the basin. Stir it evenly in the basin.
Mom, why don't you go eat first? It should be ready by the time dinner's done.
But won't we have to get them to try this later? Then he might lose his appetite. And after dinner, he'll probably sneak off to find something else to do.
Mom, come on over. Come eat the guanyin tofu.
Wang Fengqi and the others heard this and felt a bit uneasy. They walked over hesitantly. Now it is transformed into a basin of translucent emerald green, not like water at all. Aside from the color, it really looks just like tofu.
Sister, are you pulling off some kind of magic trick?
I'm pretty amazing. Huh. Add the dissolved maltose syrup.
Give it a taste and see.
It feels refreshingly cool as soon as it hits your mouth. Slippery and smooth, with no trace of the wood ash, just a fresh subtle fragrance, blended with the gentle sweetness of the syrup.
This tastes absolutely delicious. Icy cool.
Especially under this blazing midday sun. The moment the cool guanyin tofu touches your tongue, it leaves him feeling utterly refreshed, even easing that inner scorched feeling quite a bit. Hearing this, Zhao Yi eagerly grabs a spoon, scoops up a piece and pops it in his mouth, nodding approvingly with every bite.
Delicious!
That sweet little bowl of guanyin tofu is soon polished off by the group.
This stuff's great. Not only tasty, but it'll fill you up too. With this around, if our rice and flour run out, we won't have to go hungry.
This guanyin tofu's fine, but you can only make it in spring, summer, and fall, just as he was thinking. He kept it to himself. His mother had finally set aside her worries for once. No need to worry her needlessly. Besides, even without guanyin tofu, there are 1,000 other ways he wouldn't let his family starve to death up here on this mountain. The Zhang family's shack has guanyin tofu, but the other shacks don't. Wang Ergo stared at the wild vegetable mush bubbling in the pot.
Wild vegetable mush again.
Who isn't? Up in these mountains, it is just wild greens. No homes. Every family's got just scraps of grain, enough for a few meals. And here we sit, waiting to die.
If it weren't for this scoundrel sweet-talking me, how would I have ended up in Apricot Flower Village? Just the other day, my mother-in-law passed away too. No one's tending the crops in the fields, and they've got no extra food anymore. I figured just wait a bit. Once other folks' grain prices go up, we'd sneak some away. But who would have thought Grain prices hadn't even risen. When war broke out, we fled up the mountain in a panic. Not much food left, and both of us lazybones can only get by on wild vegetable mush.
My dear wife, don't be mad. Once things settle down below the mountain, I'll dig up that silver hairpin Mother hid and swap it for some grain, so you won't go hungry.
Who knows what is happening down the mountain? Do you dare go down there? What if you run into some wandering refugees or bandits? How many lives do you have left to lose?
Though we do want to eat our fill, she's not heartless enough to send her own man into danger. Things must be in utter chaos down the mountain by now. The village has felt so eerily empty these past few days. Not a soul in sight. It is downright creepy just looking at it. Wang Ergo was at a complete loss for a moment.
So, what do you think we should do? I can't stomach any more of this wild greens mush.
If we keep eating like this, she felt like she was turning into wild greens mush herself. Zheng Shi glanced toward the nearby shacks.
I'll go.
Our family has no grain, but others must have some. Right, just go borrow a bit from them. Worst case, we pay it back once things settle down.
Wang Ergo, prompted by his wife, suddenly came up with a plan. Whether those folks would lend any is anyone's guess. And he is too lazy to go begging and take the abuse. It is borrowing either way, so why not just take it on the sly? With that in mind, he braved the scorching sun and started prowling around. Gou Sheng was weaving a bamboo frame for a bed in the clearing outside the shack, and when he glanced up, he saw his mother trudging out of the woods, her face clouded with worry.
Mother, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?
These past days you've hardly eaten or slept. The little sister in your belly must be feeling it too.
The wild greens around here are all picked clean. It has only been a few days up the mountain like this. If it drags on much longer, what on earth will we do?
After this long winter, our family's grain stores were already running low. And then to treat Taiju's leg injury back then, we had to sell off a good chunk of our reserves. Now what is left is even scarcer. And if the war drags on like this, we'll surely starve up here on the mountain.
Mother, in a few days, I'll slip down the mountain and check things out. Bring back those seeds from home. Then, at least we can plant some vegetables. And avoid actually starving to death here.
We fled up the mountain in such a rush that day. He only grabbed the food and whatever essentials we needed, leaving everything else behind. There ought to be plenty of seeds left in the cellar. And if we can start farming up on the mountain, we won't have to worry about rations anymore. Only then did Liu Xiaoyun nod in agreement. It wasn't just the mulling over planting crops. Jiang Yimian was deep in thought as well. These past few days up on the mountain, he'd head out every day to dig for wild greens and forage for something to eat, all the while mulling over how to start farming. Though there is plenty of grain stored in the space, it is finite in the end, and if they hope to make it through the winter properly, the best bet is to stockpile more food. It is nearly summer already, the perfect season for planting crops, but if they keep dipping into those reserves, they'll miss the window entirely. The hut was hemmed in by thick woods and rocky patches everywhere, making any real farming all but impossible. So finding a way to till the soil wasn't going to be easy. Jiang Yimian let out a helpless sigh, but pressed on, scouring the mountainside for options. After trekking for what felt like ages, she pushed through yet another dense stand of trees, and finally spotted a narrow ditch choked with water celery, its stems and leaves a vibrant green, blending right into the undergrowth. And unless you looked real close, you'd swear it was just a bunch of plain old weeds. Jiang Yimian felt a spark of joy. Water celery thrives in dampness, typically sprouting along the edges of moist ditches and field ridges, making these spots perfect for rice cultivation. Sure enough, he spotted a sizable flat patch choked with weeds. It wasn't huge, but amid these steep, rubble-strewn mountains, uncovering such a level expanse was no small feat. With farming now set in his mind, Jiang Yimian wasted no time, seizing his sickle to slash at the ground's tangled weeds. As twilight deepened, the thick undergrowth had yielded only halfway to his blade. Surveying the stubborn half still standing, Jiang Yimian felt no fatigue at all. Quite the opposite. A surge of determination welled up within him. He marked the location, plucked a few tender shoots of water celery, then shouldered his basket and made his way home. By this time, a modest fire crackled just outside the shack, where Wang Fengqun and the two children gazed anxiously into the gloom. Only when a familiar silhouette finally stepped from the trees did they exhale in relief.
Why are you coming back so late?
The mountains are full of perils, dense woods and brambles at every turn. What if you crossed paths with snakes or scorpions? What then? You must come home earlier next time. As night closed in and still no sign of him, Wang Fengqin fretted endlessly. Yet with the two little ones by her side, she couldn't abandon them to search, so she kindled a small blaze outside the shack. To guide him safely back, she kept her worries unspoken, yet a profound warmth bloomed in her heart. He'd long grown used to solitude, and upon first arriving in this world, the tender closeness of Wang Fengqin and the children had felt unfamiliar. But these shared days had woven them together. He feels especially joyful having his family by his side. For dinner, besides the cold-dressed shepherd's purse, Wang Fengqin also whipped up a plate of bitter greens and scrambled eggs. The guanyin tofu from Nu he simply seasoned with a dash of oil and salt, and it tasted just as delightful. Even just sipping the thin rice gruel, the whole family ate their fill. After dinner, Wang Fengqin gently coaxed the two children to sleep. While I was out gathering firewood nearby, I caught sight of what seemed like cooking smoke rising from the village, as if there were people there. Unsure if it was just a trick of the light or something else, he spotted a thin wisp of cooking smoke curling up from the village, only for it to vanish just as quickly. Jiang Yimian's face grew tense, his brows furrowing deeply. If that smoke came from ordinary refugees, it might not be so bad. But if it is from ruthless outlaws, then they're in real danger up here in the mountains.
Mom, we gotta be extra careful lighting fires and cooking these next few days, so no one down the mountain spots us. Best to do it when the mist rolls in through the woods, and skip the fire pit at night if we can.
This spot's tucked away from the village, sure, but if a glow shows up at night, folks down below can still catch sight of it. Wang Fengqin nodded, put out the fire, and turned in for the night. Jiang Yimian's sleep was always light anyway, and with him staying vigilant, ears pricked for any sound outside. The moment someone reached out to lift the shed's cover, he booted them straight out. Two rattled to snatch up the bag dropped on the ground, who went tumbling and scrambling off into the woods. Zhang Yikang eyed the little cloth sack on the ground, and realized it was packed with bits of broken rice, likely swiped by that thief.
What is the matter? You need to head over to Sister Chen's. Mom will go with you.
It is nothing. You get back to sleep, Mom.
With that, he settled back into bed. The next day, even across that thick wall of woods, Jiang Yimian could still hear the villagers cussing.
Hey, which no-good bastard deserves 1,000 cuts, sneaking into my shack in the dead of night to pilfer grain. Damn it all. Hack 'em to pieces till the ground's running red.
My stash is coming up short too. Who the hell's got no shame? Stealing in the pitch black. If I catch wind of who it is, I'll flee the hide right off 'em.
Truly no shame at all. My place is missing some too.
Mixed in with the hollering was Wang Ergo, peeping up every now and then, but the crowd paid him little mind, venting a few choice words before hustling to stash their own supplies, fretting it'd get eyed for another grab.
Sister Fengqin, how about it? Has anything gone missing from your shack? We've lost some grain at home. That thief's got no shame at all, even sneaking all the way up here.
At home, we barely had any grain to start with, and now it has been stolen from us. Who knows how long we can hold out up here on the mountain.
Nothing seems to be missing from our shack. It looks spotless. Doesn't look like anyone's been poking around. So, any idea who the thief might be?
There aren't many folks up on this mountain, and the only one who'd sneak around stealing in the dead of night is that one fella. Everyone else has a shred of decency, except Wang Ergo. Who else would stoop to something like this?
If it weren't for so little grain being taken, and you as all being from the same village, wanting to spare him a bit of face, we'd have marched right up to his door by now.
Auntie, this must be your rice, right?
Yes. This is our rice, Yak Mian. Where'd you find it?
Sister Chen, last year's rice crop was a poor one. We didn't harvest much to speak of, and what little we managed to husk all came out broken. Since it doesn't fetch much in trade, everyone in the village knows the story. So when she spotted those uneven bits of broken rice in the sack, it truly filled her with joyful surprise. Jiang Yimian just told the straight truth about what happened last night.
That shameless creep. Luckily, Yimian, you woke up in time. or both our shacks would have been in real trouble. Thanks so much.
Did you see the guy leave? I thought it was just you getting up in the night.
Are you hurt?
It is all my mom's fault. I'm fine. Soon as that guy showed up, I kicked him right out. I'm pretty tough, so you don't need to worry about me. But your color's finally starting to look a bit better these past few days, so you absolutely can't let yourself worry too much or it'll only make things worse.
From now on, I'll go foraging for wild greens with you. You're just a young girl, wandering alone in the woods. It doesn't sit right with me.
Mom, if you come foraging with me, what about Ono and little Nwaner? Leaving those two here, that is the real danger. Besides, you're still not fully recovered. How could you possibly trek that far?
Right now, there is nothing left to eat around the shack. To scrounge up some food, we've got no choice but to head even farther out. Jiang Yimian spent a good while soothing and explaining to her, assuring her she'd definitely be back before dark every day. Only then did she finally relax. After breakfast, Jiang Yimin grabbed his sickle and hoe, slung his basket on his back, and set off for that plot of land he'd found yesterday. The spot was a fair ways from the shack, so the round trip would eat up a good chunk of time. He'd just rough it here for lunch, and head back come evening. He hadn't told the family about his farming plans yet, not sure if they'd even pan out. He didn't want to get their hopes up for nothing, when suddenly he spotted clusters of small white flowers blooming along the ditch up above. Only upon closer inspection did I discover it was a few thriving Codenopsis plants. Mother Wang Fengjin's constitution was already frail, and for now nothing could tonic her better than Codenopsis. Seeing the sun dipping low in the sky, he finally resumed digging the soil. This plot lies right by the irrigation channel, with moist, fertile soil. Whether for growing corn or storing water to plant rice, it would serve just fine. Though the patch isn't large, if tended with care, it could still feed the whole family. Later he'd scout around some more, and if he found spots for other crops, they'd never worry about food up in the mountains again. Dinner was Codonopsis porridge, paired with water celery stir, fried with pork, and a bowl of savory guanyin tofu. So little wild and little warm devoured 2 full bowls before setting down their chopsticks. It felt like their mountain life was even better than back in the village, not just because they could eat their fill every day, but because they even got meat every now and then. A luxury he never dared dream of before.
Sister, how are you so amazing? You even recognize medicinal herbs. And that guanyin tofu, I've never even laid eyes on it. Yet you knew just how to make it.
Who would have thought a handful of ordinary leaves could whip up such tasty guanyin tofu? Wang Fengjin paused mid-reach while clearing the table, a flicker of doubt stirring in her mind. Yimian really has changed these past few days, not just picking up all that know-how on foraging for food, but growing so much bolder too. Especially that day she went demanding grain. How could the old Yimian have ever dared threaten old Lady Wu? She'd always shrink back in fear at the mere sight of her, let alone brandish a severed pig leg to scare her off. That day, she'd chalked it up to Yimian just flying off the handle in a rare fit of anger. But now, reflecting on it, the usual Yimian, no matter how steamed up, wouldn't dream of lashing out at an elder like that. She never had that kind of guts. Demands a share of the grain and follows through. No beating around the bush. Lost in these thoughts, she caught Jiang Yimian saying offhandedly,
I picked it up from Grandpa. As a kid, I'd watch him gathering herbs all the time, sneaking in a few lessons here and there.
Anyway, Grandpa's long gone now. No one's around to call my bluff. Even if the family gets suspicious, they've got no proof I'm not the real Jiang Yimian. Oh no, catching wind of this, muttered with instant regret.
If only I tagged along with Grandpa to gather herbs back in the day, I wouldn't be sitting here clueless as ever.
Wang Fengjin couldn't help but chuckle at that.
Back then, you could hardly walk straight. What herbs were you gonna gather?
Little Nwaner, oblivious to it all,
mumbled, stomp, stomp, what?
Which only made everyone burst out laughing harder, as if he just wanted to be as cool as his big sis, acting like a total know-it-all.
If you want to learn about herbs, I'll teach you myself. You'll get the hang of it for sure.
Great! I wanna learn! I wanna be as great as my big sister!
Me too. I wanna learn.
And get to eat all sorts of yummy treats. so nobody in the family goes hungry.
Teach them right. I'll teach you everything.
Wang Shuqing watched the children, her heart warming even more to them. Whether his temper had changed over the year or not, they were still his kids. As long as the children stayed safe and healthy, everything would be just fine.
Night had fallen.
After days of clear skies, the heavens unleashed a downpour, pattering relentlessly on the lintel, making sleep impossible. Amid the clamor, there was a flicker of relief in their hearts. Thankfully, they had a sturdy plank bed, or else they'd be bedding down in the mud tonight. But Wang Ergo's lintel wasn't so fortunate. He'd been sleeping soundly when he felt the quilt beneath him soak through, the chill seeping straight into his bones. What kind of fool
would sleep right through the rain? He bolted upright, the quilt drenched.
Why the hell is it raining out of nowhere? Come on, no time to pack up. We'll crash at a neighbor's lean for the night.
With the rain pouring down, several households had lit torches by now, hustling to secure their lintels and belongings, unaware of the drama unfolding outside.
At least it is not a torrent yet. Just some leaks seeping through. But if it holds off a few more days, and the rains intensify, bringing a deluge, these lintels won't shelter a soul.
Wang Ergo and his wife had barely lifted the flap of their lean when they forced a grin and pleaded,
Uncle Liu, Brother Li, sister-in-law, mind if we bunk here for the night? You can trust us. We'll head out as soon as the rain lets up. No trouble at all.
Get lost, both of you!
We've got no extra space for the likes of you. Out. Don't you dare scare my kid.
Back in the old days, they might have lent a hand under the aid program.
But now, with nothing hauled up from the village, regrets sinking in deep. It is over. Scram, scram, scram. My lintel's too cramped. Can't squeeze in 2 more bodies. Especially after losing our green stash just yesterday. I wouldn't dare let just anyone in.
And shouted the 2 of them right out the door. Wang Ergo, the stonemason, muttered curses under his breath, and took Zhang along to knock on other doors. But he got turned away time and again. It wasn't just cramped shacks with no space. Some, like old man Liu, flat out chased the pair away.
Once this rain hits, the mountains turn even icier. All I can do is hope it stops soon.
Fine. You have no idea how the Zhangs and Chens are holding up. Neither family has a strong young man to lean on. They surely didn't haul up their bedboards. And now with the downpour, even the ground's no place to crash. How on earth will those families make it through?
I'd meant to look out for them more closely, but their shacks are just a bit too far off. It is pitch black out there, and they've been tied up working the slopes non-stop, so I haven't had a moment to check in.
Dayong, throw on your rain cape and go see how those 2 families are faring. If they haven't got bedboards, bring them over to our shack. Our bedboards plenty big. We can all squeeze in somehow.
Liu Dailin nodded
and headed out into the shack.
Jiang Yinian was lying on the plywood bed at that moment, listening to the pattering rain outside.
Perhaps, sister-in-law, how is your family holding up? My dad said it is just that the bedboards aren't enough, so you can head to our shack and grab 3.
We've got plenty of bedboards at home. Thanks so much, Uncle Liu, for checking in and for braving the rain to come all this way. Hurry back now. Don't catch a chill.
No trouble at all. I just heard sister-in-law Xiaoyun say you folks put together a bedboard, and I have to admit, I wasn't quite buying it. Never figured it'd actually pan out. Sister-in-law, if you ever need a hand down the line, just come find us. No questions asked.
With that, he turned and headed out, not knowing the villagers all that well yet. But last time, when he saw old man Liu chewing out Wang Ergo, he pegged the old guy as not the easiest to warm up to. Today, though, the old man not only remembered their tough spot, but sent his own son through the downpour to lend a hand. Turns out he has got a heart of gold, that feisty little old man. Luckily, the rain didn't drag on too long, easing up by daybreak. This little shower didn't stir up much trouble, save for Wang Ergo's place, which looked downright bedraggled. But the neighbors paid no mind to their sorry state, carrying on with their daily chores as if nothing happened, leaving Wang Ergo and his wife stewing in a fit of resentment. Just the other day, everyone was talking about looking out for each other, so how come no one's batting an eye at them now? These folks are all for show. full of sweet words when it suits them. But when it comes time to actually pitch in, they all scatter to the hills, afraid it'll rub off on them somehow.
Thanks to that rain, mushrooms are already sprouting up in the woods.
And he spotted a bunch of chicken fur fungi. They don't look like much at first glance,
but they're a real boon for the body.
It can greatly boost the body's immunity, you know. And it tastes absolutely delicious. Whether simmered in soup or stir-fried, it brings its own unique flavor. While Jiang Yikmian was explaining this to the two kids, she was carefully picking the chicken fur fungus.
Hey, sister, come quick! Look at all these mushrooms, so many colors, and they look so pretty. Unlike those ones you mentioned, the dark and dingy ones. This kind must smell amazing too, right?
If it looks this good, it has to taste great.
Just like that, guanyin tofu. Oh, shiny and tasty.
The kids were itching to grab and eat them, which made Jiang Yan twitch at the corners of his mouth.
He hurriedly emptied the kids' baskets of those colorful, weirdly shaped mushrooms, tossing them far away. So many poisonous mushrooms, enough to wipe out the whole Zhang family in one go.
The brighter the color on these mushrooms, the more potent the toxins, so absolutely no eating them.
Eat just one and you'll go meet great-grandma. Eat two and you'll meet the ancestors. And gobble down this pile straight to heaven on the spot. It wasn't until Jiang Yan taught the two kids the mushroom picking song
that they got all excited, singing along as they resumed picking mushrooms.
Red and scattered like rice grains. White like a flat board. Finish it off with a sweet board. Sweet board. Up on the White Mountain, everyone gathers for a meal in the end.
The two little ones sang with more and more gusto, and weren't quite so scared anymore. On my way back, I spotted some mushrooms sprouting from the rock crevices.
These are morel mushrooms.
They're great for the gut, aid digestion, and even tonify the kidneys while boosting young energy. They have a distinctive aroma and are packed with nutrients, which is why they're so beloved.
She looked around some more,
and sure enough, she found quite a few, so she picked them all and tossed them into her basket. Seeing the basket brimming with mushrooms,
she finally headed back contentedly with the two little ones,
just as they emerged from the woods.
Sister Yimian's bamboo shoots are really edible,
he told Mom yesterday. That blanching bamboo shoots removes the astringency, so this morning, Mom stir-fried up a big plate of them,
and he really feasted on them.
My sister's so awesome! She knows tons of yummy stuff. And following her is always the right call.
Yeah. Sister's really something.
Little Dog Master nodded eagerly. Even his mom said, folks in the village who've lived here for decades never realized that cooking bamboo shoots gets rid of the bitterness. That just goes to show how capable Sister Yimian is.
But Jiang Yimian sensed something a bit off about it.
It rained last night. How is your grain supply? Did it get soaked?
As soon as Mom noticed the rain, she moved the grain up onto the bedboard. It stayed nice and dry.
Even if it had gotten wet, it wouldn't be a big deal. Since we don't have much to begin with, Jiang Yimian confirmed it was indeed the case.
With last night's rain, mushrooms are popping up all over the woods. We must have trampled a bunch. So why don't you go pick some too? Have Xiaoye tag along so you don't mistake any poisonous ones.
Sister Yimian must have taught Xiaoye how to identify them. Since she is right behind you, she definitely won't mess it up.
After that whole bamboo shoot ordeal,
Gou Sheng wouldn't doubt Sister Yimian one bit anymore. He just figured she was smart and incredibly capable.
Sister Yimian, you heading down the mountain tomorrow? Or should we pack anything special?
You're going down the mountain.
We have no clue what is going on down there. So charging down blindly like this, who knows what trouble we might run into. A few days ago, I heard Mom mention there might be people back in the village.
We've got a good stash of seeds in our root cellar, and I figured we'd bring them up here to see if we can keep farming on the mountain.
Food supplies at home are getting low,
so we'll have to try our luck planting up here.
Jiang Yimian mulled it over.
She had plenty of seeds in her space,
but mostly grains and greens,
along with things like melons and fruits,
beans,
but nothing like cotton seeds. Sure, most folks in Apricot Blossom Village stick to growing staples,
but a few households have dabbled in cash crops like cotton,
so if she poked around a bit, she'd definitely turn some up. Going down the mountain was a gamble, no doubt, but they couldn't just hide out up here forever. She had to scout out the situation below.
Then tomorrow, we'll all go down together.
Gou Sheng was caught off guard, but he quickly piped up with agreement. As Jiang Yimian told the two boys to stick close, Gou Sheng added a quick warning. Don't stray too far, or we'll be off without you.
Yi Mian, you mustn't go down the mountain. The world outside is in chaos now. Mother won't allow you to go down.
She has already lost her husband and her eldest son. She couldn't bear the agony of losing her daughter too.
Mother, don't worry. I'll be all right. I can't bear to leave you all behind.
But down the mountain, he really needs to see for himself.
Mother, I'll just go and have a look. With Gou Sheng, we're both quick on our feet. We'll surely make it back before nightfall. These days, there's been no cooking smoke or firelight in the village. Likely because it is so remote, no one's come around.
Then you must be careful. If you run into any real danger, run away fast and don't get hurt.
Do you know about the cooking smoke? He's not sure if it was just his eyes playing tricks, but what his daughter says makes sense too. It has been days now. Not a flicker of fire or sign of life in the village. It must be deserted. Apricot Blossom Village is a fair distance from the town, tucked away in these ravines. Those refugees are just after food. They'd head for the wealthier villages. Apricot Blossom Village is dirt poor, not worth their trouble to raid.
Rest easy, Mother. I'll keep my wits about me. What about you? Anything you need me to bring back up?
But the Jiang household was looted clean long ago by Granny Wu and Old Man Jiang. Nothing much left.
Up on the beams in the west room, there are a few things from your father and big brother. Since you're set on going down the mountain, take them with you.
Those things she hid away in secret, because her husband and eldest son had left home one after the other, with no word from them for so long. Granny Wu started saying, these two have long been gone. No more keeping their belongings in the house. Neither Wu Pos nor Wang Fengqin could accept it, so they hid those few items away, and now and then would glance up at them, imagining the two returning to see them, and surely feeling a spark of joy. But now, with her husband missing for over half a year, she finally blinked back the tears in her eyes. The next morning at dawn, Jiang Yinian and Gao Sheng headed down the mountain. As soon as they entered the village, the two made straight for Gao Sheng's family cellar, where they found plenty of seeds for melons, fruits, and vegetables. With these seeds in hand, they could finally plant crops up in the hills and stave off the hunger for good. The pair rummaged through another villager's home for a bit, uncovering some vegetable and cotton seeds, but little else of use. They checked several more homes in succession, yet each one stood utterly bare, with only wreckage scattered across the floors.
It looked as if the place had been thoroughly looted. Even if the villagers had fled in desperate haste from famine, they wouldn't have smashed every table and chair like this.
Most folks would just grab their grain and essentials, leaving behind what they couldn't carry, and even then they'd set it aside with care, hoping against hope to return one day. The more thoughtful households would lock their courtyards tight. But here every door hung wide open, from house to house, with nothing but debris strewn about, the splintered limbs of tables and chairs, broken bits, and patches of long-dried mud on the ground. Jiang Yimin sensed something wasn't right. That day, we fled the famine. It was a clear, sunny day. How could there be such heavy mud and sand in the courtyard? These past few days, it only rained last night around midnight. The thought that outsiders had already come to the village to shelter from the rain, and they might still be lurking around, left her feeling danger closing in from all sides. She hurriedly tugged the dog's leash and hurried home.
I'll go back and grab something, then we'll hit the road. Outsiders have already come to the village.
It is not safe anymore. No time to check on the village. She quickened her pace. The two had just passed a low, squat hut when a disgruntled curse erupted from inside.
Well, so it really was Barry, and such a fine silver hairpin at that. That bastard! You've kept this from me all this time. What is the meaning of this? You two, hiding it away like that? I had no idea.
Last time I heard about it up on the mountain, I thought the guy was just spouting nonsense. The house so empty it echoed like a hollow drum, couldn't even scrape together a single copper coin. So how could there be a silver hairpin? Poor thing, married into the Wang family all this time, and never once heard that old hag mention it. What a heartless old crone.
If my mother had told you back then, would it still be here now? I didn't know about this thing before. If she hadn't told me on her deathbed, how would I have known?
Back then, I even thought it was fake and had long since forgotten all about it. That dead old hag didn't just hide it from you. She hid it from her own son too. Truly black-hearted.
Hey, look at those two. Who are they? Isn't that young girl I see?
Zhang Shi quickly peered outside. Their baskets are stuffed to the brim.
Isn't that young girl?
The one beside her is the son from Chen's stall. They've come down the mountain too. Looks like they've scavenged quite a haul from the village. Come on, let's go. We'll go poke around too. See if we can scrounge up some grain or whatever.
With those two brats around, the village is probably picked clean by now. We'll just come up empty-handed if we head there now. Better to tail them and snatch a bit from them. Just two little imps. You're not scared, are you?
Just thinking about that kick to the chest that night makes my teeth itch with rage. That damn girl's got some real strength. One kick, and she sent me flying. My chest's still sore even now.
Jiang Yimian and Gou Sheng soon reached the Jiang household.
Gou Sheng waited by the door,
while Jiang Yimian headed straight for the west room with a leap.
She snatched the bundle from the beam and pulled it down.
Unwrapping the bundle, she saw it was filled with her father and elder brother's clothes. Just as she was about to toss the bundle into her basket, something black inside caught her eye. It was about the size of her palm.
The small dagger looked utterly plain.
Nothing remarkable about it. Jiang Yimian slipped the dagger into her sleeve to conceal it, when suddenly a man's voice rang out from outside.
She hurried out of the room,
only to find Wang Ergo and his wife blocking the courtyard gate.
Wow, wow, wow. So it really is you. Hand over what is in those baskets. Now, don't think you can pilfer everywhere just because the village is deserted. Watch out, or I'll haul you off to the magistrate.
Catch! Not to mention, there is no authorities enforcing the law these days. Even if there were, they'd come for you first anyway. Last time you swiped grain from those families, and we didn't breathe a word about it.
But these two,
now they're taking it to the next level. Stealing's not enough. Now it is outright robbery.
You filthy wench, talking utter nonsense. What kind of crap is that? What the hell did my man steal? We saw you and this little brat sneaking into folks' homes to pilfer. Clear as day. Hand over the goods now, or we won't go easy on you.
You two planning to go thieving? That is not my affair. This ragged old basket's just got seeds in it. What you gonna do with them? See, won't even fill your belly. Get out of the way. We're heading back.
These two young uns trekked for hours just to haul some seeds back down from the mountain.
No chance. They must have stashed grain long ago.
Wang Ergo and his wife exchanged a glance, clearly not buying that the basket held only seeds,
and lunged straight for Gou Sheng's basket.
Gou Sheng caught off guard for a moment. Wang Ergo already had his hands on it. Buzzing at the cloth sack in his grip, a flicker of glee crossed his face. But before he could untie it, a razor-sharp blade pressed against his throat. A dagger.
Jiang, lass. I just wanted a bit of grain. Please don't hurt me. I'll give it right back. Quick, put that knife away. If your hand slips, I'm done for.
No, don't do it. I don't want it anymore.
Though the pair often pulled off small-time thefts around the village,
they'd always bully the weak and cower before the strong, not to mention having a knife held to your throat. They wouldn't dare make another move,
let alone noticing the two in front were just kids.
If we'd known it'd end like this, why bother robbing us at all? Only now you're shaking in your boots?
Jiang Yimian saw Gou Sheng snatch the stuff back. She finally sheathed her dagger and turned to leave, when a few rough-looking men approached. It didn't look like the friendly sort,
their leader gripping a cleaver.
Jiang Yimian sensed the trouble brewing, and was secretly glad for their hasty disguise. While Wang Ergo scurried toward the bearded brute.
These two kids were thieving in the village. I came to stop him.
He hadn't even finished his words
when the bearded man hoisted his cleaver high,
scaring Wang Ergo into dropping to a squat on the spot,
his legs quaking like leaves.
Terrified one slip would impale him on that blade and end him.
I don't give a damn who you are. This village is my turf now, Zhao Sandao's domain. If you wanna slink out of here in one piece, hand over the grain and leave this woman behind. If you wanna linger in the village, just cough up the silver.
Zhao Sandao's gaze skimmed over Jiang Yimian,
landing squarely on Auntie Zhang. Jiang Yimian breathed a silent sigh of relief. For their disguise just then, her face slathered with that deliberate coat of mud,
while the filthy Auntie Zhang drew his pointed glare.
She was boiling with fury inside.
You lot of bandits! I'm a native of Apricot Blossom Village, so you better clear off. And now you're shaking us down for silver. Pay!
This was his first time fleeing the famine. On top of hiding out in the mountains these past few days, he had no clue what was happening out there. He just figured they were ordinary displaced refugees passing through.
Apricot Blossom Village.
What apricot blossom village? Ain't no apricot blossom village here. This here is Big Brother Zhao's coral stronghold. This is the first time I've heard anyone try to chase us off. We've fled all the way from Tianlou Mansion. Who hasn't bolted in terror at the sight of us? You're the first fool gutsy enough to stand up to us like this. Looks like you're begging for a quick end.
With that, the man hoisted his machete, lunging toward Mrs. Zhang, her legs buckling in sheer terror. As she crumpled straight to the dirt,
Enough now. Don't go scaring 'em half to death. We've been on the road, non-stop these days, and I ain't in the mood for blood today. You lot hand over the silver and grain, then get the hell out of here.
No, I can't. I can't go. That is my husband. I gotta stay with my husband.
Wang Ergo's legs went even weaker with fright, wishing he could lunge forward and tear Mrs. Zhang limb from limb. That idiot saw Zhao Sandao for real, frowning as he turned his gaze on him, with a flicker of murder in his eyes.
Zhao! Big Brother Zhao! Why, yeah, she is my wife, sure enough. But if Big Brother Zhao takes a fancy to her, I'll leave her behind to warm your bed. I'm out of here, right now!
Hold it! Since you're all from Apricot Blossom Village, you all stay put.
He hadn't planned on laying a hand on these folks, but these blind fools just had to push his limits, so they'll all stick around until the day he feels like some killing, then hack him down to let off steam. When Wang Ergo heard this, he instantly panicked, having not yet figured out how to escape. But Jiang Yimian sensed the danger and stepped forward ahead of him, speaking in a low, hoarse voice.
We're not from this village. We were just passing through, hoping to scrounge up something to eat. But all we found were some seeds. If you gentlemen want them, my brother and I will leave them behind.
Seeing they were indeed just seeds, they disdainfully stepped back. Why carry so many seeds while fleeing the famine? Can you even eat them? Sure enough, just two little brats who can't even run for their lives properly. Zhang Shi overheard this, and her eyes widened in horror, wanting to cry out in protest, but fearing she'd make things worse. She clamped her mouth shut. Zhao Sandao instantly lost interest.
Go on, get lost. Scrim, treating a handful of seeds like treasure. If it weren't for looking after my big brother and being in a generous mood today, you'd be left here to rot and die.
With that, he waved them dismissively aside, dragging Gu Sheng as they hurried out of the village. The moment Wang Ergo saw the two kids bolt, he grew frantic.
Hey, Big Brother Zhao, could you let me go too? I swear, I won't cause you any trouble. I don't want this woman anymore. Please just spare me.
Wang Ergo, you heartless, spineless wretch, throwing even your own wife to the wolves. What kind of man are you? I'm gonna beat you to death today.
Big Brother Zhao, this silver hairpin was the one thing my mother left me. It ought to fetch a few taels of silver. So please, for the sake of this hairpin, just let me go.
Back in the days of Tianyue Prefecture, trinkets like this wouldn't have caught his eye at all. But then war broke out, and their mountain stronghold was scattered by the rebel troops. All their gold, silver, and jewels were stripped away by those marauders, desperate to save their skins. They naturally couldn't carry much on their desperate flight. Few of the stronghold's brothers are left now. So on the road, they can only scavenge scraps from these wretched refugees. These days, even a handful of loose silver is cause for gratitude, and this hairpin's a decent price.
Since you're from Apricot Blossom Village, then stick around and lend us a hand. As long as your wife keeps her head down and stays out of trouble, I won't touch her.
They'd only just arrived in the village, and knew little of the surrounding terrain. If they hoped to pitch camp here, they'd need a local to show the way. This place is off the beaten path. Endless mountains loom behind the village. Nowhere to hide in the hamlet itself, but they could always slip into the hills, now and then snatching a few things from travelers on the road, making it a fine spot to set up camp. After months of grueling flight, they were bone-tired. And if they kept running, who knew how many more brothers might perish? The very thought of throwing in with this crew made him want to voice more objections.
Don't mistake kindness for weakness. Without you lot, we'll just take a little extra time. If you won't help my big brother, then you'll rot in the grave with the rest of those refugees.
IT scared Wang Ergo into frantic nods, afraid to utter another word. Meanwhile, on the other side,
Jiang Yimian and Gou Sheng slipped out of the village, taking a long detour along the winding path up the mountain in a frantic haste, pressing on for a full hour, convinced at last that the villagers couldn't catch up anytime soon. Before the pair finally caught their breath in the shade, munching on their dry biscuits, reflecting on the horrors they'd faced in the village, a cold shiver crept down their spines.
111. Sister, Mian. Wang Ergo and the others. They'll pull through, right?
Jiang Yimian couldn't say for sure if those two would live or die, and simply shook her head. Her thoughts turned instead to the shadowy origins of Zhao Sandao's gang. Piecing it together carefully, the things that band had let slip made the situation feel all too prickly. Those outlaws had fled from Tianyue Prefecture, which meant that right from the outbreak of the war, they'd been roaming the wilds like ghosts. From Tianyang Prefecture to Jincheng Prefecture, that grueling stretch of road alone would take any soul at least 5 months to cross, and to have survived the famine-ravaged trails for 5 months without a scratch, arriving here whole, marked them as no harmless wanderers, that is for certain, and she'd caught those men muttering about the mountain tiger stronghold, which all but confirmed they were hardened mountain bandits, who'd carved their bloody path here by raiding and slaughtering refugees along the way. If they were merely laying low here for a spell, it might not spell disaster. A few days at most, and they'd be on their way again. But if they aimed to hunker down in the village and pitch their camp, then trouble would follow like a shadow. Not just the roadside drifters or Wang Ergo and his wife, but even folk like us hiding in these hills would face grave peril.
Cut. Hurry back up the mountain. Tell everyone about this. Those coming up the mountain this time mean trouble.
Wang Feng, Qin Feng, Liu Xiaoyun looked up and saw the two kids stumbling back from down the mountain.
You two kids went down the mountain, and now you've got the whole village on edge. Your mothers have been waiting here for half an hour.
There is a gang down at the foot of the mountain grabbing stuff. They've kept Wang Ergo and his wife down there as hostages.
The moment he said that, everyone froze for a second.
Refugees showing up. That is nothing new. Maybe Wang Ergo just didn't want to stick around up here anymore.
Even if he chooses to live down there, at least he won't be eyeing our food supplies all the time.
Yeah, that young couple. They're sharp as tacks. Staying down there must be part of some scheme of theirs. They won't come out on the losing end. We shouldn't even bother with them.
That pair's always up to petty thieving, born lazybones. So heading down the mountain now, probably cause they can't scrounge any more food up here. Seeing no one was taking it seriously, Gou Sheng grew anxious.
No, those guys had cleavers in their hands. They forced Wang Ergo's wife to stay behind, and demanded we hand over our grain, or they'd kill us.
Only then did panic finally set in among the group.
Gou Sheng, tell us exactly what happened down there.
Gou Sheng quickly recounted everything that went down in Apricot Blossom Village, especially those men brandishing their wood-chopping knives. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats, until they heard how those men spotted they were just kids, with no food on them, and let the pair go. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief.
Elder Liu, I told them the folks back in the village aren't ones to be trifled with. They said they'd fled all the way from Tiang Mansion on account of the famine.
The moment old Liu heard they hailed from Tiang Mansion, his face drained of color. Though he toiled away in the fields day in and day out, he also peddled the grain down in town and had caught wind of the chaos it all kicked off in Tiang Mansion. For those folks to make it all the way from such a distant place, they must have some brutal tricks up their sleeves.
How many souls are left in the village now, you reckon?
Gou Sheng shook his head.
Including their ringleader. We crossed paths with 6 strapping young toughs. Any other folks lingering in the village, we couldn't say.
At those words, everyone fell silent, hearts sinking with dread for the peril up on the mountain. There were once 6 families holed up on the mountain, but Wang Ergo and his missus had gone down, leaving just 5 behind. And if those 6 all came charging up here, what could a ragged bunch of old-timers, womenfolk, and invalids do to fend them off? Wouldn't we be nothing but sitting ducks waiting to die?
No worries. This mountain path is rough and hard to navigate, unless you're someone used to trekking these paths. After a few hours of that, they'd be plumb worn out without a scrap of strength left. So wouldn't it be a cinch for us to take them down? Besides, we've got over a dozen able-bodied folks right here on the mountain. What have we got to fear from just 6 men?
No fear. No fear. Oldman Son's got it right. We shouldn't go scaring ourselves like this.
Exactly. Those men let their dog loose, but still let Sheng and Yimian, the 2 kids, slip away, so they can't be real outlaws. If we just plead with a bit when the time comes, we are bound to get away scot-free.
But Jiang Yikmian hesitated, words catching in his throat. Those men's tempers are as fickle as the weather. They'll kill on a whim if the mood strikes. If we cross paths with them, it won't be near as easy to slip away. He and Gou Sheng only got away clean today, purely by sheer luck. 'Cause all those men's focus was glued to Widow Zhang, so they had no time to bother with a couple of young uns.
Enough of that fool talk. Let's hear what Yimian has to say. I reckon those men down below
are mountain bandits, so we'd best not tangle with them head-on. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled these next few days. Best to station some folks to patrol the surroundings, while the rest of us hightail it out quick.
Scout out a new hideout. That is our smartest move right now. As long as we burrow deep in the mountains, even if those bandits from below try to track us, it'll be no easy feat.
But the deep woods teem with savage beasts and wild critters. We might evade the men from down the mountain, but these brutes, no dodging them. What if those mountain folk don't make it up here by then, and we end up tiger chow or wolf fodder first?
Yeah, and those men ain't even stormed up here yet. For all we know, they don't even realize we're holed up in these hills. So why the rush to up and leave?
That makes sense. Those folks down there didn't even know anyone was living up on the mountain. We just need to stay sharp as long as they don't spot us. Besides, this spot's so out of the way, they might just hole up here a few more days and move on. No sense risking our necks in the deep woods.
You two aren't truly spooked by those folks down the hill, are you? Scared. From now on, stay hunkered down in the shack and don't show your faces, lest you jump clean out of your skins.
Enough of that. It is my own fault too. I lost my wits just now, letting you two little rascals scare me half to death. It is getting late. Finish your grab and let's all turn in.
Elder Liu. Sister Yicotton and I aren't fibbing. Those men down the mountain are real trouble, nothing to trifle with. If they ever make it up here, we're done for, sure as shooting.
He mulled it over for a good long while, before turning to his son beside him and saying,
Later on, come with me to block the mountain path. Over the next few days, keep a sharp watch on what is happening below, and raise the alarm with everyone the moment something's up.
Jiang Yimian lay on the bed, but his heart was still uneasy. The villagers didn't want to venture deep into the mountains, and he understood that. After all, if they ran into something like a herd of wild boars, a dozen lives wouldn't even be enough to pick those beasts' teeth. Even if he pounded his chest and swore to keep the villagers safe, they wouldn't buy it. Truth be told, he wasn't even fully confident he could protect them all. What if he ran into more who wouldn't listen? Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't cover everyone. That usual mountain path they'd take was blocked now, but the woods were full of hidden trails no one could fully seal off. The best bet was keeping word from getting out down below that folks were still up here. Unlike outsiders who'd just turn back if they lost the trail, but with Wang Er go around, that was no sure thing. It all hinged on that slippery snake's conscience. Farming would have to wait, it seemed. First things first, find a hidden safe spot to hole up. That was the only real path forward. The next morning at dawn, he skirted around the woods. And he lingered a bit near the Liu family's shacks, seeing how the others were all on edge, with Liu Daiyong patrolling the area now and then. He could tell these folks talked tough, but deep down, they were just as scared as anyone. If they actually crossed paths with people from below, it'd be a dead end. He was just about to head out when he spotted plumes of cooking smoke rising from the village down the mountain. It sent a chill straight through him. Xinhua village had a good 200 souls, roughly over 30 households by his quick count, making it one of the bigger ones around these parts. So many folks to feed. That proves there's gotta be plenty of people down in the village. Even if each household's just a couple, there'll still be at least 20-some down at the foot of the mountain. Looks like those 6 I spotted yesterday ain't the whole lot. If those 20-odd folks down there set their sights on the hill up here, no matter how tough he is, he couldn't shield everyone. Might even struggle to keep his own ama and the little ones, Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan, safe. Right now, the priority's finding a spot to hunker down and hide. Ain't in the mood to keep watching no more. So he heads straight for the next hill over. These past few days, he has scoured this hill near to death, but hasn't turned up a single cave fit for hiding in. Looks like he'll have to try somewhere else. Just poke around other spots. Day after day, Jiang Yimian keeps ranging between the hills, hoping against hope for a secret cave where his family could hole up. After all those days, Jiang Yimian still hasn't found a trace of any cave, but he does stumble on a few rabbit burrows. Snags 5 or 6 wild rabbits, big and small, to take home. And the 2 little ones are over the moon. They chow down on the big one and keep the little ones to raise up. Spotting Jiang Yimian heading out again.
Sis, you going rabbit hunting again? I'll tag along with Ya. I know how to sniff out rabbit holes real good. We'll bag a whole mess of them for sure. Bring them back for some fine rabbit stew.
Xiao Yi used to scour the fields for rabbit burrows with the other village kids, and he'd found them a few times before. But sadly, all that rabbit meat ended up going straight into Grandma and Grandpa's bellies. But now, it is a whole different story. If Xiao Yi catches a rabbit these days, it is the whole family that gets to savor it. These past few days, he has been devouring rabbit meat left and right, like those fiery mala rabbit heads, braised rabbit in rich sauce, or hearty mushroom stewed rabbit. Every dish, an absolute treat. Just the thought of those flavors has him drooling uncontrollably. Jiang Yimian's mouth twitched involuntarily, as if hunting rabbits was some grand adventure for him. He'd been at it non-stop for days, his legs aching like they'd give out any second, and to top it off, not a single catch to show for it. It nearly shattered his resolve. So he decided today was for resting up and keeping an eye on things down below.
All right then, I'll take you to scout out those burrows.
Xiao Yi's eyes lit up the moment he spotted the woods, plucking wild greens along the way, gathering mushrooms here and there, and poking around for rabbit holes. He was having the time of his life, and in no time his basket was overflowing. Only then did he peer down toward the village, which seemed calm enough for the day, but there was a telltale hum of activity that couldn't be ignored. He could plainly sense the crowd had grown even larger inside. He figured it was from ambushing travelers and refugees to beef up their numbers. With that thought, he turned his gaze away. Judging by this, Zhao Sandao was dead set on setting up camp right here. First, they'd waylay passing refugees for their food, while scooping up recruits to build their strength. Then hit up nearby villages for looting sprees, locking into an endless loop of plunder. If only there were no war, the court will surely learn of the situation here soon enough, and dispatch troops to wipe out the bandits. But right now, the court is overwhelmed with its own troubles. Zhao Sandao's focus is squarely on those passing refugees, or the lingering wealthy merchants in the surviving villages and towns, so they won't turn their greedy eyes to the mountain just yet. That means they can breathe easy for a spell. Having sized up that the dangers down below aren't quite so pressing, he felt a whole lot lighter on his feet, now in the mood to take in the lush, vibrant greenery all around him. Aside from the weeds blanketing the hillsides, he spotted quite a few hidden gems. Several stalks of wild onions stubbornly thriving amid the weeds, and a few more with fresh green leaves, topped with bright red fruits that sparked a quiet thrill in him. After all this time, holed up in the mountains, it was the first time he'd ever spotted Zhuyu. Both are renowned Chinese herbs, packing a spicy, tongue-tingling punch, much like Sichuan peppercorns, that could easily sub in for chilies over these mountain days. Our stock of seasonings had dwindled to almost nothing, especially the dried chilies. But for a spice fiend like me, meals have started tasting downright bland. So stumbling upon that Zhuyu put a real smile on his face. He plucked a generous handful of those ruby red Zhuyu fruits and stashed them in his basket. Then gingerly uprooted a whole Zhuyu plant, scooping up the tender green branches, leaves, and even the roots below. He figured he'd take it back and plant it for the long haul, noticing the day was wearing on. Time to round up Xiao Yi and head back. But just as he turned,
Zijie, look, I caught a rabbit. Pretty awesome, huh?
The two of them scampered home, all grins and glee. A few more days drifted by, with calm holding steady both up on the mountain and down below. The villagers had no plans to head up the mountain, bringing a wave of relief to those who'd been living in fear for days on end. Liu Dayong quit patrolling the area around our shack and went back to handling his own chores. Jiang Yimian finally discovered a cave today, a few hills away from his shack. It takes 2 hours to get there, but if he is traveling with others, stopping and starting while carrying supplies, it would take at least 3 hours. The path winds through several impenetrable dense forests and scales multiple steep slopes. Without the marks he made along the way, he might not even find his way back home. Gazing at the cave before him, deeply shrouded in weeds, Jiang Yimian felt genuinely pleased. Nestled deep in the mountains, surrounded by dense woods and rugged hillsides, if not for his keen eyes and meticulous attention, he never would have spotted this cave at all. Finding this place isn't easy, let alone with the entrance overgrown by shrubs and weeds taller than a person. He carefully parted the weeds and shrub branches before stepping inside. The cave was quite spacious, with a ceiling soaring over 3 meters high. Just inside the entrance stood a massive 2-meter-long boulder. Jiang Yimian surmised that this cave had once served as a den for large wild beasts, likely abandoned when the beasts moved on. There were no signs of recent animal activity. He scanned the area thoroughly once more, confirming the cave was secure, before finally exhaling in relief. From his storage space, he retrieved the pots, pans, and bowls he'd scavenged from town, along with some rice and flour. He also unpacked frozen goods like pork belly and chicken, grain sieves, winnowing baskets, bag baskets, and other everyday essentials. He even tucked a few bolts of cloth and sets of ready-made clothes into the baskets. With everything in place, he prepared to head out. But suddenly, I spotted a hidden opening behind that large boulder, an entrance to the cave, obscured by a protruding outcrop of the wall. I'd overlooked it just moments ago in my haste, completely missing this concealed entrance. If something dangerous were lurking inside this cave, I might already be in serious trouble by now. After a wave of regret washed over me, I drew the small dagger with its curved hook and shone my flashlight toward the entrance, ensuring nothing was lurking within. Only then did I approach. The entrance before me was narrow, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. If I wanted to settle here safely, I'd naturally need to scout the surrounding terrain thoroughly, even if dangers lurked nearby. Being alone would make them easier to handle. With that in mind, I stepped inside. The cave itself held nothing remarkable, save for its cramped confines and its unexpectedly great length. I'd been walking for nearly half an hour before finally spotting the end. Dazzling light streamed in from the exit, bathing the entire cavern in brightness. The sudden expanse of view brought an immediate wave of relief, and the stifling frustration from trudging that narrow path finally melted away as I took in the vista before me. Beneath his feet lies a patch of soft, loamy soil, unlike the rocky gravel around the shack, which is poor for growing crops. This flat expanse, however, would be ideal for planting, but right now it is a thick, verdant forest, not to mention the unusually dense undergrowth carpeting the ground. To farm here, they'd first have to clear all these trees, and that looks like a massive undertaking. Jiang Yimian circles the forest once more, realizing this woodland sits in a natural depression, enclosed by steep hillsides and sheer cliffs, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to stumble upon. They could hide here till the end of time. No one would ever find them. If they settled here, it would be safe, and arable too, far safer than their current perch on the mountaintop. He needs to tell his family. As for the others, if they want to come along, he won't stand in their way. After all, these are living souls at stake. Jiang Yimian inspects the area thoroughly once more. Finding no signs of beasts prowling about, he scatters worm powder at the 2 cave entrances to mask their openings, then hurries back to the shack.
Sister's back!
You must be starving. Come eat. What kept you out so long today?
I've found a cave, hidden away, deep in the woods, safer than this place. We should move there tomorrow.
The bandits down the mountain aren't focused up here right now, but who knows when they might turn their eyes this way. Better to relocate, sooner rather than later. Only now does Wang Fengqin realize what her daughter has been up to.
All right, we'll follow Yimian's lead. We'll head there tomorrow.
The mountains have indeed been fairly safe these past few days. But after hearing Yimian mention that day that the folks down below aren't to be trusted, Wang Fengqin has been gripped by unease these past few days, recalling the old folks' tales of famine and flight, fearing that gang at the foot of the mountain might storm up here to burn, kill, and plunder. Now there is a good spot to hunker down and hide, though we might run into some wild beasts, but Yimian figures humans are the real terror. Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuaner, of course, followed their big sister sled, and the moment they heard we were leaving, they nodded right away in agreement, then turned and dashed into the shack to pack their little bundles.
Yimian, as you head into those deep woods, you all be extra careful. If you spot a wild beast, just run for it. Don't try to fight it head on. We're staying put. Things are safe enough around here anyway, and we've got sick folks at home. We just can't take the strain anymore.
Chen Tiju's legs throbbed worse after that last trip up the mountain, and if he had to trek for hours more, she feared her husband might really come to harm. Plus, she is expecting. She simply couldn't handle rushing along such a grueling mountain path again. Gousheng's still so young, and she can't manage him alone. Those two truly can't endure any more upheaval. Jiang Yimian didn't press them further. Their situation was indeed far from promising, and forcing the journey might lead to some unforeseen trouble for which he couldn't take responsibility. As for the rest, they probably wouldn't want to hike such a long mountain trail either, since it is safest here for now. While the path to the cave holds all sorts of unknown perils, the next morning at dawn, Jiang Yimian and the others had a simple breakfast and began packing up, planning to set off. Seeing they were really leaving, Lu Xiaoyun had tears welling up in her eyes and came over to help them pack.
Xiaoyun, since you don't want to come with us to that cave, then in a few days you should move in with Old Man Liu and the others. Just the three of you left here. It is too risky if trouble comes.
Before, with them around, you could all look out for each other. But now that they're gone, it is just you and your family. Jiang Yimian overheard voices from inside the shack and figured she'd go let the others know she'd only taken a few steps. When she spotted Gousheng nearby, squatting on the ground, glumly yanking at the weeds.
Can't bear to see us go. That place isn't far at all. I've marked the whole path along the way, so if you ever want to come find us, just follow the signs. But don't you go telling anyone about those marks. You hear?
Those marks are to keep from getting lost, but now they've got other uses too.
All right, Sister Yimian, I'll come visit when I get the chance.
She was just turning to go, when faint curses drifted over,
seeming to come from old Master Liu's direction. No telling what was going on.
Jiang Yimian assumed it was just some squabble between the families, as she approached the cluster of shacks.
I'm just asking for a bit of grain, that is all. It is not like it is a big ask. You all know what is happening down the mountain by now, right? All I need is one word from you, and you won't be able to stay up here anymore.
You shameless cur! You dare threaten us! Have you forgotten you're from Apricot Blossom Village too? Leaking the boots of those thugs. I wasn't gonna say it. You're still asking us for a bit of grain now. Are you out of your mind?
Just say if you're giving it or not. If not, I'll head down the mountain right now and spill your whereabouts, so that gang comes up here and loots your stuff. By then, it won't be me keeping things calm. There'll be blood.
Better to hand it over to those bandits than to him. That slut Zhang crawled into some other guy's bag. He is got no ties holding him back now anyway. Grab the grain, stash it away, and if he spots trouble with that gang down below, he can just bolt with it. As for Old Man Liu and the rest, he never really meant to rat them out to Zhao Sandao. That guy's paranoia runs deep. If he mentioned folks still hiding up here, he might just send his men straight up to hack them down. Then his own lie about not getting out of the village in time would fall apart, and he'd catch a brutal beating himself. What a lousy deal that'd be. No way he'd go for it.
I'll beat you to death, you shameless bastard.
With Old Man Sun's first strike, the others piled on fast, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on Wang Ergou. They beat him till he crumpled to the ground, begging for mercy.
Oh, I was wrong. Dear fellow villagers, I swear on my life, I won't breathe a word. Ouch! Stop beating me! Whoa, say a thing. You, please, just let me go.
Enough, everyone. Stop. No more hitting.
At those words, the crowd finally backed off. Wang Ergou, seeing his chance, scrambled up from the dirt and bolted into the nearby woods, scared shitless.
Mr. Liu, Wang Ergou knows the way up the mountain. Today, he got another thrashing from you all. He is surely nursing a grudge now. He might just lead the villagers up here. How about you all come with me and leave? It is not safe here anymore.
After spending these days together, she could sense the kindness and simplicity of the folks up here. Every family has its own hardships, yet they live on resiliently. She didn't want to stand by and watch a dozen lives perish like this.
If he dares show up again, I'll break his damn legs. And now he is threatening us. Young girl, If you're scared, then go ahead and leave on your own. I'm not going anywhere anyway. You might not find a place to settle before getting devoured by wolves. And then no one will come to your rescue.
He didn't believe Wang Ergo would dare bring anyone up here. But the deep woods are another story. Those beasts won't show any mercy. The others felt the same way. If Wang Ergo truly wanted to reveal their location to the villagers below, he wouldn't have come up here alone today. After this thrashing today, that scoundrel probably won't dare show his face up here again.
Say, young girl, this forest is vast and deep, and you don't understand it. The dangers inside are beyond count. There is no truly safe spot anywhere. Why not stay and hide out with us for a bit? Wait till the chaos of war blows over.
As a boy, he once witnessed a village hunter mauled by a tiger in the mountains, lost a leg, covered in blood, utterly horrifying. From that day, he swore he'd never venture deep into the mountains. Seeing she couldn't persuade anyone, Young Girl fell silent and said nothing more, telling them, these days, it is best to keep sending out patrols. And then he just up and left, having said all there was to say. So if trouble strikes down the line, he can sleep with a clear conscience. But shortly after his departure, the two folks hidden in the woods slipped quietly down the mountain as well. Only then did Jiang Yimian sling her basket over her shoulder, pick up the bundle, and head out with Wang Fengqin and the others, weaving through several dense thickets along the way. At the start, Wang Fengqin and the rest were still on edge, fearing they might stumble upon some wild beast, but before long they eased up. Save for the occasional bird calls echoing around, they hadn't crossed paths with a single creature. Gradually, the tension melted away from the group. Little Ono and Noanner skipped along the trail, marveling at how their bug-repellent powder had held up. After sprinkling it just the day before, which had truly kept the snakes, rats, bugs, and ants at bay, the group had trekked for nearly 2 hours, sweat pouring down their faces from the strain, with still a short stretch left of last year's familiar path. So she called them to a dry clearing to sit and rest, and grab a quick meal. They each tucked into a wild veggie meat pie, washed it down with some water, and soon felt fully sated. Sensing they'd rested enough, they shouldered their packs and set off once more. They'd reckoned on 3 full hours, but with their stops and starts along the way, they reached the cave in just 2.5. In these recent days, Wang Fengqin's health had mended greatly. She wasn't nearly as frail. Wu Yong and Jiang Yimian, hauling the bundles, had pushed through the entire journey unbroken. On the way, Jiang Yimian mentioned that he'd found plenty of useful stuff in the cave, including grain, cloth, and all sorts of things, so everyone could relax a bit, without fretting over what to eat. It got them so hopeful that the moment they stepped inside the cave, the 2 little ones lit up with excitement.
Mom, sis, look at all this yummy meat!
The little girl pointed at the goodies in the basket, grinning so wide her eyes turned to slits.
Yeah, so much meat. What do you want to eat tonight, little Noanner? Sis'll whip it up for you.
I wanna eat that.
After mulling it over, in the end, Jiang Yimian decided she'd make chicken legs for the 2 little ones tonight.
Yeah. Choose 2 striped 6. Little mare loves them.
But what if Sis's chicken legs don't turn out tasty?
Sis makes everything delicious, and Little Mare adores it all.
No matter if it is that guanyin tofu from before, or the spicy rabbit heads later on, or the braised rabbit meat, he loves every bite. Sis cooks it all so perfectly. Wang Fengqin busied herself unpacking their things, while dusting off the old sieves scattered around the cave, just marveling at their good fortune. Not only stumbling on this cave, but scoring all this food, too. Jiang Yimian stepped out for a bit, gathered a heap of firewood, and on the way back, pulled out that wooden bed frame from her space, hauling it over to rest on the big flat rock deep inside.
Speak of the devil, I was just thinking how chilly the cave might get, and wouldn't it be great if we had a bedboard? And here you bring one right away. Where'd you even find this?
Well, I just went out to scout around, spotted it outside. Figured it'd make a perfect bedboard, so I hauled it back. There is quite a bit of dirt and dust on it. Mom, you should wipe it down first.
Due to the dim light, he couldn't quite make it out at first, until Jiang Yimian lit a fire in the cave. Only then did he stare at the bedboard and ask Yimian in confusion.
Why does this bedboard look just like the one Gao Sheng helped make?
I thought it looked familiar earlier. Now that we've wiped the dust off with a rag, it looks even more familiar. Jiang Yimian thought to himself, you really are getting on in years. Your eyesight isn't what it used to be. Huh, isn't this the old one from before? He quickly changed the subject.
Mom, I think it is still early, so I'll check if there is any water source nearby. I'll fetch some for tonight.
Jiang Yimian casually held him back, wanting to check on Xiaoyi too. He grabbed the wooden bucket and headed out of the cave with them. No way. If Xiaoyi went to look too, he'd cling to this and not let go. And if he really had to explain it later, he really wouldn't be able to explain it clearly.
Sister, why isn't there any guanyin zen on this mountaintop? We won't be able to have that guanyin tofu anymore, will we?
It has been days since he last had it. He has been craving it something fierce. He has been scanning around the whole way. Jiang Yimian paid no mind to Xiaoyi's words, focused solely on searching for water nearby. The last time discovering that paradise inside the cave was just too astonishing. She'd been so absorbed in checking if there was water inside that she'd forgotten all about the outside. But getting inside would take another half hour or so, and she really didn't feel like going in, especially that narrow path. It really made her uncomfortable. She'd wait until tomorrow, after resting up, then go tell the family about it.
Hey, sis, look at that hilltop. Is that guanyin tea? The whole hillside seems covered in it. Take a quick look.
Yeah, that is guanyin tea. All right, how do you know that?
Yep, I'm pretty sharp.
That kid's got an incredible memory. Every time someone shows him a wild green or mushroom, Ono memorizes it with just one glance, and he never brings back the wrong stuff. He has got real potential for school.
Once I start earning some money, I'll send you off to study. What do you say?
No way. I'm not going to school.
With that, he grabbed the bucket and dashed to the stream. Grandpa and Grandma always say how cousin drained all their savings on his studies, and he doesn't want to do the same to our family. All he wants is to stay with Mom, Sis, and the little sis together as a family. Anyway, it is too soon to worry about that now. Right now, just surviving in these mountains is what matters most. After fetching the water, they gathered plenty of guanyin firewood leaves. By now, dusk had fallen outside, so they headed straight to make dinner. While no one was looking, Jiang Yimian sneaked a piece of beef from her space. She diced some potatoes and stewed them with the beef. Under Jiang Yimian's guidance, Wang Fengqian whipped up a crystal-clear plate of guanyin tofu.
That is incredible. How is this so amazing?
Sis is just that awesome.
Back in the organization during training, the words she heard most were not good enough. Too weak, she'd gotten used to it. But here, she hears constant praise from her loved ones every moment. That battered heart of hers is starting to heal, bit by bit. In the evening, Jiang Yimian had specially steamed some rice. The fresh, fragrant rice melted in his mouth, stirring up a deep sense of nostalgia. She'd also simmered a pot of potatoes with beef and tossed a plate of shepherd's purse salad on the side, along with a plate of savory guanyin tofu. It left everyone stuffed to the brim, with more dishes than they could handle. Jiang Yimian skipped making the chicken legs, and simply told Liang Xiaoji they'd do it another day.
It smells amazing. I haven't had rice in years. And this meat is so tender and flavorful. It doesn't even taste like pork.
Ever since Dad went missing, it has been nothing but watery gruel every day, or mush made from foraged greens. Eat too much, and Grandma would scold us. He just felt like life now was even better than before, with full bellies at every meal, and treats we'd never even dreamed of tasting.
From now on, I'll make sure you all get to enjoy rice at every single meal.
Sister, what kind of meat is this? It smells incredible.
Wang Fengqian looked equally puzzled, her eyes turning curiously to Jiang Yimian. Of course, Jiang Yimian couldn't admit it was beef. After all, to everyone around them, cattle were for plowing the fields, the family's precious livelihood.
No one would dream of eating it, especially something pulled from who knows where in that basket.
After dinner, they did a quick rinse and headed straight to bed. Since this cave is so secluded, Jiang Yimian deliberately sealed the entrance once more, and even scattered insect-repellent powder all around it. Their hearts now felt much more at ease, no longer gripped by the constant fear of lurking dangers as before, and he himself sank into the deepest slumber. Until he finally stirred awake when the sun hung high in the sky. Xiao Nuanger and Xiao Yi were tending to the rabbits nearby, while Wang Fengqian busied herself cutting cloth, having discovered some fabric in the cave the day before, and she had promised to sew clothes for everyone. Porridge simmered gently over the fire, seasoned with a touch of oil and salt. along with chopped wild greens and bits of pork, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. After a simple breakfast, Jiang Yimin led Wang Fengqin and the others along the narrow path to that hidden peach blossom haven. They hadn't fully believed his words at first, until they squeezed through the cramped trail and gazed upon the wondrous scene unfolding before them, their eyes widening in sheer amazement. They now stood in a sheltered hollow, enclosed by towering hillsides and sheer cliffs, with a lush, verdant forest stretching out ahead, the air alive with the cheerful chatter of birds, punctuated now and then by the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. Wang Fengqin trembled with emotion, and upon hearing the soil was perfect for growing crops, her excitement swelled even further.
Wonderful. Just wonderful. With fields to till, we'll never have to fear starvation again.
And this haven is so well concealed, they'll never stumble upon us easily. So we can settle here in peace and surely thrive. Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuer beamed with joy, and the moment they stepped out, they scampered through the woods, leaping and chasing after butterflies.
Mother, these next few days I'll get right to work, chopping down these trees, which will clear space for us to plant our crops. How many more rooms can we build?
Though there is a cave for shelter right now, the chill inside is piercing, and the light so dim. Staying there indefinitely would take a toll on our health, and he couldn't be sure it wouldn't leak in the rain. So putting up a few rooms would make life far more comfortable.
All right, Mom, I'm feeling much stronger these days, and I can pitch in to help you. We can take it slow without a worry. No need to rush.
These past few days, his spirits had lifted noticeably, and he could lend a hand with the work. Jiang Yimin listened, a gentle curve forming at the corners of his mouth, as he envisioned the peaceful, self-sufficient days to come, his heart swelling with quiet contentment. A few days slipped by, with Jiang Yimin and Wang Fengqin chopping trees and clearing grass in the little hollow, both utterly spent from the labor. As they surveyed the small patch of land they'd managed to clear, a sense of quiet helplessness settling in.
No need to fret. We'll take our time with it. The cave's just a tad dim, but otherwise it is perfectly fine, and staying there poses no real hardship.
We can't very well exhaust ourselves building a house, now can we? It wasn't impatience driving him, nor was the house building what wore him down. After all, his old training had been 100 times more demanding. He simply held back his full strength with Wang Fengqin so close by, not wanting to startle her. By now he'd regained most of his vigor, and he was weaving in deliberate exercises. Though not quite up to his peak, he was still far stronger than the average person. Yet, Wang Fengqin's words had gently nudged him to reflect that sheltering themselves wasn't the utmost priority just yet. That spot I found by the ditch last time, I've already cleared it up. All I need to do is loosen the soil, add some water, and I can sow the rice seeds. It is planting season right now. If I miss the window, we won't get any rice planted this year. No, I have to go find the path. See if I can still locate that plot. If I can't find it, then I'll have to hurry and chop down the trees in that little hollow. Clear out a patch to plant rice.
Mother's right. No rush to clear those trees. I'll go forage for some wild greens nearby and check things out. You all stay put. I'll be back for lunch.
She plunged straight into the narrow path and set off, Jiang Yimian with her basket on her back, sickle in hand, but instead of foraging, she headed toward the site of their old shack. She recalled the plot was quite a ways from the shack, over 2 hours' walk, but the exact route had slipped her mind a bit, so she'd have to hunt for the trail markers. Jiang Yimian had quick feet, and in just over an hour, she was back in the thick woods near the shack. She remembered this patch of woods well. It was some distance from where they'd lived before. The shack was still a ways off, at least half an hour's trek away. She remembered stumbling upon the ditch as she left this very forest back then. As she searched the woods for markers, she faintly caught the sound of cries, straining to listen to the sounds around her. Only the chattering of birds met her ears. Just as she wondered if she'd imagined it, a figure came stumbling into the woods, glancing frantically about the trees for something. The more frantic she grew, the harder it was to spot any markers. He was so frantic, he nearly burst into tears. It took a moment to realize that the figure was Gou Sheng.
Gou Sheng, what are you doing here?
Jiang Yimian stared at the disheveled figure before her, her heart skipping a beat. It was clear he'd been beaten. She rushed over to him at once.
And puffing. In the past year, those folks from down the mountain came raiding. Everyone in the village got thrashed. Blood everywhere. They've got my mom. What do we do? Sister Yimian, how do we get her out?
Just now, she shoved me out, told me to run. In his panic, he remembered the markers Sister Yimian had mentioned, so he followed those markers through the woods straight to her, realizing the trouble.
I'll go check it out. You follow the markers to find my mom and the others.
No, I'm coming with you.
She couldn't abandon her own mother. They'd been terrified just moments ago, desperate for someone to help. Deep down, they knew with Jiang Yimian there, they'd all make it out alive. She handed him her sickle, then hurried toward the shack with him in tow. The two raced along, reaching Gosheng's family shack in just half an hour. Chaos reigned in front of the shack.
Yeah, Mom, where are you?
A feeble voice called from inside the shack.
Hurry. Go bag little fish for help. The woods.
Only then did Jiang Yimian spot Chen Taizhu pinned beneath the collapsed shack. She told Gosheng to stand guard here, then headed into the nearby woods. Right then, from a thicket nearby, amid the underbrush, Liu Xiaoyun clutched her aching belly and kept backing away. Her face was etched with terror. The man's face twisted in lecherous glee, fumbling with his belt. As he lumbered toward Liu Xiaoyun,
Little miss, don't you fret. Big brother's gonna take good care of you real soon. That no good husband of yours probably ain't satisfied you in ages, eh? Make sure you scream nice and loud later, so Big Brother can hear every bit.
Her face beyond the terror burned with raw fury. Her hand groped blindly on the ground, fingers closing around a jagged stone. She swung it hard at the brute pinning her down. With a sickening thud, the man reeled, dazed from the blow.
You, filthy bitch! You goddamn slut! Don't make me drag you down! I'll fuck you till you drop dead!
He lunged to force his kiss, but a searing pain exploded at the back of his skull. Before he could even cry out, he crumpled face first to the dirt. Someone hauled Liu Xiaoyun to her feet.
Auntie, you all right?
We ain't got many folks left here, but plenty of them trust those bastards. Go check on things quick.
Jiang Yinian, spotting the dog, dashed in from the woods with the others, and gave a grim nod. Right then, in front of the cluster of shacks, Liu Dayong stared down the man closing in on him. His eyes blazed bloodshot red, his gaze dropping to the ground, where a few bodies lay dead or dying. He just gripped his hatchet tighter. These dogs slaughtered our king. He'd avenge his old man and every soul in the village. The man just scoffed, not giving him the time of day. They were refugees who'd fled all the way to Jincheng Prefecture, braving perils beyond count on the road, surviving hellish trials that break most men. Why waste a thought on some dirt-poor peasant like him? Brother Zhao down the mountain had taken pity and sheltered them. They get food and shelter. Just send them to wipe out the folks up on this mountain. They'll handle it clean and neat.
I killed you bastards! Your life for his.
Liu Dayong let out a roar and lunged straight at the group. One lanky bastard spotted Liu Daoyong charging in and swung his foot up to boot him square in the chest.
What a useless piece of shit. Earlier we brothers were betting on how many you take down. Who'd have thought you'd drop 0? So, what now? Craving revenge. Save it for your next life. Go join your old man down below. As for your wife and little girl, don't you worry. The boys, here'll look after 'em real good. Give 'em all the attention they deserve.
Zhao Shiner clutched her daughter tight. Watching the blood streaming down her man's face, she started to break free, desperate to run to him, but a wall of chopping knives blocked her path.
Husband!
That lanky prick shot a glance at Zhao Shiner, then reared back to stomp on Liu Dayong again. But just as he bent his knee, a dagger whistled out from the woods, burying itself deep in his calf. Pain twisted his face in an instant.
Oh, fuck. Where the hell did that bastard come from? Sneaking up on me like that? Must be sick of living.
He hadn't even finished snarling when Zhou Yinian's rock cracked his skull and dropped him cold. Watching their own brother drop dead right there, the refugees all lost their nerve for a second. But then they saw who'd thrown it. Just some girl. And just like that, they eased up.
Where this wild wench crawl out from? Daring to lay hands on us. Looks like you got a death wish.
Big brother, why waste words on that wild girl? Brothers, grab her right now. Take her back and give her a proper thrashing.
She only killed Brother Gao with a sneak attack just now. I refuse to believe we can't handle one little girl.
Jiang Yimin had no patience for their blather.
Come at me all together.
She intended to end it swiftly. The people on the ground have lost too much blood. It is uncertain if they can pull through. The men felt utterly humiliated and lunged at Jiang Yimin with their machetes. Jiang Yimin dodged with a swift dragon-head feint, her curved knife and dagger whirling furiously up and down in just a few deft maneuvers. The men around her collapsed to the ground in an instant. Zhao Shinger and the others stared in wide-eyed shock, while the little girl in her arms, seemingly frozen in terror, had her eyes light up faintly. Wow, this big sister's incredible.
You two, pack your things.
Zhao Shinger nodded vigorously, dragging her daughter into their shack.
Go check if anyone's still alive on the ground. We're leaving soon. Those bandits down the mountain won't let us get away with this. This place isn't safe anymore.
Liu Dayong trailed behind Jiang Yimian, examining the villagers on the ground, beaten by her to the brink of life and death. Jiang Yimin glanced at the blood-smeared old man cradled in the man's arms, then reached out to check his pulse, confirming no grave harm done.
Your dad's fine. Just fainted from the shock.
But Dad, there is so much blood.
That is not mine. It is someone else's.
As he opened his eyes, he saw his son sobbing uncontrollably.
What are you bawling about? Pack your things and get out of here. Quick!
Jiang Yimin went off to check on the others, where several bodies lay scattered across the ground, their bodies drenched in bright red blood. By the time they reached Gao Sheng's place, he'd already bundled up what little he had. Truth be told, there wasn't much to pack anyway. Their meager rations had long since dwindled to nothing, and after the chaos this morning, even less remained. Having narrowly escaped death, they were all in a state of panic now.
Where the hell are we supposed to go? Those bastards down the mountain. They were clearly out for blood. 10 of them came charging up here, all tough as nails.
At first, we figured they were just after our food, so he rushed to hand over his own stash. But those thugs didn't even glance at it, just kicked it over onto the dirt and hacked the others down with a few brutal strokes. That is when they realized the danger. They wanted to fight back, but it was too late. Those men were built like oxen, and they struck without mercy. No match for poor mud-legged peasants like us. He was so terrified, he passed out on the spot. When he came to again, the place was a total wreck. Jiang Yimin frowned as she listened.
10 of them, but only 9 bodies.
10 came up the mountain at first. Then all hell broke loose. One of them must have seen things going south and bolted.
Jiang Yimian 暗道 to herself. This is bad. The other one must have spotted me arriving and hightailed it down to sound the alarm. We can't stick around here anymore.
Let's move now. This place isn't safe for long.
The group had been trudging nonstop for 2 hours, but they'd barely covered half the distance. Seeing everyone drenched in sweat from sheer exhaustion, yet not one uttered a plea to stop. They were already the elderly and the frail, the wounded among them, drained of nearly all their strength. But watching young Jiang Yimian soldier on without a single complaint, even the wariest quickened their steps. They could only grit their teeth and press on.
Let's rest in the shade for a moment.
During the brief respite, Jiang Yimian checked Liu Dayong's head wound once more. Thankfully, it only looked alarming and posed no real threat. The others had suffered only superficial injuries. Only then did he pass around the water skin and 2 flatbreads from his basket.
You all eat something first.
He'd eaten that morning, so he wasn't hungry yet. The others, however, were utterly famished. The sight of food and water, prompting them to seize it and devour eagerly. Liu Daya nibbled silently on her flatbread, yet kept stealing glances at Jiang Yimin.
What is the matter? But the flatbread doesn't taste good.
It is quite tasty.
Then why do you keep staring at my sister?
Daya liked hearing the villagers whisper that Daya's mind was addled. Already 13 years old, yet her ways made her seem no more than 2 or 3. But he never saw her as foolish. Just a child forever trapped in innocence. That is not so bad. After a quarter-hour's rest, Jiang Yimian urged the group onward once more, trudging another nearly 2 hours. As twilight began to fall, they had finally reached the cave. Wang Fengqing fretted endlessly inside the cave, having ventured out to scan the horizon several times, and now spotting the weary figures trailing her daughter. This only surprised him a bit. After hearing about the tragedy at the shack, he was so furious his eyes turned red.
These refugees are utter scum. Those were living, breathing souls. hacked to death just like that.
Though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, from the survivor's bedraggled state, he could piece together the horror. It must have been a brutal fight.
It is all my fault. If only I'd insisted on dragging those two families along with you back then, none of this would have happened today.
It is all because he didn't think it through. It is also his fault for treating Yinian like a mere child, and not heeding his warnings. He figured the folks down the mountain were just ordinary refugees, who'd cough up some food at worst. Not that they'd actually take lives. The others harbored regrets deep in their hearts too, squatting silently on the ground, with none of the relief from a narrow escape. Sorrow enveloped them completely. After all, these were companions they'd shared every day with, cut down right before their eyes with a single stroke. It was too much for them to accept. Jiang Yinian said little. Yet for once, ripples stirred in his heart, a dread he couldn't fathom. If it had been Wang Fengqin collapsing like that right before him, he'd surely lose his mind, wouldn't he? At night, everyone had lost their appetite, except for preparing some simple food for the children. No one else touched their meals. It left everyone unable to eat, so they spread out bedding on the ground and turned in for a simple rest. One reason was sheer exhaustion, and the other was a complete lack of appetite. Those gruesome scenes lingered vividly in their minds, and Jiang Yimin, after a full day on the trail, was utterly spent. No sooner had his head hit the makeshift pillow than he was out, only to jolt awake in the dead of night. His ears caught the familiar crackle of the campfire, punctuated by the snores of his companions, yet he sensed the air in the cave growing warmer, though he couldn't tell if it was just his imagination. Slipping out alone from the cave, he immediately felt waves of hot air rushing toward him. Something felt off. He quickly pushed through the bushes beside the cave, leaping up in a few swift bounds to the towering pine that leaned nearby. From afar, he spotted thick plumes of smoke rising over the hills, a raging inferno devouring everything in its path. It looked poised to sweep toward them. It seemed to be the spot where they'd once pitched their shelters. A chill ran through him. This was bad. He vaulted down from the tree and rushed back into the cave to rouse the others.
Fire! Wake up! Quick! Wake up! It is on fire!
The moment they heard that, everyone jolted awake from their sleep and saw the cave was unscathed, with no flames visible outside.
Where is the fire breaking out? At Zhang Yatou's.
How come he didn't spot the ridge with a big shack? Upon hearing it was the shack site, a few of them let out a relieved breath.
It is so far, how could the flames reach us here?
Even so, Luo Kui felt something was off. We're deep in the mountains, remember? Trees blanketing every hillside. If that whole ridge catches fire, the blaze is sure to spread fast. It'll reach us here, sooner or later. The thought hit him.
All right, I'll go take a look.
The others hurried after him out of the cave, the group standing on the slope, gazing at a distant sky lit by the glow, trembling with fury.
These bandit scum actually torched the entire ridge. They must have realized we weren't holed up there and done it.
He never imagined they'd stoop to such ruthless depths just to claim our lives, burning down the mountain in the process. Jiang Yinian was caught off guard too, knowing full well the bandits wouldn't let them slip away easily, but not expecting them to set the mountain ablaze. Fair enough. Slaughtering 9 able-bodied men in one fell swoop. No ordinary adversaries. Once they couldn't bend to their will, so naturally they'd seek to wipe them out completely, leaving no loose ends.
What now? That fire'll reach us soon enough. How about we head down the mountain and get away fast?
We can still make it down now. Wait till the wildfire closes in, and even if we wanted to flee, we couldn't.
We're not going. I'm not leaving. Worst case, I'll just die right here. I've spent most of my life here. I'm not leaving.
If I wanted to go, I'd have left with those fleeing the famine from the start. Why would I wait till now? Liu Dayong was frantic, seeing his own father start fretting again, yet utterly powerless. The group was like ants on a hot pan, pacing frantically in circles, but they were helpless against the wildfire bearing down. Jiang Yimian glanced up at the overcast sky. If a sudden shower hits, the wildfire could be doused naturally.
Sigh. Young girl, no use staring at it. That rain ain't coming down.
Dark clouds are piling up overhead. They look thick as thieves. But come dawn, soon as the sun peeks out, those clouds will scatter like scared rabbits. But Jiang Yimian said nothing. Then glanced at the cave they'd been holing up in, carved into a little hillside, overgrown with weeds and scrub, the hill sloping out long and low. But from here, that little hollow was out of sight. Jiang Yimian had scouted the hilltop earlier, and sure enough, the hollow wasn't visible at all. Tucked away in a canyon, it seemed. So if they made it to that hollow, they ought to dodge this blaze.
Follow me to the hollow.
What is this hollow? Where even is it? If it is up on the mountain, how is it gonna shield us from the wildfire?
Hurry, hurry, keep up, quick.
Ever since he'd seen Jiang Yimian take down 9 burly men with his own eyes, he'd stopped seeing her as some clueless little girl. She was his lifesaver after all. Whatever she said, he had to trust, even if it meant they couldn't outrun the wildfire. He'd accept his fate.
Grab the food. Leave everything else behind.
First off, that passage was cramped and tight. Locking gear would make it a nightmare to squeeze through. Second, he figured the stuff in the cave wouldn't burn anyway. But he wasn't about to let their precious rations go up in smoke. Hearing Jiang Yimian lay it out like that, the group reluctantly dropped the rest and started bundling up the food. By now, they fully trusted the young woman standing before them. There is a subtle air of treating her as the leader.
Mother, you, Xiao Yi, and Little Pony, take the lead and guide them to the small depression. Wuduan brings up the rear.
The others exchanged glances, then hurried to catch up. Jiang Yimian cast one last glance at the items in the cave. The composure she had spoken of earlier, yet he couldn't quite shake his unease, now that everyone had gone. He swiftly stored all the items from the cave into his storage space, figuring it wouldn't hurt either way. Just in case they all got lost, they'd have nothing left to cook with afterward. The group had been trekking for nearly an hour when they finally emerged from the narrow cave entrance as the torchlight revealed the dense forest ahead. A wave of surprise mingled with fresh worry swept over them.
Oh, are we still in the woods? Young girl, will this really work? If the wildfire spreads this way, these trees everywhere would ignite in seconds.
By then, there'd be no time to even run. Old Liu's face was etched with worry, and he let out a sigh.
Where exactly is the spot? Are you sure the fire won't reach us?
We're surrounded by towering trees. Once they catch fire, we'll be engulfed in a sea of flames in an instant. Jiang Yimian nodded. This depression is likely situated in a canyon. Even if the ridges on both sides go up in flames, the fire probably won't reach here.
There is a stream over there. If the wildfire does spread, we can take shelter in the stream, and we'll be safe.
Hearing this, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief.
If we can dodge this wildfire, let's build homes and plant crops right here in this little hollow.
Gazing up at the sky above, hoping desperately for a downpour to quench the flames. If they pull through tonight, he'll make sure they have warm food and shelter. Not quite like the old village days, but at least not scraping by like they have these past few days, constantly fearing for their lives. Surviving is what matters most, after all. The others fell silent, and to Jiang Yimian's surprise, he glanced at Old Man Liu. He'd figured they'd be lost in grief and terror for days yet to come. But here they were, rallying back to life so soon. That was a promising turn. It aligned perfectly with his own plans. With their help, they could raise shelters in no time, sow the fields, and settle into a self-sufficient life. As the minutes dragged on, the sky gave no hint of rain. Just heavy clouds, layer upon layer. And now heat was seeping from the rock wall behind them, no longer as cool and reassuring. Panic seized the group as they frantically scanned around, dreading that a single lapse might let the fire tongue sweep in.
What do we do now? The cave walls are warming up. We're finished. The fire's bearing down on us.
The others' faces had gone ashen. They were visibly rattled. And even Jiang Yimian felt caught off guard. He hadn't realized how fiercely the blaze was raging, devouring 3 hillsides in just over 2 hours, and now closing in on their cave, though he was certain it wouldn't breach their spot. In that moment, doubt still gnawed at him. It had been sunny for days on end, leaving the air bone dry. Even a spark could ignite a chain reaction, let alone if someone set it deliberately.
I'll scout ahead. You all stay put here and don't wander off.
Jiang Yimian dropped these words and bolted toward the depths of the woods. Wang Fengqin felt a surge of worry and could no longer sit still. She paced back and forth nearby, torn between dread of the fire closing in and fear for Jiang Yimian. As soon as Jiang Yimian entered the woods, he made a beeline for the nearby towering cliff, gazing out toward the raging blaze. But you don't know until you see it. And what he saw chilled him to the bone. The flames, once several ridges away, had roared right up to them, devouring a dense swath of forest in moments. That fire serpent slithering ever closer to their position, gauging the blaze's spreading path. He felt a cold dread grip him. The inferno had already engulfed the woods by the cave, and by now it had likely crested a small hill. Otherwise, the stone walls wouldn't be radiating such intense heat. At first, he was certain the flames wouldn't reach the depression, but in this instant, that certainty had all but vanished. This fire is too ferocious. If it keeps raging like this, even this vast stretch of mountains will be scorched bare. The blaze could burn for at least half a month, perhaps even month. Could they truly endure safely in the heart of these unrelenting flames for months on end? He was hesitating whether to let everyone hurry down the mountain while they still could, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Right now, the flames were raging fiercely. They might not even have made it down the mountain before being swallowed whole by those fast-sweeping fire snakes. Are we really going to burn to death right here? Just then, he felt a drop of water splash onto his face, followed swiftly by another. It seemed the rain had finally come. Jiang Yimian's heart surged with hope. Forgetting all about the roaring inferno, he leaped down to the ground in a few swift bounds and dashed straight for the cave entrance. Old Man Liu and the others hadn't noticed the rain yet, their faces lined with worry as they paced anxiously at the cave mouth, beside themselves with dread. The moment they spotted Jiang Yimian racing back, their hearts plunged even deeper. Had the fire finally reached them? That grim thought crossed everyone's mind until Jiang Yimian's excited voice rang out.
It is raining! Quick, everyone into the cave!
It is raining. Rain! Thank goodness. We're saved.
We're safe now. No more dying in the flames.
Jiang Yimian listened to the waves of jubilant cheers rising behind him, his own steps quickening with newfound lightness, as he ducked into the cave and unpacked all the supplies from his storage space, just as he'd left them, the instant he set them down. Wang Fengqin hurried over first.
Yimian, this is incredible. We're all right. It is pouring out there.
We're good. The rain's come, just in time.
The others were overflowing with excitement too, grabbing hands and bouncing around in delight, just like a gaggle of overjoyed children, with a few choked sobs slipping through now and then, though they were quickly swept away by peals of laughter. That was the raw joy of those who had cheated death. Thanks to the downpour, the cave now felt chilly and sodden. Several people hadn't closed their eyes all night, their faces lit with smiles as they listened to the pattering rain outside the cave. The downpour cold and relentless, rolling as if determined to douse the wildfire with all its might, accompanied by peals of rumbling thunder, the rain pouring for 3 full shichen, about 6 hours, until daylight fully broke, when it softened into a gentle drizzle, and finally tapered off to nothing. Gazing into the distance at the now extinguished blaze, the heavy weight on their hearts finally lifted.
Let's set up some memorial tablets for them.
After a sleepless night the evening before, now the fear and elation in everyone's hearts had faded, replaced by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, and a few of them simply collapsed onto the ground, drifting into deep sleep. When they stirred again, it was already afternoon. No one had been idle in the meantime. After a quick meal, they headed back to the little hollow to fell more timber, planning to build a house for the Zhang family first. Though the cave was spacious enough, cramming in 3 families, along with all their belongings, made it feel awfully cramped. Old Man Liu and Liu Daiyong often help villagers build houses. Their skills are remarkably proficient. Having measured out the footprint for the 3 rooms, they grabbed their axes and got to work clearing the trees. The women weren't idle either. Wang Fengqin and Zhao Xing'er cleared away the shrubs and weeds on the ground. Liu Xiaoyun, being pregnant, couldn't handle the heavy labor, so she took charge of cooking for the group, while Zhang Yinian hauled the felled trees off to the side. The young girl deftly dragged those thick logs away all by herself. This truly astonished everyone, but then they reflected that without such immense strength, how could she have taken down 9 able-bodied men in one go? So they got used to it soon enough. Wang Fengqin felt a pang of heartache for her daughter, yet was immensely proud of her prowess. Harboring not the slightest doubt in her heart, she simply assumed it stemmed from the bullying and fear she'd endured in the Jiang household before, which had forged her such formidable strength. From now on, she vowed to cherish and protect Yinian and little Gaosheng dearly, originally planning to lend a hand to Jiang Yimian with his chores, but was mercilessly shooed away, so he rounded up a few kids and headed into the woods to scavenge the charred game. As dusk began to fall, Gaosheng finally returned with the little ones, their baskets brimming. Old Man Liu stared at them, their bag baskets stuffed full of rabbits and pheasants, nearly dropping his jaw in shock.
These are all the critters that got burned to death.
Well, aren't I something? This much meat will feed us for days on end.
He'd just gone to try his luck, digging into a few rabbit burrows. Hey, who would have thought he'd actually unearthed quite a few? Rabbits that hadn't had time to flee and got burned. This is just the woods near the cave. If we scout some other spots, we'll find even more.
You're not entirely useless after all, kid.
Tomorrow morning, I'll head out to check the other areas and haul back every last bit of that charred game.
Look at him, full of vim and vigor. The whole group burst into laughter that night. Thanks to the game Gaosheng had scavenged, the group finally savored some meat for once, filling their bellies to the brim. Jiang Yimian flipped through his stash of seeds, while pondering how much rice they could plant. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyun clutched her aching belly and leaned against the cave wall, her face ashen and drawn. Inside the cave now, it was just the 2 of them, and Chen Taizhu lying on a bed of dry grass, with his eyes closed as Jiang reached out to take her pulse.
I'm fine. Probably just worn out from these past few days, on top of all the scares we've had.
Truth be told, the pains have been coming and going for days now. But back then, I figured it wasn't anything major. I didn't pay it much mind. But who could have guessed? These last few days with refugees flooding the mountain again, fleeing for our lives once more. And then that wildfire striking. That is when the abdominal pains really worsened.
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Her constitution is perilously frail. If I hadn't spotted it in time, the child in her womb wouldn't have lasted much longer, and the toll on Liu Xiaoyun's health would have been even greater. After more than half a month together, Chen Taizhu had picked up quite a few things from Yimian, scavenging supplies, and today discovering Yimian knew medicine too. That only deepened his surprise. He'd never realized before that Yimian had these skills.
And such proficient ones at that.
Learn a bit from Grandpa. Your body's so depleted. Don't overexert yourself these days, lest you disturb the fetal qi. You could simmer some chicken soup with codonopsis and goji berries.
With that, he pulled some dried codonopsis from his basket, along with a handful of wild goji berries. These were meant for Wang Fengqin originally, but they'd suit Liu Xiaoyun just as well now. Both of them are quite frail, and this will help nourish their bodies. Over the next few days, everyone was busy building the houses, with help from Old Man Liu and Liu Daiyong. The Zhang family's 3 rooms were finally completed. The main structure of the house is built with wood, and the roof is woven from dry grass, secured with wooden planks. From afar, it actually looks quite nice. Jiang Yimian gazed contentedly at the 3 rooms before him, pleasantly surprised by the neighbors' fine craftsmanship. Though built of wood, it is sturdy. No need to worry about a strong wind flipping the roof, or a downpour washing away the house.
In short, it is solid all around, though it differs quite a bit from the grand mansion he had in mind. He was more than content. After all, this low-lying land has no stones, so stone walls weren't an option. Being able to build it with wood is already pretty great. Especially Liu Dayong, who thoughtfully added a window to his sister's room, making the room bright and airy, with windows that open for fresh air. They even built a thatched shed outside as a kitchen. The two little ones were thrilled too, eagerly moving their things inside. Seeing the Jiang family's house completed, the others worked even harder, eager to move into their new homes soon. The cave floor was too hard and cold. They couldn't sleep there anymore. So, hurry along. In just 10 days, the Chen and Liu family's houses were also finished. The Liu family, being larger, built 4 rooms and a thatched shed, while the Chen family, like the Jiangs, built 3 rooms and a thatched shed. The families all settled close together. You can hear it from a shout right at the doorstep.
You can't have too many baby rabbits, or the house won't have room for us all.
Jiang Yinian gazed at the tiny rabbit hutch, crammed full of rabbits, with barely room to move, feeling nothing but a headache. Back then, seeing the 2 kids so fond of rabbits, I let them keep 1, forgetting just how prolific rabbits can be. In just over a month, they've produced over a dozen more, on top of the original 4, making 15 in all, and we've just given away 4 already. Yet, the hutch is still frighteningly overcrowded. If a few more litters come along, I have no idea what size hutch we'd need. Sigh. I only have myself to blame for not stealing my heart to eat a couple more of the little ones back then. And we wouldn't be dealing with this headache now.
No worries. Once the rabbits grow up, we can eat them. And from then on, our home will never be short on meat.
I figured Lang Xiaozhi would throw a fit at the thought of eating rabbits, but to my surprise, her eyes lit right up.
Bunnies. You gotta have baby bunnies quick, so we can eat meat every single day.
The little daughter nodded solemnly beside her, and off she toddled on her chubby little legs to fetch the fodder. Xiao Yinian found it amusing, but said nothing more. Instead, he poured all the heirloom seeds into a wooden tub and soaked them in water, ready to plant in the fields once they sprout. A few days back, Old Man Liu, upon hearing he wanted to plant rice, kept assuring him that he'd clear a plot in the low-lying wetland for it. Though Jiang Yimin didn't turn him down, he still hated to give up that spot they'd found earlier. That plot was right by the irrigation canal. That'll make it easier to irrigate the fields when the time comes. Though there is a small stream in the depression, the arable spot is quite a distance from the stream, and irrigating it later on won't be straightforward. I'd still need to dig irrigation ditches. Who knows? I might miss the rice planting season altogether. I just don't know the state of that plot of land, if the wildfire wiped it out or not. With these thoughts swirling, he let out a helpless sigh and stepped out of the house, heading to check out the depression, where the soil quality is actually quite good. Even if it is not for rice, planting other things would work just fine. Some melons, fruits, and vegetables. They'd make a fine little vegetable garden. The other areas are mostly small hillsides. Clear away the weeds, and it is just some small shrubs, with even the trees growing sparse and scattered. They'd definitely make good farmland, but clearing them out won't be easy. And scaling up for large crop plantings would be a real hassle, having mowed it all over. He scanned the surroundings once more, hoping to find a spot with both water and good soil. He ended up spotting something else entirely. Right before him lay a vast lotus pond. The lotuses hugging the cliff were blooming, especially lush. A truly rare and stunning sight. He could clearly see small fish darting through now and then. A flicker of surprise lit his face. After being here all this time, he hadn't tasted fish once. He held his breath and cautiously reached toward the pond, lunging to snatch one, but his hand closed on empty water. And those fish, as if mocking him with their taunts, usually didn't end well for anyone who dared laugh at him. Fish were no different. By the pond's edge, he yanked up a handful of weeds, bundled them into tight wads, and tossed them into his backpack basket. He added a few more rocks to weigh it down, then carefully lowered the basket into the lotus pond. The lotus pond stretched along the cliff wall in both directions, the right side visible all the way to the end, but the left vanishing into the distance. Jiang Yimian grew curious about where the pond might lead, so he casually picked up a long branch, cleared away the side branches, and hopped onto a tree trunk in the pond, sliding off to the left. After sliding for a good half hour, the irrigation ditch ahead started to look familiar, as if he'd seen it before. Could it be? With that thought, he hurriedly stood up on the trunk, dropped the branch, and hurried down along the ditch. At last, he descended a gentle slope. The sight before him caught him off guard. There was the plot of land he'd cleared of weeds. Luckily, the water in the ditch had held it back, leaving his side untouched. Jiang Yimian examined the land at his feet more closely. Satisfied that the lotus pond was the only way into the small depression, he retraced his steps. Back at the pond's edge, he hoisted the basket, only to find 4 lively fish thrashing about inside. Each one looked to weigh about 4 or 5 pounds, and Jiang Yimian couldn't help but smile. Back home, Wang Fengqin was busy sewing clothes for a few folks, so Jiang Yimian fetched a few small basins from the thatched shed, filled them with water, and transferred the fish from the basket. He then grabbed a small bucket, scooped out 2 fish, and headed over to the Liu and Chen families.
Hey, is that you, Yimian? Come on, come sit down.
I just caught a few fish in the lotus pond over there and brought 2 for the aunts. Where is Elder Liu?
Yimian, you should keep it for yourself this year. Those fish in the lotus pond are the trickiest. Not easy to catch at all.
He is already troubled, Yimian enough, with all the troubles at home. He really feels too embarrassed to take the fish. Last time, Yimian gave him plenty of codenopsis and goji berries. After stewing them into soup, he felt much better all over, and not so exhausted all day long. He hadn't even had a chance to thank her properly yet. So how could he accept fish now? Zhao Xing'er feels exactly the same way. If Yimian hadn't found this little plot of low-lying land, and saved them when the refugees fled up the mountain, how could they still be alive to chat here? These days, our own family has barely any food left, and Yimian's must be the same. Catching just a few fish isn't easy, so we can't take them. Seeing they were too shy to accept, Yimian simply took 1 fish from the bucket and placed it in the Chen kitchen, then another into the Liu kitchen.
Elder Liu, are you home? About that farming idea I mentioned last time, what do you think?
Liu Xiaoyun and the others stood there, dumbfounded, taking a good while to snap out of it, then gave a helpless smile. This girl, honestly, her heart's just too kind. Probably doesn't even have enough food for herself, yet here she is, thinking of us.
Little Jiang, I think you're absolutely right. Let's farm together.
Right now, our family only has 3 jin of rice seeds to spare, though we originally prepared over 10 jin. However, the food at home is almost gone. If we used it all for planting, we probably wouldn't even wait for the seedlings to sprout before our whole family starves to death. Besides, this little hollow is overrun with trees, so the cleared space for farming would be pretty limited, and we'd have way too many seeds to use up. Jiang Yimian nodded and looked toward Liu Xiaoyun.
Auntie, why don't your family join us in farming too?
The spot by the irrigation channel is pretty spacious, and on this slope, she plans to turn it into terraced fields to grow rice and corn. The hillside plus the gentler slopes. With ordinary seeds, you'd likely need just 4 jin to sow an acre. But in these ancient times, the rice seeds aren't of great quality, so you'll have to prepare at least 20 jin, setting aside the ones that won't germinate or are spoiled. And if half of them actually take root, that is a good yield. She has plenty of grain stored in her space, but not many rice seeds, which she scavenged from the town, barely around 6 jin, which definitely wouldn't be enough for planting. So that is why she suggested everyone plant together, and transplanting the seedlings as a group would go much quicker.
My family's rice seeds are limited, and what we can spare is probably just 7 or 8 jin. Though we do have plenty of other seeds.
These seeds were the ones Go Sheng and Yi Mian brought back from their last trip down the mountain. They were originally meant to be planted in the village, but then we suddenly fled up the mountain, and the land up here wasn't suitable for farming, so they got set aside. She figured that with the food at home running low, it was time to plant those seeds and fill our bellies.
As for my family seeds, only about 12 pounds. But we don't have much food stored at home. I figured I'd shell some and use them as rations. So all I can spare is just over 3 pounds.
It is not that he is unwilling to part with those few seeds. It is simply that our food supplies are truly running low. If not for scavenging all those half-burnt chickens from the mountains the other day, it still turns my stomach. Our pantry would have been bare ages ago. Hearing this, Zhao Xing'er and Liu Xiaoyun both wore the same look of deep concern. The fields do need planting, but they truly have no grain left. Jiang Yimian felt a pang of regret. After all their hard work these past days, she'd completely overlooked this crucial point.
Take out both kinds. I won't let you starve to death. My family still has plenty of grain left. I can share some with you all, and I know plenty of ways to find food. I'll show you how in a bit.
Jiang girl, your days in the Jiang household have been tough. We know all too well. How could old man Jiang possibly leave you much grain? Please don't share it with us. Keep it for yourselves to eat. We'll just eat a little less. Dig up some more wild herbs, tree bark and roots. We can surely hold on till spring brings new growth.
Exactly. How could we take your grain? Don't go to any more trouble.
Seeing how genuinely they were concerned for his family, Jiang Yimian felt it was well worth sharing the grain. As for building the house, without their help, they wouldn't have moved in so soon. Old man Liu and Liu Daiyong even found time to make some simple furniture like tables, chairs, and benches, since he'd decided to farm alongside these two families. He wouldn't let them resort to digging tree bark and roots. Rest assured, everyone, my own family still has some grain left. I can spare some for them, and we'll manage just fine.
Yes, it is only right to share some with them. These past days, without their mutual support, we couldn't have settled into this home so soon.
Besides, this grain is the harvest from a whole year. So Jiang Yimian soon took the grain to the Chen and Liu families. He didn't want to give too much to a few people, lest it raise suspicions. So he gave 20 pounds to each household. Old man Liu gazed at the gleaming white rice in the sack. Tears of excitement streamed down his face.
Rice this fine. I've never even tasted it before. So white and pure. If I sold it, it'd fetch nearly 10 coppers per pound.
In farming families with meager harvests, they pick out the finest rice to sell in town for silver, while the leftover broken and mixed grains are saved for their own meals. Seeing rice of such superior quality, old man Liu couldn't help but think of all the gleaming silver it could buy, feeling like every mouthful would be like eating money itself. Liu Xiaoyun shared the exact same sentiment, staring at that premium white rice, utterly too reluctant to accept it. Had it not been for Jiang Yimian's reassurance about waiting until the son grows up and marries, and sharing even more with their family then, both families probably wouldn't have taken the rice at all. After the rice was distributed, Jiang Yimian then displayed the guanyin tea leaves he'd brought right before their eyes, explaining that these could be used to make tofu. Everyone who heard this looked utterly skeptical.
Their doubts plain to see. Have you not been eating enough lately? You'd better not take this precious rice, sir.
A whole bunch of these weird-smelling leaves would only be fit for feeding pigs, and even the pigs would turn up their noses at something no one in the village would touch, let alone trying to make tofu from leaves. Everyone knows tofu takes soybeans to make. Poor Yimian, you must be lightheaded from hunger. That is why you're rambling like this. Liu Xiaoyun and the others, though they held their tongues, clearly harbored the same suspicions, their gazes toward him brimming with heartfelt pity. Jiang Yimian felt truly helpless, tears welling up but refusing to fall. He had no choice but to explain patiently, fetching some wood, ash, and demonstrating the process step by step before their eyes, until the liquid in the basin began to slowly coagulate, transforming from that dull, murky water into a basin of sparklingly translucent, gelatinous substance, bright and clear in hue. Truly just like tofu. Old man Liu's eyes bulged wide, filled with sheer disbelief. When just moments ago the basin had held only cloudy gray water, how did it turn into this greenish stuff in just a short while? Look at that! It is surprisingly good. Looking.
And this one, that is the God-given tofu I was talking about, also known as fairy tofu. Add some sugar syrup and chili sauce or the like. Season it just right, and it is absolutely delicious. Why don't you all give it a try?
The others could hardly contain their excitement any longer. The moment they heard they could sample it, they each rushed off to fetch a bowl and stirred in the seasonings. Once Jiang Yimian had portioned out some sliced guanyin tofu into each bowl, the cool, refreshing chill and smooth, chewy texture caught them all off guard. The instant it touched their tongues, not to mention the sweet tang of the sugar syrup and the kick of the chili, their eyes lit up in an instant. Old Man Liu's eyes widened in utter disbelief.
This guanyin tofu is really tasty. And so filling too. With this, we can hold on through the coldest despair until the crops finally sprout.
Not only will we never have to fear an empty stomach, but we'll savor treats this delicious as well. This girl from the Zhang family is truly something else. Liu Dayong nodded vigorously in agreement. He'd been clearing the bushes out back, just planning to take a breather in the front yard, but instead, he found himself drawn in by Jiang and the tempting dish she'd brought inside. And oh, did it taste good! Looks like from here on out, no more digging up tree roots and bark, just to stave off hunger. Gou Sheng, amid his excitement, couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After all, he'd spotted Sister Yimian gathering leaves at dawn. But now, reflecting on it, if only he'd trusted Sister Yimian right then, he wouldn't be tasting this guanyin tofu for the first time only now. He'd have been enjoying it ages ago. Sigh, he was beating himself up over it. Seeing the group finally exhale in relief, their worries about food fading away, Jiang Yimian seized the moment to bring up planting the fields again. With the guanyin tofu to keep us going, we won't have to fret about going hungry. Now, with hearts at ease, everyone turned their attention to readying the land. He directly took out both types of seeds.
So you can rest assured. I'll soak these seeds right now, and it won't be long before they sprout. In the meantime, we'll head to the spot you mentioned and clear the land so we can sow the seeds right away when the time comes.
Jiang Yinian nodded. He went back and brought the seeds that had already been soaked at home as well. Even though the Liu family had farmed before, but they didn't have the deep understanding that these lifelong farmers did. Naturally, they entrusted the task to Old Man Liu. Early the next morning, Gou Sheng and Liu Deyong built 2 sturdy bamboo rafts, and each paddled one, ferrying everyone to the fields beside the irrigation ditch. With children at home, no one felt easy leaving them, so they asked Liu Xiaoyun to watch over them. While everyone else headed out to work the fields, the little hamlet stood empty for the moment. Chen Taizhu lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, the chatter of the children echoing in his ears. He sank into a heavy silence, wondering when he'd sunk so low as to be stuck at home with a bunch of kids, while others looked after him. He was even worse off than those children, for at least they could run and play, feed themselves. Unlike him, this worthless invalid. He hated himself for his uselessness. So he craned his neck and slammed his head against the wall behind him with all his might, again and again, wishing he could just die like this. At least then he wouldn't burden anyone else. With that thought, he struck even harder, only managing to raise a few lumps on the back of his head. In an instant his strength gave out, and he collapsed back onto the bed. So utterly useless. He couldn't even manage to die when he wanted to. Liu Xiaoyun enters from outside the house and spots tears on her husband's face.
As if he is perfectly fine. Everything's gonna be all right. Lest they claim the land first, so we can still farm up in the mountains and won't starve to death.
Chen Tizhu grew even more agitated, cranking his neck once more to slam into the wall behind him.
Husband, please, don't do this. Don't go out like this.
I don't need your pity. Get out. If you don't leave now, I'll bash my head in right here.
Husband, please don't hurt yourself. I'll go right now. I'll leave this instant.
With that, she wiped the tears from her face and stepped out of the house.
Auntie, why are you crying? Was it because we were too rowdy and disturbed Uncle Chan?
He'd just overheard the argument inside. Though he couldn't make out the words, he knew it was a fight.
No, it is nothing, Auntie. Just got something in her eye from the wind. You two, don't make a fuss. Hurry and feed the rabbits.
Seeing she didn't want to talk about it, Xiao Yi could only nod and went back to feeding the rabbits. Meanwhile, Jiang Yimian and the others got straight to work upon arrival. All the way until noon, when they finally paused to rest in the shade of the trees, old Liu gazed at a sizable patch of cleared land and said with some excitement,
"Give it another 3 or 5 days, and this plot will be ready for a full season's planting."
This last has truly found us a gem of a spot. The soil here is nice and loose, with a water-filled ditch right alongside, perfect for farming, and easy to irrigate too, much simpler to clear than those little lowlands. Though there is precious little flat ground, they've soaked so many seeds, but some of it'll go to waste. He should have come to check it out first before soaking the seeds.
Otherwise, the only spot fit for rice is that patch down below, and we've got way more seeds than we need.
Upon hearing that, the others turned to look as well. After all, they're all seasoned farmers, and these very concerns had crossed their minds the instant they arrived. But they'd been too caught up in the work to voice them. With Old Man Liu raising the point, their curiosity was piqued. Jiang Yimian said with a smile,
If it were ordinary crops, of course that wouldn't work. But we can build terraced fields.
Terraced fields.
The group turned to Jiang Yinian with puzzled looks, clearly not quite grasping the idea. The lowlands just don't have enough flat ground. It is all gentle slopes. Growing corn would be manageable, but rice is another story. Since those slopes can't hold water, so rice simply won't grow there on its own. But Huaxia civilization has endured for 5,000 years, with that innate drive to farm etched into our bones. How could a mere gentle slope defeat us? We just need to level out platforms along the slope's gradient, build up ridges to retain the water, and we're good to go. Terracing won't just expand our planting area, it'll also conserve water and protect the soil, with benefits galore. He'd thought of it right from the start. But the sheer scale of the work was overwhelming. Even if he toiled alone for 10 days or half a month, success wasn't guaranteed, so he hadn't planned to attempt it. But things are different now. Many hands make light work, and they'll have the terraces ready before the rice seedlings even sprout. Jiang Yikaten patiently laid it all out for them, and emphasized the many advantages of terracing. They all nodded, still a bit puzzled. Old Liu quickly caught on, his face lighting up with joy.
Jiang Yato, you mean we can level out a flat patch on that bowl-shaped slope, build up ridges along the sides, and keep terracing it down step by step like stairs, so we can grow rice just like on level ground.
Just imagining rice paddies on the hillside got him all stirred up. What a brilliant idea! He'd been farming these hills for decades and never once thought of something like this. All their few acres were on steep slopes, where the best they could manage was a bit of corn, only for it to get buried under landslides now and then, which nearly drove him out of his mind. If only they'd known about this back then, who knows how much more harvest they'd have reaped. Oh, what a shame to waste it all.
Before the seedlings get too big, let's start building those terraces, and we'll make it in time for transplanting.
Everyone nodded eagerly in agreement. Their hearts were bursting with joy. Come autumn, they'd be bringing in hundreds of pounds of grain. No more fretting about starving through the winter. They wolfed down a few bites of flatbread, gulped some water, and dove right back into the work. They kept at it until the sun dipped below the horizon as dusk settled in before finally paddling their raft home. Along the way, everyone was in high spirits. No trace of the usual grumbling about chores. Just the visions of the day they'd savor bowls of fluffy white rice. That night,
What is the matter? Did someone pick on you today?
Little Yi shook his head right away, fell quiet for a moment, then whispered softly.
Sister, could you help out Aunt Xiaoyun? I saw her eyes all red and puffy today, like she'd been crying.
Aunt Xiaoyun's always been so kind to us, so gentle and caring, but he couldn't bear to see Aunt Xiaoyun in tears. With just a fleeting thought, she could sense why she was crying. piecing together the heartache behind it. It had to be because of Chen Taizhu.
So, does Ono want to help An Xiaoyun?
I don't know how to help her.
Sister, can you heal Uncle Taizhu?
I overheard them arguing today, and that is why An Xiaoyun was crying.
You little rascal. How do you worry about so much every day? Acting like a wise old soul. Off to bed with you. I'll take care of it for them.
Hee hee. I knew you would, sister. You're the best.
Truth be told, she'd been wanting to treat Chen Taizhu since daybreak. But Liu Xiaoyun and Gou Sheng had never brought it up. She didn't want to intrude uninvited, fearing it might reopen their wounds. But now that Ono had spoken up, it was time for her to gently inquire. Here in this little hollow, the three families pooled their strength as one. Together, they dreamed of brighter days ahead, and she couldn't stand for anyone to suffer. It would cast a shadow over them all, pulling everyone down into the gloom, trapped in old sorrows. So she urged them all to look ahead once more. With that, she cheerfully slipped off to bed with Wang Fengqin. The next morning at dawn, the three families gathered their tools, boarded a wooden raft, and headed out to weed. After a good while of hard work, they finally took a break in the shady spot. Seeing Gou Sheng squatting alone under the tree, looking far from cheerful, Jiang Yimian walked over to him.
What is wrong? You seem so down. Didn't sleep well last night.
Yang Yaning said, crouching down beside him.
Is it Uncle Taizhu making you feel this way? How did he get hurt?
He fell off the mountain and ended up like that.
Want him to get better.
I dream of him getting better every night, but he just won't.
We've spent every last coin trying to treat Dad. Even sold our winter grain. But Dad still hasn't improved.
What if I could help him stand again?
Though she is not entirely confident she can fully heal him, at least she could get him back on his feet.
You can really heal my dad.
He still remembers how Mom scoured every doctor in town back then, and even specially brought one back from the county. But none of them could heal Dad. Sister Yimian is amazing, but can she really outdo all those doctors?
Give it a try. You've got nothing to lose.
Seeing him about to yank up more grass from the ground, she finally couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed the shovel from the ground and scooped up the fish leaf valerian with its broken green leaves. What a waste of good medicine. If this kid keeps pulling them up, these fish leaf valerians will be totally ruined. Fish leaf valerian, also known as folded earroot, has antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties, as well as diuretic effects and boosts immunity. It can also be eaten as a wild green. Cold-dressed fish mint is a delicacy unique to kids from Sichuan and Chongqing, even though Jiang Yimian can't stand the smell either. Stewing it in mung bean soup is still a great way to clear summer heat. But as she digs up that patch of fish mint, she keeps chatting away.
Head home and let your mom know. Ask if she'd let me give it a shot.
The offer's out there now, and if they turn it down, no big deal. He is just a kid, after all. Folks will just think he is full of hot air. Gou Sheng perks up at that, nodding eagerly with a big grin, seeing Jiang Yimian gathering the fish mint roots.
He jumps in too. This stuff's edible too.
He'd only yanked a handful of leaves earlier, and already that weird fishy smell was on his hands.
This is fish mint. Those roots are the best part to eat. Take 'em home, blanch and toss in a cold salad.
Flavor's something else.
Though, yeah, it is a bit of an acquired taste.
I haven't tried it myself yet, but I'll take some home to share with Mom and Dad.
Last time, I missed out on Guangyin tofu just 'cause I didn't trust Sister Yimian, but this time, I've wised up. If Sister Yimian says it is good, then it must be delicious. I'll be the first to give it a go. Jiang Yimian sees how pumped he is, figuring he must actually like the taste, and tells him to take his time picking. Then she gets back to weeding. Come evening, from way down the path, Jiang Yimian can hear Gou Sheng wailing in agony.
Mom, what is this stuff? I ain't eating it. No way. Take it away. Dump it quick.
But I think it smells amazing. Didn't you bring it home yourself?
For days on end, the group keeps hoeing away in the little field hollow. We toiled away for a full 4 days and finally cleared every last weed from the field, with all the seeds now sown into the earth. But it'll take some time for those seeds to sprout and grow. Everyone was worn out. So after 4 straight days of hard work, the group finally kicked back and rested at home. Jiang Yimin ventured out of the cave alone. The herbs in the little hollow were scarce, and not many had taken root. Yet in just a few short days, Jiang Yimin had cleared them all out. Besides, it had been ages since she'd poked around near the cave. She needed to take a look. Jiang Yimin didn't linger long at the cave mouth, but headed straight for another unburned hillside. As she walked along, she spotted a cluster of plants tucked away in the underbrush. It was a small patch of motherwort. Motherwort, also known as Leonurus japonicus. It has a refreshingly bitter taste, promoting blood circulation and dispelling stasis, regulating menstruation and reducing swelling. A true wonder herb for easing women's menstrual cramps.
Hidden away so cleverly.
Jiang Yimin let out a soft sigh, then pulled a small hole from her basket and set to digging. Back in her old life, she'd always melt a bit of chocolate for her cramps, but since arriving here, they'd eased up a bit. Still, a woman in the hollow could never have too much motherwort. It'd come in handy back home, once she'd harvested the whole patch. Jiang Yimin pressed on into the woods. It wasn't long before she came upon something familiar. There, not far off, grew a lush expanse of tender bracken or dragonhead greens, with a crisp, refreshing flavor. Blanched in a cold salad, or simply stir-fried, it always tastes delightful. She plucked them one by one, tossing the tender stalks into her basket, until she'd cleared every last one nearby. It had been so long since she'd foraged for greens, stuck in the hollow day after day, choking down those charred wild chickens and rabbits. He's really fed up with it. And yet, there are still plenty of pickled wild chickens and rabbits at home. Afraid the meat would spoil if left too long, so she salted some of it, while the rest was turned into smoked meat. Now Jiang Yimin has lost her appetite just looking at those wild chickens and rabbits. But catching sight of the bracken right now makes her feel so much fresher all over. She picks them all together, then heads home with a basket full of goodies. It is nearly noon by now, the sun beating down strong, so by the time she gets home, Jiang Yikeng is drenched in sweat.
In a few days, the weather will probably get even hotter, and all those snakes and bugs will come crawling out. You need to be extra careful every time you head out.
Lunch is simple steamed rice, stir-fried bracken in lard, and a refreshing cold dish of Hotuinia cordata, with a bowl of tofu pudding soup for everyone. The whole family polishes off every last bit of rice and soup.
Sis, little pony wants to eat these veggies again someday, and the eggs too. Can we dry them out? So whenever little one gets a craving, we can just pull them out and enjoy.
Last time with the shepherd's purse and bamboo shoots, Sis said we could dry those into flakes. That way, he can have them anytime he wants from then on. So for today's lunch veggies, he wants to dry those too.
These eggs were a gift from your Aunt Xiaoyun. We don't have any extras to go drying like that.
These past few days,
whenever the little guy tastes something he loves, he is always scheming to dry it and stash it away. All right. Save some for later, just in case it is gone forever after this meal.
Can we dry this in the sun? 小暖儿喜欢这个太吃饱. It is so tasty.
Of course. 小暖 loves it. So sister, tomorrow we'll pick a bunch more, blanch it, and dry it in the sun. And come winter, 小暖儿 can enjoy it too.
That is wonderful. So 小暖儿 want to go picking with sister tomorrow.
Jiang Yimin couldn't bear the thought. His little dumpling getting all sun-browned. Plus, he worried he'd get so caught up digging herbs that he'd overlook the little one, and trouble might come if he wasn't watching.
Sister's got plenty of chores waiting, so tomorrow the little one sticks with me.
A few days back, I spotted some of these in that little hollow.
They just weren't grown yet.
So let's check them out together tomorrow.
Sure. Then 小麦儿 can tag along with brother.
Cleared the bowls and chopsticks, and headed into the kitchen together.
Xiaoyun seemed troubled. She stopped by this morning.
Brought along 2 eggs, too. I said no, but she insisted I take them. Funny thing, those 2 hens of hers are still kicking. I spotted them the day we went up the hill. Half dead and listless, not laying a single egg. Figure they'd croaked long ago. No clue what is with Xiaoyun today. She set a spell, then up and left. Distracted the whole time. Oh, right. Think she was looking for you. Told her you were out foraging for greens. So she said she'd swing by later. Those dark circles under her eyes awful heavy. Looks like she hasn't slept a wink. Already carrying a baby and tossing and turning every night. How is her body supposed to hold up?
Most days, both he and Zhao Xing'er pitch in whenever they can, so the other can rest easy and nurture her pregnancy. But Liu Xiaoyun just can't sit still. She is always scouting around for chores, whether it is helping them wash veggies or hot water, or weaving straw sandals at home, or feeding the chickens and rabbits. She is never idle from morning till night. Guessing she is finally come around, and wants me to take a look at Uncle Taiju's leg. Wang Fengqin finished washing the dishes, and LED Liang Xiaozhe off for their afternoon nap. Meanwhile, Zhang Yimian started rinsing motherwort in the yard. She'd just finished washing it clean, and was spreading it on a winnowing basket to dry in the courtyard when Liu Xiaoyun arrived.
Aunt Xiaoyun's here. Have a seat.
A whole year. This is a sleeping mat I wove from cattail grass last year. It is brand new, never been slept on. Summer's almost here, so it'll keep you cooler on the bed.
Aunt Xiaoyun, you keep it for yourself. I only just heard from Mom today that we'd taken your eggs. So how can I accept a mat on top of that?
Just take it this once. Auntie can weave more. Once the cattails or rushes grow back in the woods, I can make a few more. No trouble at all. You go ahead and use this one for now.
Seeing her hesitate, not knowing quite how to bring it up.
Mama, Aunt Xiaoyun, you've come to ask me to check Uncle Taiju's leg, haven't you? In the future, if Ma Wan's place needs a hand, just have Go Sheng come holler for me. No need to bring things like this.
Though the Chen and Liu families aren't his blood relatives, he is come to see them as true partners now. When partners need help, he'll lend it from the heart. How could he accept anything in return?
That is just how it should be, Auntie. The young ladies have been looking after both families so well. If we don't pitch in with what we can, that would be downright ungrateful.
Chen Taizhu lay on the bed at that moment, his gaze settling on Zhang Yimian, lingering for a moment. Dull and ashen, yet a fleeting spark of hope flickered in his eyes. Zhang Yimian felt a touch of surprise. He'd assumed the man had long since lost all hope. Little did he know, a sliver of expectation still lingered within him. It seems this man can still be saved.
Let me take a look at your leg.
Zhang Yimian reached out and gently tapped the man's calf.
Do you feel that?
Chen Taizhu shook his head. Zhang Yimian continued his examination and found an unexpected glimmer of good news. The muscles in the man's leg hadn't atrophied beyond repair. The condition was better than he'd imagined, noticing some swelling around his knee. But the moment he touched it, the man's face twisted in agony.
Does your knee feel that?
Chen Taizhu nodded.
It all started with that fall that shattered his leg. The doctor said his knee was injured too. But even after setting the bone, he couldn't walk. At first, he could barely stand. But any effort on the leg brought excruciating pain. And gradually, he couldn't move it at all.
Her husband sank deeper into despair with each passing day, refusing food, shunning his medicine, until he became the shell of a man he is now. Jiang Yimian then examined Chen Taizhu's arms, even down to his coccyx. Before finally feeling confident in his diagnosis, Chen Taizhu's plight stemmed solely from the leg fracture, where the doctor had failed to remove the bone fragments inside, allowing the leg to heal on its own around them. That is why any pressure on the leg caused that heart-piercing pain, the fragments grinding against each other inside. A natural torment as one might expect. As for why his arms feel so weak and unresponsive, it is no surprise after half a year of poor eating and drinking. How could it be otherwise? Normal people couldn't endure it, let alone a patient with a leg injury. Plus, not using the upper limbs much has led to muscle atrophy. So by the time you try to use them, you lack the strength. This issue isn't hard to fix as long as you exercise more, eat more each day, and your upper body strength will recover in time. The bone fragments in the leg are truly troublesome, though. In modern times, a simple surgery could just remove them. But we're in ancient times, where medical care is so limited, no one performs operations like that. He does have scalpels and such in his space. Nothing else, no covers or tools, no hemostatic agents or other drugs. He might scrounge for some sutures in the woods. But those are truly out of reach. For leg surgery, non-absorbable sutures would have to do, though the risk of infection would be high. Silk sutures would be better. But where on this mountain could he find any?
His body doesn't have any major issues. Just eat on schedule every day, and I'll gather some nourishing herbs later to brew for him. Let him drink it. Move his upper body more, and he'll be back on his feet in no time. As for the leg...
He hesitated over how to break it to him without causing alarm.
What is wrong with my husband's leg? Is it not going to heal?
These legs have been a constant ache in her husband's heart, and if they don't mend, he'll sink back into despair all over again. Seeing the big one and the little one both about to burst into tears, Jiang Yimian hurriedly chimed in.
His leg isn't in too bad a shape. Just give him regular massages at home, and that'll help a lot. The only issue is the accumulation of bone fragments in his knee. They need to be removed. Once they're out, his leg will fully recover. If you trust me, once he has built up his strength, and I've prepared the medicines, I can perform the surgery on him.
Surgery? Does that mean cutting with a knife?
In this day and age, no one talks about performing operations with a knife. Otherwise, the doctors wouldn't have declared Chen Taizhu's leg incurable.
Now's not the time for surgery. At least not until Uncle Chen has built up his strength. It'll probably take a while. So, take your time to think it over.
If his upper body is weak, it could hinder his leg rehabilitation. We need to take this slowly. If they're not willing to go through with the surgery, he won't push it.
All right. I trust you. Once I'm stronger, you can do the surgery on me.
Over these days, he has come to realize Xiao Yun and Gao Sheng won't abandon him. Since that is the case, he can't keep wallowing in despair. He can't be a burden to them.
Good. Yaiming, I trust you. Rest assured, I'll make sure to nourish him well in the coming days.
Since her husband has agreed, there is no need for her to say anything else. If it doesn't work out, he'll stay by her side forever. Just like he is now.
You're pregnant, after all, so take good care of yourself day to day, and don't overexert yourself. The surgery can wait for now. Let him nourish his body first.
He'd actually forgotten. Before heading up the mountain, I'd spotted a few silk scarves in the clothing shop and tucked them away in my space right then. Now they've come in mighty handy for me. When the time comes, I'll unravel those silk scarves, twist the threads anew, and use them to suture the wound. That should do the trick. A few more days passed, and at last, the villagers had terraced that little hollow into shape. Rows of neat terraces now rose from the original slope, filling anyone who saw them with a sense of hope. The seeds sown in the fields at the hillside's base had turned into tiny sprouts by now, tender and vibrantly green. Old Liu had been buzzing with excitement lately, checking on them 7 or 8 times a day, much to his son Liu Deyong's dismay.
Dad, those little sprouts are still so tiny. It'll be at least 10 more days before we can transplant the rice, day after day. Aren't you worn out from running over there so often?
Old Liu shot him an impatient glare.
I'm not tired. If you've got nothing else to do, then go help Yimian plant vegetables in that front plot. What is with all the nagging?
Those little sprouts are all destined to become bountiful harvests of grain. So naturally, I have to watch them every moment. I can't let those birds have at them. Once he'd finished chopping the firewood in hand, Liu Deyong rummaged in the house for some vegetable seeds and went off to find Yimian. How many hens this year? Right now, Jiang Yimi is tilling the soil in the small vegetable patch in front of his yard, while Zhao Xinge pulls weeds nearby. As a few kids frolic off to the side, Zhao Xinge watches with a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow. Her daughter Daya is now 13 years old, yet she still acts just like a 3-year-old all day long, knowing nothing at all. And even when playing with Xiao Nuaner and the other children, she is always a step behind. Seeing Zhao Xinge sigh, Jiang Yimi assumes she is fretting over not having enough seeds.
Anxia, don't you worry. This plot of mine won't need many veggies, so I'll have plenty of seeds to spare. Even if it is short, you can wait for these seedlings to sprout, then transplant them to your own field.
These seeds he is holding were scavenged from the general store, of all varieties. You name it. Chili peppers, corn, eggplant, peas, soybeans, peanuts, even tomatoes. Though these seeds are commonplace, no farming family would ever splurge to buy them. Most folks just stick to corn and rice, not even bok choy, all to harvest more staple crops and sell them for cash. Only on the estates of wealthy families do they bother growing hearty vegetables, and once they're ripe, send them up to the manor for the young masters and ladies to savor. For now, in this little hollow, no one knows what is being planted. So naturally, no fear of the villagers calling it a waste of good land.
I'm not worried about that. Even without your seeds, it is no big deal. I'll just plant some corn.
Right now, there is over an acre of paddy fields ready to sow, and he has no worries about food whatsoever, as long as we don't starve to death. How could we even dream of luxuries that only the well-off can afford? But it is Daya after all.
I heard last year you know a thing or two about medicine. A few days back, you tended to Xiaoyun's husband's wound. Looks like Taiju's colors come back these past few days. And it has brightened things up for Goshang and Xiaoyun too.
Yeah. What is on your mind, Auntie?
Zhao Xingar flushed a bit, hesitating.
Daya, doesn't she have that issue with her mind? I was hoping you'd check me over too.
His gaze settled on Daya, lingering there before he finally spoke.
Daya's condition is congenital. There is no curing it. Auntie and Daeyong say, you're still young, so if Daya's got you worried, you could always try for another one.
Truth is, I took a look at her for you all way back when. The brain damage happened right there in the womb. Nothing to be done about it. Thank goodness Daya's folks and Grandpa have been so good to her, never once holding it against her. They cherish her with all their hearts. Zhao Xinwen took this in, a shadow of disappointment crossing her face. Then she leaned in closer, blushing as she hurried to explain.
I wasn't talking about Daya. I meant me.
Xingar, Yimian, do you have enough seeds? I brought some more from home.
Sister, Yimian, those wild onions you mentioned, what about the wild garlic and wild ginger? I've dug up plenty of them. Are you planning to plant them all in the vegetable patch?
If it weren't for Sister Yimian saying those were seasonings, he'd have thought they were just weeds. Zhang Yimian nodded. Seeing the rhizomes inside were well protected, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is odd, really. He managed to find all those vegetable seeds in the general store. But for other flavorings, there is only salt. Chili peppers, those are unique to Xinhua Village, and he has got a real taste for bold flavors. Without these seasonings, he feels the meals just don't have that savor. That is what sparked the idea to dig up wild onions and such, and grow them ourselves. The dogwood from last time, who knows where it got lost. But luckily, Gosheng's family still has some chili seeds, so he gave up on the jar of chilies.
Stepped in for Ancia. What were you about to say?
Zhao Xingar blushed as she was looked at, a bit too shy to speak up.
No, nothing at all. Let's just get those seeds sown quickly.
Those tilling the soil, keep at it. Those in the frog ponds, stay put. And those scattering seeds, carry on. No one's in the mood for chit-chat anymore. That evening, Zhang Yinian and the others kept sitting in Old Liu's courtyard, gazing at the stars, making small talk.
Who knows what has become of our village?
Everyone fell quiet for a moment. With the wildfires and all those deaths, they'd all been steering clear of talk about things down the mountain.
What can we do? If it is just been taken over by those bandits, who knows when this war will finally end? Or if we'll ever get to return to Xinhua Village.
What do you all think? How did those refugees manage to get up the mountain? Didn't we block off the Black Road?
If it were just outsiders from other villages, they'd have almost no way of finding their path up here. The group fell silent for a moment, and no one spoke up again. Until dusk settled in, and the few of them headed off to their homes for the night. Another month slipped by. Look at this whole stretch now. It is brimming with rice seedlings, and it fills my heart with such quiet satisfaction.
I was fretting that we wouldn't have enough seedlings, but turns out it is just right. Though there is no room left for corn or sorghum.
No matter. We've cleared out plenty of spots. In those little depressions, we can plant the same crops in there when the time comes.
With the seedlings all transplanted, the group finally caught a well-deserved breather. Jiang Yinian finally has a moment to relax and take a stroll outside. After walking for over an hour, Jiang Yinian paused halfway up the slope, gazing far down at the valley below. He hadn't expected new houses to spring up in the valley. It was plain to see that the village had changed quite a bit. It seems Zhao Sendao is dead set on making Apricot Blossom Village his own stronghold, even putting up a watchtower. This little outpost down there still needs building up. Zhao Sandao's probably got his mind and eyes fixed on gathering talent. No more just preying on travelers' rations. He won't turn his ambitions toward our mountain. He glanced down at the valley once more, then slipped away without a sound. We don't know their exact numbers down there. If it really comes down to a clash, it won't end well for us. He could slip away on his own, but not with the folks from the hollow. Jiang Yinian wandered into another thicket, spotting from afar tiny red berries peeking through vibrant green leaves. So enticing they made his mouth water. Drawing near, he saw it was a raspberry bush. They hit the tongue with a tart sweet burst, laced with that fresh signature raspberry scent, which the little ones back home would surely adore. He kept picking until his basket was half full, then called it quits. When Jiang Yinian got back, Xiaoyi and Xiaonuan are beamed at the sight of those ruby-red raspberries, which they took to right away.
I've finished these clothes too, 1 set each for Gaosheng and Daya. And with the leftover scraps, I whipped up 2 pairs of 1,000-layer cloth shoes. You've got to take them, okay?
This fabric's from what we scavenged in the cave, and there is still plenty to spare.
Yinian's here.
Auntie, please don't get up. I've just come to drop off a few things for you all. And don't even think of refusing. These clothes, my mom made by hand. The rest I gathered from the hills. Nothing fancy or pricey.
Sister Fengchen, your needlework is exquisite.
Auntie, if those days come when nothing tastes right, try a few raspberries. Just don't overdo it.
Liu Xiaoyun's already over 7 months along now. These raspberries won't cause any harm. Were it early in the pregnancy, I wouldn't dare bring them over for her. He took her pulse, confirming all was well. Then he went to check on Chen Taiju.
Yinian.
Uncle Taiju, you seem in fine spirits today. Has your strength started coming back?
Look, I can move my arm now.
He took his pulse as well, noticing the once feeble pulse now carrying a bit more vigor. He offered a few more words of advice, then turned and headed to the Liu place.
Where is Daya? Why isn't he around?
Daya went off with Gaoshan to forage for wild greens. I figured Gaoshan would keep an eye on him, so I let him go.
What is the matter with Auntie? Where exactly are you feeling off?
It is nothing serious. Just that time of the month again, and I'm not feeling quite right.
I've still got some motherwort at home. I'll have Xiaoyi drop some off for you later. Brew it into a tea, and it'll ease things a bit.
Yinian, could you take a look for me?
Last time, he'd wanted Yinian to check him out, but there were too many folks around then, so he held back from asking.
My health. But where am I unwell?
Don't I want to have another baby? I've always been so caught up before, never really thought about it. Only lately has the idea taken hold. But here is the thing. When I had Daya back then, it took a toll on my body, and the doctor said it might be tough to have another one down the line.
That is when Jiang Yimin finally caught on, realizing that what Zhao Xinger meant last time by take a look wasn't just for Daya, but for herself. So he reached out to feel Zhao Xinger's pulse. Though Zhao Xinger was tense as could be, in any ordinary household, she might not even get sent packing, but she'd sure be worn down to nothing. Yinian.
Does that mean Auntie can never have another child?
Jiang Yimin shook his head.
No, it is not that you can't. You just didn't properly recover after having Daya, leaving your body depleted and frail. But with gradual conditioning, you can...
It'll take at least half a year, maybe a full one.
As long as I can. That is fine. I'll take my time to nurse myself back.
Regulating the body will call for plenty of herbs. I still need to head up the mountain to search for some. In a bit, I'll bring you some motherwort first.
In fact, all the herbs needed for the Wenjing decoction are already in his space, but pulling them all out at once might raise suspicions.
All right. No worries. I'm in no rush. Anian, just take your time gathering the herbs. If you need Auntie's help, just come find me anytime.
After the group had rested for a few days, they got busy with work once more, as it was now the season for planting corn and sorghum, and the over 1 mu of land outside had already been sown with rice. So the families all mobilized together again, clearing more than half a mu of land beside the vegetable patch in the small hollow to plant corn and sorghum there. Seeing that the plot was all prepared, Zhang Yinian sat down to rest nearby. In just a few more days, these transplanted vegetables would all start to flower and bear fruit. The wild scallions, wild garlic, and wild ginger had all come back to life, no longer looking all wilted like when they were first planted. He felt in great spirits. Once Zhang Yinian had rested enough, he was about to lend a hand when Wang Fengqin shooed him off.
All right, the field's all plowed now, and the rest of the work isn't too strenuous. You and Goshen go play. See what those little rascals are up to.
With that, she pushed the 2 kids away. Zhang Yinian felt a bit helpless. Seeing the 3 adults working in perfect harmony, he and Goshen truly had no way to join in, so they had no choice but to go find the 3 little ones.
Goshen's catching fish for you all, so you can dig into a real feast.
The 3 little ones trail obediently behind him.
Feast time, big meal ahead.
Zhang Yimian 腿垂小 the corner of his mouth, feeling like he has stumbled into some shady pyramid scheme, and now he is chanting their slogans right along with it. This big kid of his, better keep a close eye on him. Gosher's still just a kid, after all, and when he gets all excited, he totally forgets about everyone else. Zhang Yimian's just finished cutting a fresh bundle of grass, and here comes Gosher again, gearing up to splash right into the pond.
What do you think you're doing?
Catching fish. Yimin calls out. Don't worry. The water's no problem at all. We swim in the river every summer, and this pond isn't even that deep. Relax. It'll be fine.
If a grown-up like you jumps in, you scare every last fish away. How are we supposed to catch any then?
Plus, this lotus pond's loaded with muck, and if this little rascal dives in, he'll crawl out caked in mud from head to toe. That is no fishing trip. That is straight up Jatang. A total muddy mess.
No wonder we didn't snag a single fish last time.
Zhang Yinian's mouth twitches. Turns out, he has already taken that muddy plunge before.
Let me handle the fishing.
She stuffs the weeds from her hands into the basket and weighs them down with a stone, ties a rope to the handle, then lowers the basket into the lotus pond, securing the other end to a rock on the bank.
All set. Hand over those baskets too.
Xiaonua and Daya quickly hand over their baskets, and Zhang Yinian loads each one with weeds, sinking them into the pond one by one.
All done. Now go on and play.
With that, she turns to head off.
Big sis, that is it. Can this really catch any fish?
Might as well have him jump in and scoop 'em up himself.
Just you wait. That is exactly how I nabbed some last time.
Are the fish really that dumb?
With a basket this huge, the fish can't be any dumber than him, and just swim right in.
The little fish aren't stupid. It is Sis who is the clever one.
Don't worry, Brother Gaoshen. If Sis says we'll catch some, then we definitely will.
All right, then, if we don't snag any, we can always sneak into the pond, grab a few, and toss them in. With the group milling about by the lotus pond, it wasn't long before he actually spotted something good. There, dark and fuzzy like wood ears, were clusters hugging the ground.
What is this? It is all dark and fuzzy.
Is this ground ear mushroom? The edible kind, fragrant and crunchy. Oh, it is so tasty.
Oh.
Ground ear mushroom, also known as earthwood ear. In some spots, it is called Legong's beard. It is got a fresh, delicious flavor, soft yet crisp. It clears heat and brightens the eyes, while astringent and boosting chi. With a few little helpers pitching in, they quickly gathered a heaping pile, stuffing all the ground ears into the basket. Seeing the time was right, Zhang Yinian headed back to the pond. There was Zhang Yimian nimbly lifting a basket. Two lively little fish thrashing wildly inside, then scooping up the other two, each one holding 3 palm-sized fish.
Yaiming, this trick really catches fish, huh?
Of course it does.
Gosheng said no more. He hoisted 2 small baskets, ready to release the fish, and dump out the rest.
Huh? Don't dump it. There are little shrimp in there too. Dry them and simmer into soup. So tasty.
The group heads home with their bountiful catch. Days pass one by one. It has been raining non-stop these past few days, and it just cleared up today, so a few folks have nothing much to do.
Aunt Wang! Auntie, something's wrong. Mom fell. She is clutching her belly in pain right now. Hurry and go check on her.
Oh, dear. How did she just up and fall like that? Oh no, she's got a baby in there. Jinger, let's hurry and see.
As soon as they stepped inside, they saw Liu Xiaoyun clutching her belly, lying on the bed. Her face was deathly pale, bloodstains on the bedding beneath her. Huang Fengqing and Zhao Xing'er jumped in fright. He was just about to check on Liu Xiaoyun when he was shot out.
Kid like you, don't look at all this blood. Now go help boil some water.
Gosheng was adding firewood to the stove, all the while anxiously saying,
Big sis, what is wrong with my wife? Will she be all right?
It is all my fault. I wasn't paying attention these rainy days. The ground was slippery. I should have kept an eye on her and not let her go out, or at least watched her carefully from the side.
She should be okay.
Her due date was about now anyway, by her reckoning. It is just this sudden fall. Who knows how it'll go? I didn't get a good look just now. Gosheng grew more anxious. Even as the water boiled in the pot, another agonized scream came from the room, Liu Xiaoyun's. He panicked and tried to rush out, but Jiang Yinian quickly held him back, telling him to stay put and keep boiling water. Then he hurried off with the hot water, sterilized cloths, and scissors. Chen Taizhu saw Jiang Yinian enter and immediately widened his eyes, asking worriedly about Xiaoyun.
How is Xiaoyun?
Taizhu said, Don't worry. The wife was due to give birth any day now. It should be all right.
That is right. Tai, Zhi, stop fretting. If he says it is fine, then it is.
Chen Tizhu finally nodded slowly. The crowd waited anxiously outside. Wang Fengqing and Zhao Xing'er were sweating profusely inside the room too.
Xiaoyun, almost there, almost there. I can see the baby's head. Just push a little harder.
Meanwhile, inside the room, everyone bustled about, while those outside waited anxiously, until finally a clear newborn's cry rang out, and the crowd's taut nerves finally eased.
It is all right now, Xiaoyun. Everything's fine. Mother and child are safe. I'll take the baby out to show Taizhu.
How is Xiaoyun 怎么样? Is she all right?
They're both fine. Quick, look, Xiaoyun's given you a son. Come see. Isn't he handsome?
Chen Taizhu was over the moon, mumbling to himself nonstop.
As long as they're safe, that is all that matters.
Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Hearing those cries earlier and seeing basin after basin of bloody water, he had truly been terrified, fearing something might happen to Liu Xiaoyun. Luckily, mother and child are safe. With the emergency earlier, no one had even had time to eat. Now that things had calmed down, everyone felt utterly famished. Huang Fengqing quickly called out, inviting everyone to her home for a meal. A few days passed by, with clear skies every day. Jiang Yinian hasn't been out much, since the veggies in the little garden have sprouted, picking a few yard-long beans on ordinary days, and casually gathering some wild greens from the low-lying patch would suffice. These past few days, he's been circling the low-lying patch, then heading over to take Liu Xiaoyun's pulse. The Chen family's condition is truly improving day by day. Just as he was mulling it over, he heard Gosheng and a few kids chatting outside.
What is going on?
There is a huge hornet's nest on a tree by the cliff wall near the pond. It is terrifying.
Jiang Yimin frowned upon hearing this. That spot by the lotus pond is right on their usual path.
You all wait here. I'll climb up right now and smash that hornet's nest.
Hold on. You haven't even touched it yet, and you might get stung before you know it. This isn't something to take lightly.
Someone in the village once got stung to death by a big hornet.
I'll go check it out with my grandpa.
I'll come along with you.
If it is really right over the lotus pond, it is no laughing matter. It has to be dealt with. Otherwise, it'll be tough for them to drain water into the rice paddies. They walked in one by one. As soon as they approached, they could hear the hornets buzzing, sending shivers down their spines.
Dad, look at the size of this hornet's nest.
Those kids sure are lucky, having played around here for so long and only spotting it today.
Wait until evening, when the hornets have all returned from foraging. Then we'll come back to take it down.
Right now, plenty of hornets are out foraging. If we try to do it now, when those hornets come back and find their home gone, they'll surely linger around here. And if folks come by then, it'll definitely get blocked.
Just in case you really do end up burning this hornet's nest. It is so big. There must be plenty of honeycombs inside, and it'll be tough to clear out.
This hornet's nest is just too massive to steer clear of. Hard to clean up. And who knows, we might still end up getting stung. When I head out during the day, I'll just take extra care. So don't you worry.
Let's take out the hornet's nest tonight. Every extra day it stays means more risk.
No telling when those hornets might suddenly attack. This is a huge safety risk.
How about we skip this path during the day and go around through the mountain cave? Since the nest is so big, it is tricky to handle now. Wait till winter, then we can burn it.
Once winter hits, the hornet's nest will be empty, and it'll be safer for them to deal with it then. Old Man Liu nodded in agreement. A detour's the smarter choice.
All right. Then you all stay clear of this spot for a while.
With that, he turned and walked off, figuring he'd come back alone at dusk to handle the hornet's nest. And if luck was on his side, he might even bring back some honey. The sun is setting soon. After dinner, Jiang Yiming grabbed a stick wrapped in rags and headed toward the lotus pond. Old Man Liu and Liu Dayong had been lounging in the yard when they spotted Jiang Yiming from afar, stick in hand, walking away. They figured he was just heading to the little vegetable patch, but who could have guessed? They watched as he veered farther off course. The two suddenly realized what was happening.
Oh dear, this is bad. Yaiming's going to burn that hornet's nest. Hurry, let's stop him.
Liu Dayong had been chopping firewood. Hearing this, he grabbed his axe and chased after him. By the time they reached the pond's edge, they saw the two men running up, gasping for breath. He was a bit surprised, too.
Grandpa Liu, Dayong panted. What are you doing here?
Yaiming, why'd you come out here all by yourself? It is so dangerous. Come back with Grandpa right now.
Yaiming, you nearly scared us to death. Those giant hornets aren't easy to handle. Let's head back now. We can burn the nest in a few days.
Don't worry, I've got this protective suit. It'll keep everything out. The path to the rice fields is hard to find anyway, so it is easier to head out from here.
Round trip would waste so much time, not to mention risking heat stroke in this sweltering heat. The Lotus Pond route is much shorter.
Can this suit really keep out those bees?
Yeah. This sealed protective suit was developed in the organization's lab. Made from special materials that can even stop bullets. So a few hornets are no problem. It was only when he spotted the hornets that he remembered the suit in his storage space. I've crammed a bunch of lab equipment into the storage space before, but as for what is exactly in there, he's forgotten himself.
So how are you going to get up there? That tree's way too tall.
If it were within reach, they wouldn't even consider waiting until winter.
By stepping on that branch, I can reach the crooked neck tree, and I'll just climb up carefully when the time comes.
Actually, no need for all that trouble. With his agility, he could leap right up to that crooked neck tree with a single push. He says all this just to keep the two of them from worrying, and get them to agree to let him take the risk.
All right, Yiming's got a point. I'll suit up in that protective gear in a bit and climb up to burn the hornet's nest.
Though there is a good chance I'll get stung to death by those hornets, he is accepted that fate. At his age, he has got to do something for the young ones back home, right? Even if it kills him, he is determined to burn that hornet's nest to the ground, with a steely resolve, facing death without flinching.
I'll go.
No, let me go.
No, I'll go.
No way.
With that said, Old Man Liu and his buddy were both stunned. How did he climb up there?
You guys, stay back. The wasps will swarm out any second now.
He lit the torch and set the bottom of the hive ablaze. In no time, a swarm of wasps burst out from the hive, startling both of them. Just as they were racking their brains on how to help, they saw Jiang Yiming whip out a strange little canister from who knows where. and spray it straight at the wasps.
In an instant,
those once fierce wasps all plummeted to the ground. After a few quick sprays, no more wasps emerged from the hive. Their eyes bulged in astonishment. As they stared at each other in utter disbelief, only then did Jiang Yimian tuck away the insecticide, remove the hive from the tree, and climbed down, gazing at the honey and royal jelly inside. So much honey and royal jelly, enough to last them for ages. As for this big hive, he figured he'd extract all the beeswax from it to whip up some lip balms and skincare goodies.
How about that? You are right.
I'm fine. It is all handled. From now on, folks can come to the lotus pond without a worry.
With that, he grabbed the hive and headed off. Liu Deiyong and Old Man Liu were still dazed. And that is it. Just that simple.
Wow, you're really okay. Why didn't you run it by us first? You just went straight up and torched the hive. That is so risky.
Jiang Yimian let out an "oh" and replied calmly,
Oh, I saw you two were about to throw down just now, and figured it wasn't such a big deal, so I just went ahead and handled it. Look at all this honey. I'll extract it in a bit and bring some over for you folks.
Old Liu was left speechless.
You keep the honey yourselves. I don't need any.
No worries. There is plenty of honey here, and the royal jelly too. We'll get it all out together shortly, and I'll make sure each household gets a share.
Thanks. It has been a whole year now. Just the other day, Apricot was saying her mouth had no flavor at all. But with some honey, she'll finally taste a bit of sweetness.
Wang Fengxin spotted her daughter and rushed right over to her.
You went off to burn that beehive without even consulting us. You scared me half to death.
With Grandpa Liu and Uncle Dion there, everything's fine. They've got my back.
Protect you? From what? That girl's got it all under control on her own, grease and all. She doesn't need them one bit. Jiang Yimin rarely joins Old Man Liu today. He wanted to check on the crops in the fields and see how they're faring. And by the way, scout for any shortcuts from the fields to the lowlands.
Oh. Look at every rice seedling sprouting years. This year's harvest promises to be bountiful.
Jiang Yimin nods in eager agreement. Old Man Liu knows he is setting out to find a path, and cautions him to tread carefully before shouldering his basket and departing. Jiang Yimin presses on, marking his trail as he goes. After nearly 2 hours of diligent work, he finally carves out a usable path. This route winds hidden through dense thickets of weeds. Though it is longer than the way by the lotus pond, it should take just about an hour to cover, plus the stretch from the cave into the lowland. Altogether, no more than an hour and a half, which feels quite reasonable. He meanders into the adjacent woods, hoping to stumble upon some herbs or wild veggies. With just a casual stroll, he uncovers several delightful finds. Not far off grows a cluster of deep purple leaves, perilla, which regulates qi and harmonizes the nutritive essence. It is excellent for easing colds. Perilla serves not only as medicine, but also as a tasty vegetable, be it in a cool salad, eaten fresh, or simmered in hot pot. It is all delicious. Jiang Yimin savors its unique tang, so he plucks a hearty bunch of fresh leaves. As he is turning to leave, his eye catches wood ear greens sprawling across the ground nearby. Their aroma is refreshingly crisp. What is more, the whole plant offers medicinal benefits, lubricating the intestines to ease constipation, while its flower sap clears heat and detoxifies the body. Jiang Yimin slices off a generous harvest with his sickle. He won't stop until the basket is stuffed full. When he gets back to the edge of the field, he unexpectedly spots snails scattered throughout the rice paddy. He picks one up at random and examines it, confirming they're all edible. The snail meat is so tender, crisp, and springy, especially when stir-fried, it is irresistibly aromatic.
Grandpa, shall we gather some snails to take back and eat?
Back in the day, he'd eat them whenever he had a free moment. It has been nearly half a year since I came here, and this is the first time I've laid eyes on them. But Old Man Liu pauses in surprise.
Grandpa, these snails are delicious. Let's collect some to bring back and treat everyone to a special meal.
Yimian, Hanyi's tried these before. They don't taste good at all, and they're full of grit and mud. You'd better stop picking them now. Even if you haul them home, they won't get eaten.
Plenty of folks around here have taken them back and tried stir-frying them. In the end, they all ended up tossed out, not to mention wasting all that oil and seasoning.
Too many snails can stunt the rice seedlings' growth, so you're set on leaving them be.
The moment he heard that, Old Man Liu rolled up his sleeves on the spot, his eyes bulging wide.
Yimian, why didn't you speak up sooner? Oh, let's round up every last one of these snails.
With that said, they set to scouring every paddy, working with real gusto. The pair toiled away in the rice fields for quite a spell. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, they'd only managed to fill half a back basket with snails. Once Old Man Liu finished draining the water, the two finally pulled their wooden raft back home. No sooner had they arrived home than Zhang Yimian tipped the snails from the back basket into a wooden tub to soak off the muck.
Sis, what is this dark, grimy stuff? The little one had spotted them by the river before.
Those are field snails. Tomorrow, Sis'll cook up some stir-fried snails for you kids.
Yay! Little Ya, those are big fish, more than anything.
Every time Sis ventures out, she comes home loaded with all sorts of tasty surprises, stuff I've never even seen before. She is just incredible.
These things aren't tasty. They leave your mouth full of sand.
Back when Grandma and Grandpa kept us on short rations, I'd sneak off and forage some to eat. Once a year, like clockwork, a memory flickered through her mind.
Back then, Sis didn't have the right know-how, but this time, it'll surely turn out delicious. So rest easy, Xiaoyi.
That was right after Dad had just vanished. That is when Grandma was most annoyed with our big family branch. There wasn't much rice to go around. Mom was always out in the fields and along the ditches, toiling away, just to fill our bellies. So Big Brother and Little Ono would go gather field snails. But the original host had no idea how to prepare them, which left everyone with a mouthful of grit and mud. Little Ono didn't say a word the whole meal. Her little face fell completely. Clearly, she was remembering those unhappy days from the past. Zhang Yimian crouched down and gently stroked the little one's head.
But little Ono still had her doubts about Big Sis.
Little Ono trusts her sister. Big Sis is sure to make something delicious.
She trusts her sister. Big Sis is really skilled now. If Big Sis says the snails are tasty, then they must be. The next morning at dawn, Jiang Yikeng was up and about. Seeing the snails had purged all the sand, she blanched them in a pot and then started stir-frying. By the time Wang Fengqing and the two little ones woke up, Jiang Yikeng had breakfast already. The two little ones caught the aroma, and as soon as they spotted the dishes on the table, they were drooling with greed, especially that plate of stir-fried snails in the center, so temptingly fragrant. She handed each of them a sturdy straw.
Use this to eat them, but don't eat the innards.
With that, she demonstrated by poking out the snail meat and popped one in her mouth. It burst with spicy, savory flavor. The snail meat was chewy and springy, tender and fresh. The kid's eyes lit up at that.
Ooh, the meat's so yummy and aromatic.
She specially added the perilla leaves, making the snails even more flavorful, richer in taste.
So fragrant, so delicious, totally different from what I've had before.
Go take some to Aunt Xiaoyun and Grandpa Liu.
She filled a big bowl for each household and hurried out the door. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely, especially those stir-fried snails. They were totally hooked. After breakfast, Zhao Xing'er and Liu Xiaoyun came over to ask Jiang Yikeng how she made it. Once they learned the trick, the two young women's eyes gleamed with excitement. Jiang Yikeng found it amusing. Seeing that Liu Xiaoyun had fully recovered her strength, she didn't seem so frail anymore, and nodded approvingly. Clearly, she'd followed the advice, doing her postpartum confinement properly, and even put on some healthy weight. Not as skinny and weak as before. Wang Fengqing watched her daughter comment on others, just smiled and glanced at her. Then Zhang Yimian spoke up again.
You've grown taller too. What about Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan? They put on some healthy flesh too. Even Gou Sheng and Daya, they look a bit plumper than back in the village days. You've taught us all so many useful things. We eat our fill every day. No more going hungry. Everyone's bound to thrive.
Even he himself. His body's not as frail anymore, and he hardly coughs at all now. thinking of how these families have changed. All thanks to his daughter, he couldn't be happier. His Mian Mian.
She is something else. Mian Mian has shut up quite a bit. She looks like a proper young lady now. Mom's gonna sew you a few skirts and tops. Such a pretty Mian Mian. She needs some nice clothes to go with it.
Planning to make some nice outfits for the little ones. Today, reckon a skirt and top for Yimian would do. That to suit her best. With that in mind, he hurriedly took Jiang Yimian's measurements. Early in the morning, a few families head out before the sun's up, snapping corn cobs and harvesting sorghum in the fields. They've gathered the harvest. Enough grain to carry them through the winter. No more going hungry. They can eat their fill every single day. But those corn husks are rough as anything, brushing the skin and leaving it red and itchy all over. Gou Sheng is just about to scratch at his hand when Jiang Yinian drips a few drops of her homemade wind oil essence onto it.
She rubs it right on the spot irritated by the corn sap. It stops the itch in its tracks.
That red itchy patch cools off in an instant, not a hint of itch left behind.
Sister Yimian, what is this? It works like magic. The itch just vanishes once you rub it on.
It is my homemade wind oil essence. Here is a bottle for you to take home and use. Really does the trick.
With all the mosquitoes and bugs in these deep mountains, she gathered plenty of herbs and experimented until she got this balm just right. Never thought it'd work this well. In these troubled times, things like wind oil essence just don't exist. Who knows what has become of the world beyond these hills? If only she could make it to town. Maybe trade some of it for a bit of silver. She lets out a wry little smile. Truth is, life right now isn't half bad. No worries about food or clothes. But it does stir up dreams of something more. The whole group toiled away for a solid 2 days, finally bringing in all the corn and sorghum. Everyone's plumb worn out, but gazing at the corn and sorghum spread out to dry in every courtyard,
Hearts swell with joy.
And all the fatigue from those 2 days melts away.
A few more days of drying, and it'll be time to thresh the sorghum.
Then we can grind it into flour. These are our food for the future.
Yeah, once we've finished harvesting the sorghum, in just over half a month at most, the rice in the fields will be ready to harvest too. That is wonderful.
This is his first time harvesting so much grain. He doesn't feel tired at all. In fact, he is over the moon. In the past, we could never harvest much grain at this time of year. And then there were the taxes, leaving just barely enough to get through the winter. But this year it is different. These corn and sorghum come to over 300 caddies, and we'll harvest several hundred more from the rice. If the yield is good, those fields could yield 1,000 caddies. All these years, he has never seen an acre in the village yield over 1,000 caddies of grain. With all this grain, we can have a proper winter and hold out until next year's new harvest.
The sun's been shining nicely these past few days, so this sorghum will dry out in no time. And then we can stack it in the wood shed, thresh it, and sun-dry it some more.
After Jiang Yinian finishes helping out, she tells Wang Fengqin, shoulders her basket, and grabs her sickle, planning to head out and see what is what, and pick some mushrooms along the way. She barely reaches the cave mouth when a bunch of little tag-alongs appear behind her.
You all want to come along too.
Sister Yikmian, don't worry. We won't cause any trouble. You just focus on what you need to do. I'll look after them and keep them out of harm's way.
Sister, we won't wander off, okay? And we'll take good care of ourselves too. Look after Daya. What?
I can take care of myself too.
All right. Well, you'll all be good now.
Staying cooped up in that little hollow for months must have been really tough. It is only natural for the little one to want to go out and see the world, bouncing along as he followed her right out of the cave. Along the way, I couldn't help feeling like I was just spinning tall tales to these little rascals.
Sister, what is this long, slender grass?
Sister, why is this leaf so pointy? Sister, can we eat these little red berries?
Whenever they spot something they've never seen before, they start asking questions. But I answered each one patiently. Luckily, the kids were soon distracted by other wonders around them, no longer turning into little question machines. Jiang Yinian spotted the kids chasing crickets in the dappled shade, so she let them have at it. She wandered nearby on her own. After just a few steps, she tripped over some vines at her feet and gazed with delight at the vines twisting around the base of a few trees. These looked like wild yam vines. Chinese yam has a sweet and neutral nature, not only serving as food, but also as medicine, with properties to relieve cough and resolve phlegm, dispel wind, and alleviate pain. As recorded in the Shennong Benkao Jing, Zhang Yinyan gazed at the yam vines sprawling across the ground, tonifying the middle and supplementing deficiencies,
expelling pathogenic cold and heat, tonifying the middle and augmenting qi, promoting muscle growth, and benefiting the 5 viscera to brighten the eyes and sharpen the ears.
For a moment, she wasn't sure whether to feel joy or worry, the joy being that all these wild yams would keep them fed for ages. Whether stewed in soup or simply stir-fried, they all taste delicious. But the worry was that digging up yams is a delicate, painstaking task. She pulled a narrow shovel from her storage space and began carefully digging around the yam vines. Sure enough, she uncovered several yams tightly encased in soil, revealing large sections of somewhat curved tubers, and only then did she reach out to gently pull the yam section free. After toiling away like this for nearly half an hour, she had barely managed to fill half a back basket. Gou Sheng had already spotted the situation over here and hurried over to lend a hand. Meanwhile, Xiao Nuaner and the others were foraging for wild greens nearby, digging away for a little longer, until both their baskets were brimming full.
That is enough digging for now. We'll come back for the rest in a few days. These are too tough to unearth.
Once we're back, I'll tell Uncle Dongyong and Grandpa Liu about this. If they knew this stuff was edible, they'd surely join me to dig some up.
He eyes the yam vines snaking all around here, enough to keep everyone fed for ages. Even though we're no longer scraping by at home, and the rice harvest is right around the corner, when it comes to food, you can never have too much. He'd been haunted by hunger for so long, and was just about to round up the group to leave, when the little girl let out a startled cry.
Sister, quick! Sister! Look, there is a pit right here! There is a little kitty trapped inside!
Yin Yan froze in her tracks, suddenly remembering all the traps she'd set in the woods, meant to snare some wild game. It had been such a long time since she'd checked this spot, that the whole thing had slipped her mind. Down in that 2-meter-deep pit, a tiny black and gray striped kitten lay huddled.
Sister, this poor little kitty looks so helpless. Can we please rescue it? Sister, this little kitty looks so pitiful. Can we save him?
He grabbed the little guy by the scruff and carried it up. The little guy let out a fierce growl. Seeming injured, that is when Zhang Yinyan finally noticed. No cat makes a sound like that, and these stripes don't look right either. This isn't a cat at all. It is clearly a little tiger cub. Yet this little tiger cub stared with big eyes, letting out a faint, weak growl, which didn't sound like a tiger's roar at all, but more like a playful whimper. Meanwhile, the little girl stood nearby, still fretting over the kitten's leg. The little girl gazed at the pitiful bleeding kitten and said in a pitiful voice,
Sister, this little kitty is so pitiful. Can I keep it? Don't worry, I'll take good care of it, and I won't even think of eating it.
Wake up.
Using the herbs we gathered to stop the bleeding and bandaged the wound. The little tiger seemed to sense the people before it weren't bad, so it obediently rubbed against Zhang Yinyan's feet, looking just like any kitten or puppy. Quite tame, too.
Hey, Mimi, this is Xiaonar that Xiao's sister saved you. Okay, so you have to be good.
The little tiger seemed to understand. It stretched its head out and rubbed against Zhang Yinyan's feet again. Unexpectedly, this little tiger was so affectionate, so he reached out and gave the little tiger's head a gentle rub. Seeing it remain so gentle, he finally relaxed with a sigh. The group was just about to head back, but Zhang Yinyan keenly sensed that someone might be in the woods. She glanced around, apart from the thick forest, but saw no sign of anyone. The presence I sensed earlier has vanished without a trace.
What is wrong, sis?
It is nothing, just some birds, chirping.
She skipped happily back toward the cave, but Jiang Yimin remained on high alert, listening intently to every sound around them, making sure no one was tailing them. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. In these steep mountains and ancient woods, besides them, who else could possibly be out here? Jiang Yimin was playing with the two kids in the yard when the little tiger appeared.
Sister, Yamin, look at this. I told Taeyong, Old Man Liu, they've dug up so many yams again. We could eat like this for days.
If it weren't getting so late, he'd have dug up even more. As soon as it spotted the stranger approaching the house, it let out a fierce growl, its eyes flashing with anger.
Yaiming, why is this cat getting all snarly at me? Didn't we bring it home together just today?
And we're already so close. Why is it still acting up?
Mimi's still hurt and scared of strangers.
Tigers have a fierce territorial instinct. The moment it senses an intruder threatening its turf, it gets riled up.
Gosheng, time to head home for dinner.
Gosheng chimed in right away, and they both scampered off home, all smiles. Wang Fengchun noticed he'd been gazing toward the Chen family's place.
Why are you still fretting over Uncle Taiju like that? I've seen how much better he has been looking these past few days. He is even able to pitch in and help Xiao Yun with the chores, and his face doesn't look nearly as pale as it used to. Even Xiao Yun says, "It is all thanks to you, my girl." She really is something.
Mom's just teasing me again.
Jiang Yimian reckoned it wouldn't be long before they could plan surgery for Chen Taiju. And with that, they could probably get it done before the new year. Then the Chen family could finally enjoy a proper new year for once. And before long, the day to harvest the rice had arrived. Everyone from the little hollow pitched in together. The whole group toiled from dawn till dusk. Sure, they were worn out, but the deep satisfaction made it all worthwhile. Jiang Yimian gazed out over the vast terraced fields, each golden ear of rice swaying proudly, and felt that all those months of hard labor hadn't been for nothing. Her spirits were sky high. The others wore faces lit up with pure joy. After months of back-breaking work, this was the moment they'd all been waiting for. On the way home, Liu Dayong peered excitedly into his bag at the freshly threshed rice, his face beaming with delight.
Dad, I gotta say, this year's yield looks downright impressive. And we haven't even finished half the field yet, but we already got over 400 caddies of rice in hand.
Nothing like this back in the old days.
Brother Taeyong, spot on. This harvest is something special.
After 3 straight days of non-stop hustle, the rice was finally all brought in. And what a bumper crop it was. Over 1,000 caddies of rice in total. Everyone was over the moon. So the families gathered round to divvy up the grain. Just as they'd agreed from the start, they'd set aside extra for the Zhang family. So, the Chen and Liu families each got 300 caddies, while the Zhang family got 400 caddies. Wang Fengqin felt a bit embarrassed.
We agreed on it first thing this morning, but we can't go back on our word.
Yes, Sister Fengqin, just take it. You've always taken extra good care of us. This grain is what you deserve.
Without her, who would share grain with them throughout the year, and teach them to make guanyin tofu, and recognize all those wild vegetables? How could they have survived so steadily until now? Wang Fengqin saw she couldn't refuse, and had to agree. But when it came to dividing the corn and sorghum at the end, the Zhang family took just over 300 caddies of sorghum and corn. The Chen and Liu families each got 150 caddies, several hundred caddies of grain, plus the vegetables from the small garden, and some dried vegetables, some dried early on. Enough for them to get through a good winter until the wheat ripens next year. The shadow of food shortages over the past few months was completely dispelled. Everyone was in high spirits and ready to plant wheat and reap seed in the terraced fields again. These two crops can both be harvested before next year's rice transplanting, just right for the terraced fields. Not only does it enrich the soil, but also provides extra grain. So after a few days of idleness, people began to get busy again. They also planted broad beans and peas, and only then did everyone truly have some leisure time.
For the sake of that adorable face of yours, I'll let you tag along with me. Don't go wandering off.
One man and one tiger trekked through the woods for over half an hour. Jiang Yinian eyed the empty basket on his back. Wasn't this just a waste of time? He'd only managed to snag a few sparrows for little Tiger to fill his belly. He was debating whether to head back for a bite first, when hushed voices caught his ear nearby. He was about to leap into the tree to hide, but little Tiger suddenly perked up with excitement and bolted off in a flash, vanishing from sight. Before he could give chase, the voices drew perilously close.
Let's keep our voices down so no one else catches on. Lately, quite a few folks have shown up on this mountain. Probably all refugees driven back from the city gates by the guards. No telling where they fled from. All of them skin and bones. A downright frightening sight.
Ain't that the truth? And in a few days' time, this mountain will be crawling with people. Those cursed bandits. They've gone and blocked all the roads. We can't even find our way back to the village.
Are you from Jincheng Prefecture?
The two jumped in fright, nearly dropping the flatbreads clutched in their hands. Only when they saw it was just a teenage girl standing before them did they let out a sigh of relief.
The girl was from a nearby village. What are you doing venturing into these deep woods all alone?
If not for scouting a path down the mountain to skirt around the bandit stronghold, she'd have her man by her side. No way she'd set foot in these wild, tangled woods otherwise.
I'm from a village round these parts. We've been holed up for over half a year, but the food at home's run dry. So I figured I'd forage something up here to eat.
That is just what I figured. We're all from Huaihua village. Back when we fled the famine with the villagers, we'd only just reached Jincheng Prefecture when those officers and soldiers blocked our path. We hid in the woods outside the city for over half a year, and only recently did the soldiers drive us back, claiming we should return home to tend the fields. We figured the village wasn't too far off, so we slipped back through the shadows, dodging every which way. But who could have guessed the bandits down the mountain would bar our way, leaving us no choice but to venture deeper into the hills for a path and hope we could still make it home.
Back in the village, there were folks who refused to flee the famine. They slipped away and hid in secret. I reckon this girl must have hidden out with her family. Lucky for her, she wasn't spotted by Liu Min. Zhang Yimian noticed them constantly scanning the surroundings, clearly on guard against anyone else approaching, and only then did he nod to himself in quiet approval, proving they were indeed the sort who could trek all the way to Jincheng Prefecture and slip back unscathed. To move with such caution is truly rare in these times. The young woman saw Zhang Yimian fall silent, hesitated for a moment, then broke her flatbread in half and offered it over.
You must be starving, aren't you? We haven't much food left ourselves, but make do with this.
If only his daughter were still with us, she'd be about this girl's age. But alas, she wasn't granted such fortune.
Could you tell me what is happening out there? I know the path down the mountain, so I can lead you both down safely.
The moment he said that, the two men lit up with obvious excitement. Nodding eagerly in agreement, Jiang Yimin casually inquired about the chaos of the war. They only knew that the imperial court had driven the rebels to the borders of the great Jin dynasty, and nothing more beyond that. Zhang Yimin then asked about the bandits plaguing the foothills.
We only know that several paths through their mountain strongholds have been blocked with rubble, and the rest remains a mystery to us, for they are ruthless mountain bandits after all. How could we dare provoke them? Word is some desperate refugees tried forcing their way through one of those strongholds, only to be hacked down on the spot.
Those bandits are fiends, every last one of them, slaughtering without a second thought. So we never even considered passing through their lair. Instead, we plunged straight into the wilds, fearing we'd be spotted by other wandering refugees. And in a moment of resolve, we pressed deeper into the uncharted mountains. Only then did Jiang Yimi nod, in understanding, realizing these two were simple, honest farmers at heart. That they had made it back unscathed owed as much to good fortune as to their cautious ways.
I'll guide you down the mountain.
The myriad trails twisted ruggedly through the terrain, winding deep into the forest. They could disorient even the steadiest traveler in mere moments.
Follow this narrow path, and we'll reach the base before half an hour passes.
The two men, hearing this, promptly offered their thanks, then hurried eagerly down toward the foothills. From another trail, he climbed back up into the heights. He reached the woods where Mimi had vanished. Just as he began searching the underbrush, a familiar cry echoed through the trees. He followed the sound toward its source. From a distance, I spotted Mimi nestled right at a man's feet. To be precise, that was a young man. He looked to be about 17 or 18, tall and slender in build. With the young man facing away from me, I couldn't make out his face. I was just about to call Mimi back, when the young man drew his bow and loosed an arrow skyward. Mimi perked up at once, darting off toward where the arrow fell. In no time, she returned with the arrow in her beak. 2 sparrows dangling from the side of her mouth. A touch unexpected. A true one arrow 2 birds. Evidently, this fellow was innately off-flavored as well. The young man reached out and plucked the arrow from Mimi's beak. then tossed the 2 sparrows her way. Mimi lit up with excitement once more, snatching them up and starting to chew. I was watching, utterly engrossed, when the young man turned and fixed his gaze on me. A chill gleamed in his eyes. Now that I got a good look, the young man was exceedingly handsome, short straight brows and star-bright eyes, a face of refined elegance, especially that red teardrop mole beneath his eye. It seemed to flicker with an eerie allure, making him all the more captivating.
Mimi's gone.
He is handsome, I'll give him that. Just a tad too aloof. Mimi glanced at the young man, then back at Jiang Yinian, hesitating for a moment. Lucy Jian reached out and gently rubbed Mimi's head, signaling her to come closer. Only then did Mimi nuzzle against his feet, before darting swiftly back to Jiang Yinian's side. Jiang Yinian was somewhat surprised, recalling the first time he'd met Mimi. She hadn't been afraid of people at all. It all clicked into place.
So you're the former owner of this little tiger?
Lucy Jian nodded, about to leave, but then paused mid-step.
Lately, quite a few refugees have been gathering at the mountain's edge. Don't let her wander out there.
With that, he turned and departed, watching his figure fade into the woods. Only then did Jiang Yinian set off with Mimi. From that man's tone, it seemed he'd long been aware of the refugees climbing the mountain. As for himself, the man hadn't seemed surprised to see him, and pairing it with the presence Mimi had sensed last time, it must have been this young man all along. Who knows how long he has been holed up in these mountains? Does he know about the small hollow? If he does, he hadn't detected a tail on him at all. He has been here so long now. Yet, his instincts stay sharp. He couldn't possibly be followed without realizing it. Still, that young man hadn't laid a hand on him just now, and had even spoken up to warn him. He probably harbors no ill intent. Jiang Yinian, brimming with unanswered questions, wandered back to the small hollow with Mimi lost in thought. After dinner, he shared the news of the refugees on the mountain with the Chen and Liu families. It also deliberately omitted the encounter with that formidable young lad. Upon hearing there were refugees on the mountain, they immediately fell silent. Clearly they recalled the time refugees came up the mountain and killed. Long-forgotten memories suddenly resurfaced before their eyes. That gruesome, blood-soaked scene made the group shudder involuntarily.
These refugees aren't natives of these mountains and rivers. They're people who fled the famine. Since the roads at the foot of the mountain are blocked by bandit strongholds, they have no choice but to come up the mountain seeking an escape route.
Indeed, poor souls. Those mountain bandits below, from what they say, they're utterly terrifying. Who knows what schemes they might hatch against us up here?
That would spell disaster.
Still, with so many refugees gathering on the mountain, trouble is bound to brew. We'd better prepare in advance.
Just in case, later take Tai Yong and Gou Shou to dig some traps in the woods near the cave. Make sure they can't track us here. Even if those folks by the lotus pond come searching without a raft, they can't get across. So no need to worry about that.
In a bit, I'll take Gao Sheng and Yai Ming out to set those traps.
Even if we don't catch anyone, we'll make sure they don't dare venture deep into the woods. After lunch, a few of them set out from the small hollow. Liu Deyang and Gou Sheng busied themselves digging traps in the woods near the cave entrance. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinian headed toward the mountain's edge. He reached the midway point up the slope, gazing down at the bandit stronghold below. Months had passed since he'd last scouted the stronghold, and it had undergone significant changes by now. The entire stronghold was now encircled by a 2-meter-high fence, crowned with sharpened wooden stakes. It looked quite menacing. Clearly, breaking in wouldn't be straightforward. To rebuild a stronghold like this in just half a year's time, Zhao Sandao was a formidable foe indeed. Jiang Yinian observed it for a moment, then scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, he spotted a massive pile of earth and stones blocking a road near Apricot Blossom Village, and nearby stood a tall watchtower. It was built to survey the surrounding area. This confirmed his suspicions. It was meant for ambushing travelers. He shared everything he'd seen with Liu Dayang and Gou Sheng.
Who gasped? That scares me half to death. I thought it was those burly young thugs again.
Though he trained with Jiang Yinian these past 6 months, growing much stronger, he was still just a boy at heart, and the last incident had left deep scars on his mind.
Aren't those bandits afraid of anything? Though Apricot Blossom Village is remote, the area is riddled with mountain paths. They connect to many villages and towns, so travelers seeking shortcuts are bound to come this way. But those bandits, they've blocked everyone.
Now that the war has just died down, Jincheng Prefecture and the surrounding counties must have been thoroughly ransacked. Who even knows if the county magistrate is still in office? Wait until it can operate normally. It'll take at least several months. As for these bandits, the Imperial Court has no time to deal with them for now. Can't spare any extra manpower.
What if this county magistrate turns out to be a coward? After learning the size of the bandit stronghold, he might not bother with the bandits at all, let alone the lives of the villagers near the stronghold. So they can only hope this county magistrate is incorruptible and just, a good official who puts the people first.
Sister Yaiming, I've trained with you for so long now. Aren't you going to teach me some fighting moves?
He didn't want to run into refugees again and end up like last time, just getting beaten up. He wants to protect his mom, protect his family, protect everyone in Little Hollow.
I'll teach you some moves another day.
He doesn't know any real fighting techniques at all. All he knows is how to kill, but it can distract these folks, help them relax, which is pretty good. He doesn't have the power to save all those people anyway. As long as the bandit stronghold stands, these endless mountains will be their shield. The wild beasts in the deep woods will give these refugees plenty to worry about, and with no food to boot, they'll starve soon enough. So Jiang Yinian and the others just need to watch out for the refugees. So the mountain itself is perfectly safe. Deep in the mountains, that is where they've settled. Those refugees likely wouldn't dare venture any deeper. Life in the little valley has settled back to normal, with everyone resuming their usual routines and putting those refugees out of mind. That day, after finishing breakfast, Jiang Yimin headed out of the cave with Mimi at his side. He made his way first to the woods, where the traps were set, scanning for any footprints or signs of intruders. Only one pitfall trap had its camouflage of weeds and dead leaves disturbed. He lowered his old dagger into the deep pit, calling up Quanzi, and 3 rabbits still at the pit is bottom. This pit runs 2 meters deep, so unless you're trained in martial arts, climbing out is all but impossible. Jiang Yimin then gathered fresh weeds and leaves to cover the pit once more, before slinging the badger and rabbits over his back and heading off. He hadn't gone far when he spotted several calci rhizomes mottled black and white in chunks, resembling konjac at first glance. Known for lowering blood pressure and cholesterol while promoting skin health and aiding weight loss, Jiang Yimin leaned in for a closer look, confirming he had the right plant, before pulling a small shovel from his back basket and starting to dig around the base of the konjac rhizome. In no time, he unearthed a small, soil-encased tambo and dug up a few more until his back basket was overflowing, shovel still in hand as he set off. These konjac bulbs store well. Even if you can't finish them right away, you can harvest extra and stash them in the root cellar to enjoy through the winter months, making them ideal winter provisions. It is peak season for konjac right now, so it is wise to gather as much as possible, ensuring a steady supply year-round. It has been over half a year since I arrived here, and he truly missed the refreshing aroma of konjac jelly. Lost in those thoughts, he suddenly heard the distant flutter of birds scattering in alarm. Mimi let out a sharp whine at his side, her gaze turning fierce. Before he could even draw near, voices rose in argument from afar. It seemed over a handful of foraged greens. Peering through the gaps in the leaves from a distance, he was taken aback, spotting about a dozen people nearby. He hadn't expected this. In just a few short days, over 20 had already gathered on the mountain. Last time, there were scarcely 2 or 3, the courts likely driving folks back to the cities. Yet in mere days, so many refugees had flooded the slopes. Jiang Yimin furrowed his brow. He cast one last glance at them, then slipped away with utmost care. In a few more days, the crowds up there would only grow. This was no good omen. It seemed they'd need to venture less from their little valley in the days ahead. He soon returned to the little valley and recounted to the group what he'd witnessed outside.
Yimin, you're saying there are already over 20 up on that hilltop?
How, in just a few days, did so many suddenly descend on the mountain? With numbers like that, trouble's inevitable. We've only just claimed this hard-won peace, and we can't let these outsiders shatter it.
No doubt more will arrive in the coming days. We'll stay within our little valley as much as possible, and if we must go out, with extreme caution. We absolutely cannot let them learn of our hidden haven.
Then I'll keep a lookout from the perimeter these days. If anything seems amiss, I'll hurry back to alert you all.
I'll go. I don't have much to do around the little valley anyway, so I might as well go keep an eye on those folks.
Cut it out. What are you up to, you rascal? Don't think we can't see through you. Don't go thinking those refugees will be easy to handle. You just stay safe in the little valley. Let Dae-Yong handle it.
Yeah, better let Dae-Yong go. He is a grown man. Even if he runs into those other refugees, they'll think twice before messing with him.
Everyone nodded in agreement. So, the matter was settled.
Yimian, what is this? Is this edible?
This is konjac, totally edible. There are plenty more in the woods out there. In a few days, we can dig up a bunch more. This stuff keeps for ages.
Sounds great. Then I'll head out and dig up extras. That wild yam last time was so tasty. I can hunt for more when the time comes.
Yimian, oh man, you absolutely can't eat this stuff. Grandpa's not pulling your leg. It is poisonous.
Yimian, this thing's not for eating. Toss it quick. My old man nearly got done in by this, back in the day.
You ungrateful brat. You got the nerve to bring up your dad. If I'm still kicking, it is a miracle. I nearly bit the dust because of you. You even fed it to me to test the waters.
And get this, he was touched, thought it was sweet, said his boy had finally grown up, and knew how to show some respect. P-F-F-T. What filial piety? That was attempted murder. This was straight-up poisoning. Everyone caught on quick to the whole story, and cracked up laughing from the sidelines. Bringing up that old tale, Liu Dae-Yong looked mighty sheepish. He switched topics fast to dodge the heat.
Bottom line, you can't eat this. Just chuck it already.
Rest easy. Folks, once konjac is properly cooked, the poison's gone, and it is downright delicious. Whether as a main dish or a snack,
it works. Either way, this ain't child's play. Eating this raw make you miserable. We've had a good harvest lately anyway. Plenty of grain to go around. No need to mess with wild stuff.
It is so potent. How is a quick boil gonna neutralize that?
Check the trap today nabbed a few critters. And there is quite a big jar too. I'll share some with you guys.
It won't last a full year.
Jiang Yimian looked a bit helpless. Seeing how embarrassed they all were, she had to share Huanzi, dividing it between the two families before the rabbit could finally go.
Who knew konjac could be made like this? I figured you just peel it and chomp it raw.
The boiled konjac tendon has the best chewy texture. And the rest of the konjac can be stir-fried, boiled into soup, or tossed in a cold salad.
Once we dig up more in a few days, we can grate the konjac into powder, then dry it out for storage. It'll keep even longer, and super easy to use whenever you feel like it.
Hey you, wanna give it a try? Tastes amazing.
Daddy, whatever. Even if it poisons him, he'll own up to it, as long as it doesn't do him in. But the moment that konjac hit his mouth, it was so flavorful, he almost couldn't resist grabbing another bite.
Good, right.
He was just reaching for the konjac on the plate, when...
Hold off on that! Eat it later.
Why?
Hang on a sec, let Mom check if it is gonna poison you first. And if it is all good, then you can dig in.
Mom, you can relax. Konjac's totally safe once it is cooked. So go ahead and enjoy it.
Jiang Yimian couldn't help but chuckle, and called Xiao Nuaner and Xiao Yi over to try the refreshing konjac.
So spicy, but so yummy. Little Pony loves it.
Spicy and aromatic. Her first time trying anything like this.
Too spicy. Next time, wait till Sis makes a milder version. Then you can all have some.
That old guy's probably about to head out. We'll tail him in a bit. This could yield a good haul. Fingers crossed.
We've been hunkered down here all afternoon. My feet have gone numb.
Same here. Forget the feet. My butt's numb too.
Every time something looks promising, we're just fishing here, right? Look at that plot. It has got to be at least an acre. Looks like it is already being harvested. And they've planted something else now. Probably back when there was plenty of grain in good times. If we can just find this old guy's hideout, what are we worried about food for? No need to rack our brains about joining that bandit camp anymore.
And those three won't have to risk coming deep into the mountains. But hey,
Today's turned up a surprise. I figured this mountain was just full of ragged refugees. The old, weak, sick, and lame. Never imagined there'd be someone actually farming land up here. He doesn't look like he has been on the run for months. Way better off than those starving folks who look like a gust could knock him over.
Let's follow him. And don't let him out of our sight.
Old Liu had been walking for quite a spell when he finally reached the spot where his raft was moored, when he suddenly froze and immediately started pleading.
Oh, no. Brothers, what do you want? I'm just an old bag of bones. Got nothing to my name.
Speak. Where is your home? How many in your family? If you lie, we'll slit your throat right now.
Deep down, he regretted leaving the little hollow today. He should have listened to his wife and stayed put these past few days.
My family's just 3 of us. Me, my old lady, and our little grandson. Brothers, please spare us. Whatever you want, it is yours.
The 2 gaunt men exchanged a glance, both feeling a wave of relief wash over them, then turned their eyes to the tall man, gesturing for him to decide what to do next. They'd figured that clearing such a vast stretch of wasteland meant the old man's family had to be a sizable bunch. Little did they know, it was just an old woman and a young grandson, which made things a whole lot simpler. They could just storm right into the old man's place. And that old woman and the kid couldn't put up much fight.
Old-timer, where is your home at?
This here is no spot for folks to hunker down. It is nothing but thick woods all around, and who knows what critters might come prowling after dark.
My home's tucked away in this lotus pond. You young fellas must be refugees on the run from the famine, ain't ya? I know deep down you're all decent lads, forced to set your sights on a worn-out old coot like me out of sheer desperation. No worries. Come on back with me. I've got grain stashed at home. If that is what you're after, I can hand it all over to ya, long as you promise not to harm me or my kin.
With that said, the gaunt man's frame shuddered a few times in fright, and the 3 men's weariness eased up in a flash. Truth be told, they weren't after anyone's blood, just some grub to fill their bellies. Now, with the old-timer playing it so straight, they sure as hell weren't gonna turn on an innocent soul. Looks like the old fella had found himself a prime hideout. Elsewise, why would a family of 3 hole up in the heart of these wild woods?
All right, old-timer, let's move. You best not pull any tricks on me, or I'll chuck you right into that pond and let you drown.
Old Liu finally let out a long-held breath and glided toward the shallow inlet.
We're here. We're here. Brothers, no rush.
By now, the sky had turned pitch black, relying on the moonlight to make out their surroundings. The tall man scanned the area with wary eyes. Before they could even figure out the way forward, Old Man Liu gripped his boat oar, swinging it hard at the backs of their heads, cursing all the while as he struck.
I'll make you pay for threatening me. I'll make you pay for trying to steal our grain. I'll beat you bandits dead.
Liu Deyong and Gou Sheng, who had been hiding in the woods since earlier, rushed out with a broom and shovel to join the attack.
Mercy! Spare us! Spare us! Good sirs! Ouch!
Stop it! Stop hitting us! My head!
Enough! Stop hitting them. Tie them up and haul them back for questioning.
In the pitch darkness, the 3 men were beaten black and blue, with no chance to mark the path. Before being dragged straight to the Liu family courtyard, the 3 cheeks swollen like pig heads knelt in the courtyard, eyeing the folks around them, their hearts heavy with regret. What family of 3? This damn near looks like 3 whole families, young and old adding up to over a dozen. How could we swallow that old man's lies? If it really was just 3 people, how could they scrape by in these deep wild woods? Old Man Liu finally eased up, his legs turning to jelly.
Where are you folks from? What brings you up the mountain?
I fled from Yuejiang. He is from my village. Our family's all wiped out, so we stuck together.
Zhang Yinian then glanced at the other one.
I'm from Jincheng Prefecture. I don't have any family left. After meeting them, we've been traveling together. This time we came up the mountain because the roads below are all blocked by those bandits. We figured we'd head up here to scrounge some food, and along the way, see if we could join up with those bandits.
Join the mountain stronghold.
Nowadays, the mountain tiger stronghold isn't small by any means. They probably don't need many new recruits.
especially not a bunch of ragged refugees like us.
A few days back, word from the stronghold said anyone wanting to join has to bring the heads of 3 men. We wouldn't dare kill anyone. We just hoped to pick off some stragglers. But when that fell through, we had no choice but to forage around for scraps. And that is when we ran into that old man.
And once that news spread, those 3 ended up as the prime targets for every desperate soul. Lucky for them, they could run like the wind, and sticking together in a group of 3 kept anyone from making a move. Old Man Leo, hearing this, felt his heart pounding like a drum. If he crossed paths with someone gunning to join the stronghold today, his head would have been rolling before he knew it. Just picturing that scene sent shivers down his spine, while Jiang Yinian shook his head in dismay. Those mountain bandits sure know how to play their cards. With that kind of bait out there, it is bound to turn refugees against each other in cold blood. By the time the survivors gather on the mountain, all the real threats will have weeded themselves out, and the stronghold itself ends up with some real tough customers. Someone who can take down 3 men and hack off their heads to boot. That is no small-time thug.
We just wanted a bit of grain. Nothing more, nothing else. Please, just let me go. You can rest easy. The 3 of us won't breathe a word of what happened here today.
Come up here.
If you get out of here, one of you will spread word of this place to the others, and they'll come back with a gang to raid our grain stores. Don't think for a second I don't know what is brewing in your heads.
We can't let these 3 walk free no matter what. This fragile piece we've scraped together in our little hollow can't be shattered by the likes of them.
No way, no way. Just let us go. Staying here won't do us any good. Please, I beg you.
Who said you'd be useless staying here? There is so much land that needs clearing. You stay on. It's just what we need to lend a hand.
This small hollow isn't all that big, with fertile soil for planting all around us. But it is all choked with towering trees, and the 3 households just can't manage it alone. Plus, the fields we already have are plenty for now, so we haven't bothered reclaiming more. Now we've got 3 more able-bodied hands. He might as well put them to work.
Time to carve out a few more plots.
We'll still need to set traps in the woods nearby, and make sure nothing like today ever happens again.
Refugees have already started gathering up on the mountain, and with that word spreading from the stronghold, things out there are sure to turn dangerous.
I'll scout around the ditches these days too. Now that some have pushed deep into the mountains, others are bound to get bold as well. So we'd best keep to ourselves for a while. And even if we head out, never alone.
Rest easy. I won't be venturing out solo anytime soon.
Sure, the crops in the fields matter a great deal, but nothing's worth more than a man's own life.
Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll check on the outer fields too, and make sure nothing goes wrong with the harvest.
So they all came to an instant agreement, no longer fretting that the 3's blood debt would tie their hands and stash them in the straw hut out front. Nights in the small hollow were utterly still, save for the calls of birds and frogs, with no other noises to break the quiet. Lulled by the chorus of the wild, the families all slipped into peaceful slumber. The 3 men in the Liu family's thatched hut were wide awake, not a trace of sleepiness among them. The tall man shook a small stone shard loose from his sleeve, sawing fiercely at the hemp ropes binding his wrist. Once he'd freed the other 2, they'd snag some veggies and slip away. They'd been on the run for months now, starting out with some dry rations. But soon enough, it was just wild greens, and these last few days they'd been down to chewing tree bark. Day in, day out, hunger gnawed at them without quite killing them. They ate but never got full. It was pure misery. So they crept off toward the vegetable patch under cover of night. Under the moonlight, the fresh, plump veggies in the garden seemed to beckon them like forbidden fruit. He swallowed hard, then reached out a hand. But before his fingers could graze the cucumber, a small shadow suddenly darted out from the shadows nearby, startling him into yanking his hand back. In the moonlight, he finally made it out, a fierce little cat, glaring daggers.
You little beast, get lost. Don't get in the way of our score.
With that, he lashed out a kick at Mimi by his feet, but Mimi let out a sharp yowl, bared her teeth, and sank them into his leg. The pain shot through the tall man's leg, drawing a stifled yelp from him.
Oh, that hurts!
Yet Mimi clamped down hard, her jaws locked on his flesh. And no matter how he shook and twisted, that furry fiend on his leg wouldn't budge an inch. The other 2, seeing this, rushed over to help. They were just about to pry open Mimi's jaws with all their might when the Zhang family's door creaked open with an ominous groan, sending the pair bolting in terror. With a resounding thud, a shovel plunged straight into the earth right behind them, halting them dead in their tracks. They tumbled to the ground in sheer panic, their eyes wide with abject terror. That shovel just now flew right past their heads,
barely missing them. If it had veered just a little more, they'd be clutching their skulls or nursing broken legs. They didn't dare budge an inch, terrified that an enraged Jiang Yimian would blow their heads off on the spot. Mimi perked up at the sound of her master's voice, and immediately released her grip, darting to Jiang Yimian's side, bouncing around joyfully. As if eagerly seeking praise, Jiang Yimin pulled a small chunk of meat from her space and tossed it casually her way. Mimi Yuerxip leaped up to catch it, then settled off to the side to devour it.
Either die or stay and work. You have no other options.
The three fell silent for a moment. They could hardly believe it, that this young girl was speaking so calmly of killing. It sent chills down their spines.
I'll count to 3. If you haven't decided by then, I'll kill you all.
The blade's sharp gleam grew even colder under the moonlight, for reasons they couldn't quite grasp. Yet somehow, they knew this girl could end them in an instant.
1, 2.
We agree. We'll stay and work.
We're strangers in a strange land here. Who knows if we'd even find our way out? Jiang Yimin then turned her gaze to the other two.
I'll stay.
Me too. We'll stay and work, at least for a year.
Only then did she seem satisfied.
Since you're not in the mood for sleep, then get to reclaiming that land. I want to see results on that plot by tomorrow afternoon,
she said, pointing to a small patch beside the vegetable garden that hadn't been cleared yet. It was meant for vegetables originally, but there weren't enough seeds, so it got left as is. If you clear it now, you can still plant wheat or rapeseed in time.
What? You don't want to?
Can we get an axe? Those trees are as thick as my arm.
She wouldn't seriously expect them to snap it with their bare hands, would she? Even if the gods themselves descended, it still wouldn't cut it. Only then did Jiang Yimin acknowledge them with a murmur, went back inside, and returned with the tools they'd need, yawning as she spoke.
I'm heading back to bed. Don't even think about bolting. Mimi will be watching you. Got it.
With that, she turned and slipped back into the house, clearly with no intention of keeping tabs on them herself, just shooting a glance at that snarling cat. Work it is. Done. At least we've still got our necks. Right. They finally saw the writing on the wall. Not a single one of these folks is someone to tangle with. At the crack of dawn, the family started waking up one by one, but upon seeing the 3 men captured yesterday already clearing the land, they were taken aback for a moment.
Young folks sure get things done fast. That thick trunk felled in just a few swings.
Now, with these 3 right here, they've been clearing out some plots lately. We can plant more wheat. Come next year, we can dig an irrigation ditch and grow rice in the low-lying paddies. Just imagining those paddies full of crops, his beard twitched with excitement. Liu Dayong was pleased with the 3 men too. Once the meal was ready at home, he brought some over to them. Though it was just corn mush and wild greens flatbread, it touched the 3 men deeply. They even put extra vigor into their work. By the time Jiang Yimin woke up, the 3 had felled all the trees on that plot and were now cutting the grass. He glanced at the blazing sun.
You 3, come over here.
Be boss. What do you want with us?
Name's Jiang Yimin. Come drink some water.
The 3 eyed the murky odd-colored water and hesitated a bit, stubbornly refusing to approach.
Boss, what did we do wrong? Don't worry. We swear we won't run again. We'll work hard and stay put. Just don't kill us, boss.
Please, don't kill us. We'll do whatever you say. Send us east. We won't head west.
Yeah, just keep us here.
They'd already made up their minds last night. That surviving here was the key. Escaping was out of the question. They'd never get out in this lifetime. Better to stay put here and lend a hand in peace. At least no constant fear of someone aiming right at their heads. We figured we'd just scrape by day by day. But once Liu Dayong started bringing them meals, they set their minds to it. Even if these folks tried chasing them off, they weren't budging. It has been ages since we tasted anything hot, let alone corn mush and wild greens flatbread this good, even back home. All we could manage was a swig of that bitter wild green slop. Corn was out of the question, and stuffing ourselves full like this, unheard of.
Sister, what is wrong with them? Why are they crying? Don't you like this? Don't be scared. It is just that the flavor's a bit odd. Jiang Yinian specially added sugar. And it is really tasty.
This is sugar water. Super delicious.
Tasty.
Only then did the three of them catch on, and they awkwardly wiped away the tears and sweat from their faces, leaving Jiang Yinyan utterly speechless.
If I wanted to kill you, would I bother poisoning you?
Only then did the three of them relax with a sigh, and happily gulped down the water, even though they still found the taste a bit weird, but at least it was sweet going down. Everyone ended up thinking it was pretty good, and after downing it all in one go, they were ready to get back to work. But Jiang Yinyan, feeling a bit sheepish, spoke up.
Don't call me boss.
What boss? That just sounds so weird.
Sure. By the way, how old are you guys? What is your names?
How old are you?
My name is Zhao Dashu. I am 18 this year. This guy, S. Zhao Erhe, he is 17. And this one's Wang Xiaohe. He is 16.
He'd figured these guys were probably pretty young, but he hadn't expected them to be quite this young. These three standing before him were clearly just kids, yet they'd been worn down to scrawny little things.
So from now on, I'll call you Dashu, Erhe, and Xiaohe.
Those names are simple, easy to remember, and they roll off the tongue. The three of them nodded eagerly, and with Jiang Yinyan having nothing else to do, he headed off to get back to mowing the grass.
Hey, Dashu.
We've almost finished clearing the area. Your sister pointed out. Tomorrow, just turn the soil one more time, and we can plant.
He figured these boys would dawdle around forever, but I never imagined they'd wrap it up this quick.
Sister Ming, could we have those trees you cut down?
What do you need those trees for?
We plan to build a few houses, and settling down here is perfectly fine. Of course.
If you don't know how to build houses, you can ask Uncle Dayong and Old Man Liu to help out with meals, and we'll just rotate cooking among the families.
The moment Jiang Yinyan gave the nod, the three of them were thrilled beyond words, just itching to start building once the work was done. A few days rode by, and the little hollow gained another full acre, with the families buzzing about busily, spreading wood ash and some rabbit and chicken manure, fertilizing the soil, then sowing wheat and rapeseed, before finally catching a break. Zhao Dashu and the boys finally had time to build their houses. With Old Man Liu and Liu Deiyong lending a hand, the 3 rooms went up in just 5 days, and the families shared a big meal together, truly welcoming the 3 into the fold. After resting for a few more days, Jiang Yinyan took Zhao Dashu and the other 2 to get familiar with the paths around the cave, and along the way he led them to dig for magic fish and yams. Jiang Yinyan pointed to 2 wheel-like pits not far off, and said casually,
There are dugout traps in there. So you 3, when digging wild greens on ordinary days, don't go over that way. In a few days, let's go, Shang, take you to get more familiar with the area.
Zhao Dashu nodded repeatedly, focused solely on memorizing the route. Nianjie had mentioned that from now on, the 3 of them would be foraging for wild greens on their own, so he had to commit the path to memory. Seeing everyone listening attentively, without a hint of worry, and with no second thoughts, he led them to the spot where he'd found the magic fish last time. Next, he showed the group how to dig up konjac, while he wandered around nearby on his own. This season offers plenty of Chinese herbs for picking, so he casually scanned the area, and sure enough, spotted several familiar plants. Angelica sinensis. The roots can be used medicinally, or even cooked as a vegetable. It has a sweet flavor, with effects for invigorating blood, regulating menstruation, and relieving pain. Its medicinal value is immense, and everyone in our little valley could benefit from it. After digging for quite a while, he finally harvested all the nearby plants. Seeing it was still early, he called out to Zhao Dashu and the others, and ventured a bit farther. As he walked along, sure enough, he spotted quite a few angelica roots and yams, so he dug them up as well and tossed them into his bamboo basket, until the basket was stuffed full. Only then did he stand up and wipe the sweat from his brow, intending to head back. Jiang Yinyan glanced around at the surroundings, finding them somewhat unfamiliar, as if it were a part of the woods he'd never visited before, and he carefully made a mark there, planning to explore it thoroughly another day. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the sound of rushing water, and it sounded very close by. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to go wash his face. Jiang Yinyan followed the sound of the water, but upon seeing the sight before him, he froze on the spot. Steam was rising gently from the pond, making it look like a hot spring. Stepping closer, he could feel the warm steam wafting towards him. He reached out to test the temperature of the hot spring, and found it perfectly warm, which only intensified his urge to slip in and soak. Jiang Yinyan gazed at the crystal-clear hot spring water. He glanced again at the sky, which wasn't fully dark yet, and hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he turned away, thinking it better to head back early. He could come back alone at night to soak in secret. On his way back, Jiang Yinyan saw Zhao Dashu and the others still digging for magic fish.
大树，黑，小黑. All right, it is getting late. Time to head back for dinner.
Jiang Yimian piled the konjac and yam into the cellar dug by Old Man Liu and delivered some dongquai to the two families, instructing them on how to prepare it before finally heading home. That evening, Zhao Dashu and his companions dined at the Jiang household, where the spread was bountiful, including a special pot of dongquai and goji berry rejuvenating soup, bursting with flavor. And with just a handful of guests, they polished off every last drop. Everyone savored the meal with great satisfaction, and Jiang Yimin waited until all were fast asleep before slipping out of the hollow. He made a beeline for the hot spring he discovered earlier that day. The soothing hot water enveloped his skin, leaving him with a twinge of regret for not venturing into these woods sooner. At that moment, the steam gently misted across Jiang Yimin's face, and he closed his eyes in bliss, allowing his entire body to unwind. As the accumulated weariness of recent days began to melt away, he pondered whether to share the secret with the others, but quickly dismissed the thought. In these times, women hold their virtue in the highest regard and would never dream of bathing outdoors, let alone soaking in a hot spring like this. Lost in these thoughts, he caught the faintest crunch of dry leaves underfoot. Jiang Yimian snapped her eyes open in an instant, peering into the shadowy woods, but discerning nothing in the dimness. It must have been her fleeting illusion. Jiang Yimian furrowed her brow and submerged herself completely to the pond's depth. That intruder was no novice, a true martial artist, for even the sound of their steps had been utterly silenced. Seconds ticked by in tense silence, until Jiang Yimian caught the heavy tread of approaching footsteps, drawing inexorably closer to her hiding spot. The footsteps at last came to a halt just before the hall, and in a flash, Jiang Yimian broke the surface. Her curved dagger pressed firmly against the stranger's throat. As she made out the face before her, Jiang Yimian froze in stunned recognition. Lucy Jian, equally taken aback, clearly unprepared to encounter anyone in this secluded place, let alone a young woman such as she. He had no time to evade, as the keen edge of the dagger sliced across his neck, tracing a thin crimson line in its wake. Jiang Yimian had lingered in the water for some time now, a faint blush rising to steam on her fair, delicate features, as beads of water traced slow paths down her smooth, rounded forehead. They glided along her cheeks, caressing the graceful curve of her slender porcelain neck, brushing teasingly over her finely sculpted collarbone, before finally plunging into the rippling depths below, lost to the water's embrace. Lucy Jian tensed rigidly from head to toe, and squeezed his eyes shut in that breathless moment.
Please, have mercy, miss. I didn't know anyone was here, or that you were bathing. Forgive me, miss.
If he had known, he wouldn't have barged in so rashly, and caught sight of you. The murderous glint in Jiang Yimian's eyes vanished in an instant as she fixed her gaze on the boy before her. The young man was rigid with tension, his eyes squeezed tightly shut, save for his eyelashes trembling ever so slightly. His sharply defined face showed no emotion, but the faint blush at his ear tips betrayed his inner fluster. Jiang Yimian stole another glance at that pleasing face.
If I weren't bathing here, how else could I slay you?
Well, aren't you something?
With that fresh, innocent look, who'd have thought you'd pull a stunt like peeking on a lady at her bath?
Lu Zijian flushed crimson in an instant, and hurried to explain himself.
You've misunderstood me, miss. I wasn't here to spy. I live nearby, and come to this waterfall for a bath every day. I heard a splash over here, so I came to investigate, never dreaming of such a coincidence, running right into you.
On my previous visits, I'd only startled a few wild rabbits, and hearing noises from here, I naturally took it for another rabbit. Who could have guessed it was a young lady instead?
Turn around.
Only then did Lu Zijian heave a sigh of relief, hurriedly turning his back and heading toward the edge of the hot spring pool. This fellow just saunters off, like that, without a hint of amusement. After finally crossing paths with such a handsome stranger in these deep, ancient woods, she simply had to tease him a little, and casually probed whether he knew anything about the little hollow. Their last meeting had been far too hurried, and she hadn't even learned who he truly was.
Don't move a muscle.
Lu Zijian halted mid-stride.
Miss, is there more you need from me?
You catch one glimpse and off you go, as if such luck falls from the sky every day.
Lu Zijian's ear tips flushed red once more, The scene he'd glimpsed moments ago resurfacing unbidden in his mind, and at the mere recollection, his entire body grew taut with tension. He swiftly banished the image from his thoughts. Before the young lady could reply, Zhang Yan had already donned her clothes and stepped right in front of him.
When did you ascend the mountain? Do you know where I dwell?
2 months ago, on the day you rescued the little tiger, I trailed after you to watch.
Yet failed to pinpoint your abode. He knew then that his instincts from that day had not deceived him. This one before him was truly formidable. To think he detected her presence, even as she could mask her aura in an instant, her prowess clearly not to be underestimated. Who could say if he'd set his ambitions on the little hollow, as if sensing his unspoken thoughts?
I seek no disturbances from others, and offer none in return.
Zhang Yan saw the understanding dawn, and so he held back from further questions. Turning to take his leave, Lucy Jian suddenly spoke up to remind her.
There are wild beasts in these woods at night.
Zhang Yin's steps faltered. She turned to look at him with an amused smile.
Oh, then you can walk me back.
The weariness on the girl's face eased a bit, her lovely eyes curving into a gentle smile, leaving one momentarily entranced.
All right.
In Zhang Yin's mind, he had only said it casually, yet this guy was actually going to escort her, which was perfect, as he wanted to see just which path the other knew. As she pondered this, she followed behind Lucy Jian, but her gaze fell on the boy's earlobe, where a faint pink blush lingered, unfaded, strikingly vivid in the moonlight. Lucy Jian navigated the woods with practiced ease, soon leading Jiang Yilian to another hilltop. This hilltop was quite high, with sheer cliffs dropping off beside it. Jiang Yilian wondered, then spotted the familiar woods below the cliff, seemingly the patch nestled in the little valley. She felt a twinge of surprise, seeing how intimately familiar the other was with this path, and immediately realized this person had traversed it more than once, her inner vigilance surging once more. But just as swiftly she relaxed, upon finding traces of another in these deep, ancient woods. Of course, one had to get to the bottom of it. If not for the scant clues left behind that time, she would have tracked them straight to their home for a closer look. And now this saved her a great deal of effort. The next day, when Zhang Yimian woke up, the sun was already up outside. Zhao Dashu and a few others had followed old man Liu and his son out early that morning. Several women were busy in the courtyard right then, holding rami stalks and peeling the leaves from the stems. This rami had been found by Zhao Xinger in a small depression a few days earlier, with plans to weave it into cloth for some new clothes. Zhao Yimin and Gou Sheng were seeing it all for the first time, and were now sitting nearby, lending a hand.
Mother, once this rami is processed, can we start weaving the cloth?
He could hardly believe it, that these bark-like things could actually be turned into cloth.
It is not that simple. It is quite the hassle, with plenty more steps to follow.
If it weren't for this recent lull, I wouldn't even consider tackling this.
Last time, we pulled out quite a bit of cloth from the space, but the folks from the Tran and Liu families wouldn't take any, insisting that such fine fabric would be wasted on them. There was nothing he could do about it. Now, weaving our own cloth isn't so bad. At least we won't go short on clothes, though the wars outside have quieted down. Judging by the lay of the land up here in the mountains, refugees will likely keep flocking to the cities. And if the court doesn't send troops to root out the bandits, we'll just have to stay tucked away in these hills for good. We've got food and drink, and clothes aren't an issue anymore. Staying here like this, aside from the lack of silver, it is all pretty good. But in these turbulent times, having silver isn't always a blessing. As they worked away, chatting and chuckling, no one could say who started it, but suddenly someone mentioned the people of Apricot Blossom Village, and everyone fell silent for a moment. We all worked hard all morning, and only wrapped up in the afternoon.
If they come back, so be it. Back when they left, each one couldn't wait to get away as fast as possible. Even splitting up the family, if they come back now, it has got nothing to do with us.
These folks were all abandoned by the villagers and their own kin. When those people fled, they saw them only as dead weight. Terrified they'd get dragged down by them. Now, even if they do come back, they won't give a damn, let alone lift a finger to help. Given how selfish those folks are, if they ever find out these people have food and shelter here, who knows, they might kick up a huge storm, leaving everyone in chaos and unrest. We've enjoyed over half a year of peaceful days, and they sure as hell don't want to go back to how things were.
Mom! Auntie, you two rest easy. If the villagers come back and dare to cause us trouble, I won't let them off the hook.
Those people won't be able to find this place.
And even if they do stumble upon it, I won't make it easy for them. Life in this little hollow is truly cozy and carefree. Aside from the daily routine of fertilizing the little veggie patch and weeding the plot, there is not much else keeping everyone occupied. Now, with 3 strong young men lending a hand, these little chores get done in no time. With more and more displaced folks showing up on the mountain, Jiang Yimianmi and Gou Sheng led Zhao Dashu and Zhao Eihai to patch up the traps and dig a few more while they're at it, just in case. Several people first checked a few pre-dug traps. They discovered pheasants and rabbits caught in several of them.
How come it is just the 2 of you?
Or did some larger beasts get caught, but escaped quickly?
Those beasts have a strong sense of wariness. They'll flee at the first sign of anything unusual. They won't just blunder into a trap.
Plus, their territorial instincts are very strong, so they rarely stray far from their territory for long. And with that wildfire half a year ago, the larger beasts have long since fled deeper into the woods. They wouldn't linger here, but Zhao Dashu and his companion were especially thrilled at the prospect of meat on the menu again, convinced that staying in this little valley was the best decision they'd ever made. With the chores done, they prepared to head out. But Mimi suddenly got all excited, bouncing around in circles nearby, and wouldn't budge when called. Jiang Yimian frowned. But in a flash, Mimi darted out of the woods at an incredible speed.
What has gotten into Mimi? Is something wrong?
Okay. You take the catch back first. We'll go check it out.
They dashed along, crossing several ridges, until Mimi finally came to a halt, sniffing warily at the scents around.
If you go running off like that again, I won't come after you.
These mountains are crawling with displaced folks these days. With your puny, half-grown frame, you couldn't fend off a pack of them, hungry ones who turn into wolves and tigers at the sight of meat. Who knows? They might just snatch you up and make you into stew. He'd just stuffed the little one into the bamboo basket on his back when 4 strangers appeared coming straight toward them.
Ouch! Isn't that Brother Zhao? It has been ages since I last saw you. I figured you'd ended up as Beast Chow by now.
Zhao Dashu jumped a bit himself, forcing a wry grin as he replied,
Oh, Brother Zhu, what is all this about? He is dead.
Dead as a doornail. Those fresh returnees from Apricot Blossom Village swore the bandit stronghold down below was still theirs, and kicked up a real ruckus there. Took a heap of lives. All gore-soaked. Scarier than a ghost story.
Zhao Dashu had caught wind of the trouble with those families lately. He knew it was the Apricot Blossom villagers coming home.
And they had the nerve to tangle with the mountain bandits. Gods of Steel. Those fools.
Back in the day, we toyed with joining up with the stronghold ourselves, but that was just idle chatter. We never once got within a mile of the place. These hotheads, though, they rounded up a posse and marched right up to the gate to poke the bear. Any that didn't buy the farm, dumb luck. Wang Zhu perked up at those words and let loose a flood of gripes.
Hey, tell me about it. Sure, it might have been their village once, but the bandits have claimed it lock, stock, and barrel now. And they had the gall to stroll in solo and provoke 'em. Suicide mission, plain and simple. Heard tell near 20 headed out. Just 5 limped home. Everyone chewed up and spat out. And now, this poor souls bled out cold. It has got the whole mountaintop in a tizzy. Folks yelling to run the returnees off, claiming the reek of blood, ill lure in every beast for miles.
He is rallied the villagers to hold things together up here in the meantime, just pray nobody stirs up more hell. With this one's corpse cooling, he has rounded up a handful to deal with it. We're gonna bury it. He asked a few more casual questions and was about to leave, but Wang Zhuzi caught him back. Jiang Yimin instinctively reached for the curved dagger hidden in his sleeve.
Brother Zhuzi, our whole family is still waiting for us to dig up tree roots and bring them back to eat.
What about these 2? You and the other 2 brothers. Where have they been lately? Not sticking with us anymore.
He had quite liked these 3 brothers at first. They had some smarts, not utter villains, and they could help him keep the people on the mountain in line. With refugees pouring in these days, having them around kept things relatively safe. No one scheming over other folks' heads like in those earlier days.
It wasn't like they wanted to join the bandit stronghold. Plus, after those people from Xinhua village met their grim end, anyone itching to head to the stronghold cooled off quick. Now they're just holding up in the hills, digging tree roots to eat. They're all just poor peasants who just want to fill their bellies and couldn't stomach turning murder into an everyday affair. Besides, those mountain bandits flipping an instant. Who knows if that rumor wasn't just tossed around on a whim? Can't take it as the real deal.
They're refugees driven back, same as us. Ran into them a few days back. Lately, they've been bunking with me and my brothers. Such a shame. Every day, just grabbing for those lousy tree roots. Unlike you, Brother Wang. You look like you've been eating decent lately.
Back when we first hit the mountain, you saw everyone sallow-faced and emaciated. But now this guy's complexion has improved a fair bit.
Same old misery. Just digging tree roots to eat. That is all.
With all these refugees climbing the mountain lately, he is managed to scrounge some eats off those folks, though it is mostly just rations. But hey, beats tree roots any day, so that is why he looks a bit healthier these days. But when it comes to real vitality, he figured these three right in front of him were the truly robust ones, especially those two kids, with not a trace of those famine-chewed leaves.
In these hard times, it is us ordinary folks who bear the brunt of the suffering. No more words needed. We still need to go dig up some tree roots. Let's head out, Brother Wang.
With that, he hurriedly led Gu Xiao and Jiang Yinian back into the woods, but Wang Zhuzi shot a knowing glance at the man beside him, who caught on right away and trailed after them stealthily. Once he saw the group vanish into the forest, one of the short men finally spoke up, puzzled.
Boss, Uncle Zhao and his crew are acting real strange. They said they'd head deep into the mountains to scrounge up some food, but they've been gone forever without a sign. And now they've run into outsiders. 2 kids, no less. That kid looks like he is being eating better than us.
Uncle Zhao and his 2 aren't fools. Sticking close to those 2 kids like that, there must be something in it for them. Wang Zhuzi stayed silent, but deep down he grew wary of Jiang Yinian and his companion's true motives.
Who cares what they're up to? If we spot those kids with extra grub, we just take it.
Big brother, what about this one? You really gonna buy him?
What a massive hole we'd have to dig. We've barely gotten a few decent meals these past days, and digging a pit like that would wipe us out.
Just dump him in the woods. He is dead anyway. Why bother burying the corpse?
Jiang Yimian and the others had only been gone a short while when they sensed someone shadowing them from behind. Luckily, they weren't rushing back, just meandering through the trees, digging for wild greens on the side, while keeping an eye on their tail. The forest paths twisted and turned endlessly, until they finally shook off their pursuer in the maze. Only then did they pick up the pace and slip away. Back to the little hollow, only then did the 3 of them finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Who is that pillar bro? From what he said, it sounds like he's the leader of that band of refugees. The guy's name is Wang Zhuzi. He was one of those rounded up from Yuejiang Prefecture. Their village has a big group. They've banded together the whole way. Except for a few elders who passed away en route, they've had hardly any losses. Their village is full of strong young men, but there are scarcely any women or kids, so they've traveled pretty steadily. Back then, we all headed up the mountain together.
That is when he started eyeing those 3 brothers. Since their group was the biggest, he comes off as friendly, but he is actually pretty hard to shake. Still, he is no outright villain. On these famine flight paths, even the kindest folks end up twisted, let alone everyday people like them.
Should we fill in the others on what went down today?
From what that guy implied, Apricot Flower Village had maybe 20 survivors make it back. Sadly, most of them are gone now. We don't even know who pulled through.
No need to dwell on it. Just tell everyone to steer clear of the outside for a bit. If they do head out, stay on high alert. Liu Ming's got eyes on us now.
As for those from Apricot Flower Village, that has got nothing to do with them anymore. The real concern is that Wang Zhuzi we crossed paths with today. He is clearly locked onto us. He is already sent folks to tail us.
I'll go warn the others shortly. We need to watch our step these days. Whatever you do, don't let the Hidden Valley route slip.
No sooner had we gotten home.
Oh boy, no more dashing off like that next time. You hear me?
Even knowing Mimi took off today because of that overpowering blood scent, Zhang still had to lay down the law. At least until Mimi grows up. You can't just run wild all over the mountain. The little one might look intimidating, but if it hadn't been Zhao Dashu and his 2 timid brothers who found you, you'd surely have been snatched away and devoured. Mimi let out a pitiful awoo.
which counted as a nod of agreement. Only then did Zhang Yan let him off the hook. Days slipped by in the little hollow, peaceful as ever. A paradise-like existence that lifted the spirits of those few families. Yet beyond the little hollow lay two entirely different worlds, with the refugees on the mountain swelling in numbers. Those who wouldn't toe the line with Wang Zhuzi and his crew got chased off to some godforsaken nook in the woods, while Wang Zhuzi and his bunch claimed all the prime spots. But Li Xiaofeng stared at the weed-choked patch, her face sour with resentment.
After all, we forked over some dry rations, so why dump us in a dump like this? And don't even get me started. The ground's a mess of grass. They really know how to grind folks down.
Should have known better than to hand over that grain. Wasted perfectly good meals for nothing, and now they're flat out of food. Seeing his wife started nagging again, Liu Dafei felt a pounding headache coming on.
I'm hungry.
Dad.
I want to eat. He was starving.
Xiaofei, go on. Soothe your boy over there. Keep a close eye on him. Who here isn't starving?
Liu Xiaofei was fed up listening to it too. Her face still black and blue and swollen, when he smacked Heiwa right across the face.
Your old man's starving too. Now beat it.
What the hell do I need you for? You little brat?
In that moment, Heiwa's wails filled the whole woods.
Those are the folks from Apricot Blossom Village.
Yeah, that is them.
That mass last time blew up huge, with plenty of refugees spotting a few guys scrambling up the mountain in blood-drenched clothes, and he saw it clear as day, an impression that burned deep.
Go, fetch them over here, and grill them on whether they know about anyone else up on the mountain.
Being able to shake off pursuers so expertly in the deep mountains and ancient forests without fear of getting lost, he knew those few were no ordinary folk, either skilled masters or locals who've always called these mountains home. He leaned toward the latter, ruling out anyone from his village, so outsiders would do for the test. Even if they died or got devoured by beasts, it'd be no skin off his back.
Hey, you two families, come over here. My big brother's got questions.
Liu Dafei and his wife exchanged a glance. Liu Xiaofei trailed after them with his son in tow, while the crowd kept a wary eye on the proceedings. As Liu Dafei and the others were led to a secluded spot, panic rippled through the group. Though Wang Zhuzi and his crew seemed affable enough, and hadn't roughed them up, just requisitioned some rations, but keeping all these refugees in line up here marked them as hard-edged types, leaving everyone too scared to utter a word. Liu Dafei 几个人 bunch were thinking the same right then. Their hearts raced with dread.
Brother Wang, this is his kid. It has nothing to do with us. Please don't take it out on us as a couple. We'll toe the line. Won't cause any trouble.
Yeah, it is his child. Got nothing to do with us. Brother Wang, don't mix us up in this.
Overhearing the couple's plea, Liu Xiaofei seized with rage, ready to let loose a furious outburst.
Why call you lot over here? There is business at hand. Whatever my big brother asks, you just answer it. One extra word, and I'll boot you down the mountain myself.
The moment he said that, everyone quickly shut their mouths. Even if life up here sucks, at least we don't have to fear getting hacked to death. But those bandits down below mean business. They just lived through it themselves, haunted by bloody nightmares. Of course, they knew heading down was a one-way ticket to death.
You're all from that village down the mountain.
Yeah, we're all from Xinhua village, but we left at dawn, with no clue when the bandits showed up. Otherwise, we wouldn't have kicked up a fuss at the bandit stronghold right off the bat.
Back then, we figured it was just some refugees who'd seized the village, thinking our numbers gave us the edge to go sort it out. Who'd have thought it was a pack of bandits?
Did everyone in your village flee the famine back then? Did anyone stay behind?
Liu Dafei froze, hesitated a moment, then nodded slowly.
Several families stayed behind.
Not to mention the others. Take Liu Deyong. His whole family stayed put. By now, they're likely hacked to pieces under the bandits' blades. Liu Dafei was puzzled, wondering what the man meant by suddenly asking about the villagers.
A few days ago, I ran into some folks up on the mountain. They said they were from Xinhua village. Now holed up deep in the woods, with plenty of food and drink, living better than they ever did before. So I thought, since you're from Xinhua village too, you could go ask around, maybe bring back some grain while you're at it. to share among us all, so we don't end up starving out here.
The ones who stayed in the village, they're still alive.
The village got taken over by those bandit scum. How could anyone left behind possibly still be breathing?
Naturally. Go see for yourselves.
Either go look for them, or head down the mountain and get cut down by the bandits. Your call.
Let's go find them, then.
With that, he grabbed Li Xiaofang and Liu Xiaofei and plunged deeper into the forest.
Big brother, should we send someone to tell them?
No. The woods in these mountains are thick. Better not to barge in recklessly. If these folks actually find someone, that'd be perfect. If not, so be it. No need to bother.
He doesn't seem too hopeful about spotting Liu Dafei and the others. Doesn't look like he has been taught a lesson. Only then did the crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. But they remained deathly quiet, no one daring to make a peep. Liu Dafei and his group had been gone nearly half an hour. Once they were well clear of the refugees, they casually plopped down under a tree's shade to catch their breath.
Are you an idiot? Or what? This mountain's huge. And you're really gonna help Wang Zhuzi hunt for people? That scoundrel's just using us as wolf bait on purpose. You little rascal! You're nothing but trouble, not to mention getting your own mother killed. And now you've left us all homeless. Why do you have such a loose tongue? What the hell are you bawling about?
Enough. Stop bickering. It is getting on my nerves.
Xiaofei, you've been up these mountains before with the village hunters, so you know the lay a bit. You got any safe spots in mind where we can hole up?
Now that Wang Zhuzi's booted us all out, we might as well just crash somewhere. Scraping by on tree roots anyway. What is the difference where? Shame, I'm not too familiar with these parts. We'll just have to make do somehow.
Tish, beats me. It is all Heiwa's fault. We got run out. I say we call it quits. Each go our separate ways. No more finger pointing.
With that, he grabbed Heiwa by the arm and trudged ahead.
Xiaofei, we're all kin here, brothers by blood. It was your sister-in-law who flew off the handle just now, so don't waste your breath bickering with a woman like her. What the hell does she know anyway? These mountains are no place for the unwary. It is safer if we all stick together.
She only heads up the slopes on ordinary days, at most foraging for wild greens along the edges, whipping up rabbit snares to catch a hare or two. She is a total stranger to these deep wilds. If they don't stay close to Liu Xiaofei, that couple's bound to end up as wolf fodder sooner or later.
I've tagged along with hunters up the mountain before, hunkering down in the hills to wait out the rain. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a cave up on this ridge.
Once we locate that cave, they'll have a spot to shelter from the wind and rain if fortune smiles on us, and we steer clear of any wild beasts. We can hole up in the mountains for the time being. The group had been trudging through the mountains for nearly 2 hours. It was already pushing past 5 o'clock, and still no sign of that cave anywhere.
Xiaofei, where on earth is that cave you mentioned? In just a few more hours, night will fall. And if we haven't found it by then, we're as good as wolf bait.
Liu Xiaofei was starting to feel the pinch of worry too, scanning every which way. But this ridge had been ravaged by fire, leaving not a shred of resemblance to how it once was. He only dimly recalled there being a cave, but the path to it had slipped his mind entirely.
Yeah. Let's catch our breath first.
By now, the whole group was bone-tired and ravenous, reduced to sipping water to dull the hunger pangs. After mulling it over for a moment, he finally broke the silence.
We'll poke around in that thicket over there in a bit. I seem to recall it is somewhere nearby. If it doesn't turn up, we'll backtrack the way we came, and should make it home before dark.
If we can't find a cave to hole up in tonight, we'll have no choice but to turn back, and just bed down out in the open woods. A handful of us wouldn't even be enough to plug the gaps in a wild wolf's teeth. The group trudged on for another half hour or more, zigzagging through the underbrush, but still not a glimpse of any cave in sight. Li Xiaofang was starting to lose her patience, her sallow face flushed with fury.
Do you even know where you're going? We've been wondering for hours now. Where the hell is Chendong? I never should have trusted you. The young one's no good, dragging us into this mess with that overgrown fool, who is just as worthless. Can't even track down a damn cave.
How the hell did she end up marrying into the Liu family, getting tangled up with idiots like this?
And you have the nerve to blame me. If you hadn't gone yapping about taking the village back, would so many folks from the village have died? 还有秀娘. She died because of you! You jinx! You!
Don't you go spouting lies. You know damn well how Shunyang met her end. A grown man using a woman like a blade to wield. And you got gall to talk. The second you laid eyes on those mountain bandits, you pissed yourself and bolted like a coward, not given a damn about your wife or kid. And you dare point fingers at me.
Hit right in his sore spot. Liu Xiaofei's face flushed beet, red with rage. He racked his brain for ages but couldn't think of a comeback. Heiwa, overhearing the grown-ups bickering, got so scared he started sobbing quietly off to the side, but too afraid to let it out loud.
Hurry and scout around for a cave nearby. If there ain't one, we turn back quick. I sure as hell ain't ending up wolf chow out here.
With that, she took the lead, heading toward a nearby hillside.
There is a wooden cabin.
Hurry up.
This is great. Not only do we avoid feeding the wolves, but we've got a roof over our heads. Who knows? There might even be some grub inside. Li Xiaofeng hears this and rushes straight into the cabin.
Fei Fei, get down there, quick! Don't let that shameless thief beat us to it.
By the time the couple arrives, Liu Xiaofei and her son have already emerged clutching a cloth sack and 2 dead rabbits. The little cabin isn't big, so everything inside is visible at a glance. Aside from the simple bed and table, there is just one scrawny rabbit left.
Liu Xiaofei, have your notion? My men found this cabin. So how dare you grab all that stuff? Hand it over right now.
But Liu Xiaofei clutches the sack even tighter.
First come, first served.
As the standoff drags on,
Drop the goods and get lost.
seeing it is just a handsome young lad. Any lingering worries vanish in an instant.
Little brother, if you're smart, you'd better scram. This food and the cabin are ours now. You can't take us all on alone.
His gaze shifts back to the pheasant dangling from the boy's hand. Is game in these mountains really that easy to snag? Even back when I was the village hunter, I'd often come back empty-handed, but this kid's got it made. Haven't even finished the hares in the cabin, and he's already holding back a few pheasants. If I tag along with this fella, wouldn't that mean endless wild game to chow down on? Just thinking about meat at every meal gets him all excited.
Little brother, I can hunt too, so how about we team up?
Before he can finish, a sharp arrow whistles toward him.
Ah, there! What do you think you're doing? You're looking to die, kid. Believe it or not, I'll kill you.
He lunged forward a few steps to pounce on the boy. He couldn't believe it. Being bullied by bandits and refugees was bad enough, but now some hairless little brat dared to lay a hand on him. However, just as he closed in on Lu Zijian, he hadn't even made contact when the boy sent him sprawling with a single kick. It left him seeing stars. He couldn't get up for the longest time. He could only groan on the ground. Lu Xiang didn't spare a glance at the man sprawled on the ground. He simply knocked another arrow and drew his bow taut, then said coldly,
Drop your things.
Terrified, he flung down what he held and ducked behind Liu Dafei. Staring at the razor-sharp arrow, he swallowed hard, then hurriedly explained,
Hey, young brother, don't be rash. It is all just a misunderstanding about me.
We're folks from Apricot Blossom Village down the mountain, and word was some of our villagers were hiding out here. So we came to look just now. We mistook these 5 huts for where our people were holed up. I'll take my men and go right now. We're leaving now.
This guy's clearly no one to trifle with, just like those mountain bandits, fiercely over the top, and out here in this forsaken wilderness. Even if he kills us, no one would ever know. Better to hightail it out of here.
If you take one more step, I'll kill you right now.
For some reason, he recalled the girl he'd glimpsed by the hot spring last time, and felt these men must be tied to those in the ravine. Liu Dafei stared at the razor-sharp arrowhead, his legs buckling even more from sheer terror. He squatted there, frozen in place. He regretted beyond measure coming here to pilfer, for who could dwell in these deep ancient woods and be some harmless soul? This fellow's deadly accurate with his bow and arrows. If we dare to bowl, we'd surely drop dead halfway. We'd barely scraped by on that trek from the north slope. We can't just perish here like this. The more he dwelled on it, the more dread gripped him, and he pleaded desperately.
Young brother, please don't strike. We'll do whatever you ask us to. Please, don't kill us.
Little did they know, Lu Zijian simply tied the man to a tree and walked away. The 3 of them were gripped by sheer panic, yet the ropes bound them far too tightly, leaving them utterly unable to move. All they could do was cry out for help. When Lu Zijian arrived at the small hollow, Jiang Yimian was playing with Mimi under the eaves, their gazes landing on each other. She froze for a moment. Last time by the hot spring, it was night time, plus that little hum of his. He hadn't dared to look too closely, But now he noticed the girl had not only grown taller, but filled out a bit in the cheeks, looking fair and pretty, in a green dress, amid the woods like a lively forest sprite.
What is the matter? Why are you here today?
Don't tell me you're here to take Mimi back.
Some folks showed up at my place, claiming they were from Apricot Blossom Village. I figured you might know them.
Or else, he wouldn't have run them off like that. Old Man Liu and his son had just walked up when they caught these words. They instantly knew it was the Liu Defei brothers who'd come looking.
Little brother, did those beasts pick a fight with you? I see your necks all scratched up.
Those scoundrels are really something. Timid as mice. Usually just bullying the weak and cowering from the strong. But now, they've got the guts to trek deep into the mountains. And even throw punches. Lucy Jian froze, his slender fingers brushing the scabbed wound on his neck. Then glanced at Jiang Yimian before speaking.
This wasn't their doing, just a wild cat scratch.
What a vicious wildcat that must have been. The gash is surprisingly deep. Mountain cats sure have some claws.
Lucy Jian curved his lips in a slight smile.
Yeah, pretty fierce.
Jiang Yimian nearly choked on her own spit. What the heck is this guy on about? What a fierce wild cat that is. It should have scratched him to death.
How many people came? How did they manage to find your place?
I just heard Yinian say he knows this young man. So the guy in front of us must live deep in the mountains too. Liu Dafei, those folks are probably out to find them, stumbling upon by sheer luck, but they ended up at the young man's doorstep instead. Zhang Yimian thought of Wang Zhuzi. That guy had sent people to tail them last time, and now he has set his sights on them. They haven't found any trace of them these days, so they must have guessed they're from a nearby village, and Liu Dafei and his group happen to be locals too, so they figured they'd see if these guys could track them down. What a clever scheme. And sure enough, Liu Dafei and his crew stumbled right onto the young man by accident, even though it was the wrong target.
4 people showed up, 2 men and a woman, plus a kid. As for how they found their way to my place, I'm really not sure.
I'll go with you to check it out.
In the end, he led Zhang Yinian and Ou Liu with his sons out of the hollow. When the group arrived at the cabin, Li Xiaofang and Liu Xiaofei were hurling curses at each other.
Something about looking for a cave. Pay up! What kind of lousy directions did you give? Now look what happened. Our marriage is dragging you down with us.
Who even found this damn house? Wasn't it Big Brother? It was you two who got me and Heiwa into this mess. And now we're all going down together. Ever since I brought you into the family, there hasn't been a single peaceful day. Even Dad died from the stress you caused.
Don't spout that nonsense. If you hadn't insisted on taking Father's coffin money, would he have held such a grudge? He clearly died from your nagging.
They were grumbling at each other. Liu Xiaofei spotted Lu Zijian coming back.
Little brother, please, let me go. It is all just a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to rummage through your place. It is all his fault. They said the house was too small, couldn't fit many people, so they told me to just go in and grab it.
Li Xiaofang was so furious, she was about to swing. Looking up, she spotted a few people behind Lu Zijian.
A second! Uncle, save us quick! We didn't do a thing, and this kid just tied us up. Untie us, please.
Old Man Liu let out a cold snort, not believing a word his niece-in-law said. He'd come today, planning to give the 2 brothers a proper scolding, but seeing their pitiful state, he could tell they'd suffered plenty too. For the moment, the harsh words stuck in his throat. Instead, he started wondering if he should share some food with the pair. Times were tough for everyone, their cheeks hollowed out from hunger. It was clear they hadn't had a decent meal in ages. Old Man Liu was lost in thought.
I mean, why didn't Brother Daeyong come fleeing the famine with us back then? Turns out he'd found a sweet spot ahead of time. All our worrying about second uncle's life was for nothing. We fretted the whole way. Now, seeing second uncle so hale and hearty, it is obvious his family's been living large. Not like us, who've been trudging along, cheating death time and again, starving and sleepless.
This shameless lot finds a good hideout and doesn't tell us. Hunkers down alone, feasting on the good stuff, while we suffer out there. Only now did Li Xiaofan and Liu Dafei take a close look at Old Man Liu and his son, both brimming with vigor and spirit, especially Liu Daeyong, who looked even burlier than before. Nothing like them, who were starved down to skin and bones, barely better than beggars.
No wonder they skipped the famine flight. Turns out they were holed up in the hills, living it up. Now, we just wanted to come check on you folks. and you let this guy tie us up like this, and even lay hands on us. Second, uncle, your heart's just too damn cruel. If my father-in-law knew down there in the underworld, he'd come haunting you in the dead of night. Go join him in the grave.
Jiang Yinian heard this and furrowed his brow, while Liu Deiyong fumed with rage.
Dafe, if you don't let them speak their piece properly, I'm washing my hands of this whole mess.
What is so wrong with what my wife said? You all live up in these mountains. How could you not know this little punk? Look what he has done to Littleface Hands. Untie us right now. I'm gonna give that little rascal a piece of my mind today.
Though he knew his wife had gone a bit overboard, seeing Liu Deiyong and Old Man Liu getting along just fine, it just rubbed him the wrong way, especially since the two of them even knew the little rascal who tied them up, which only made him more pissed off, and he figured Old Man Liu must have put the little rascal up to it. Liu Deiyong's spirits sank. After all, he'd come out of concern to see how they were holding up, thinking he could lend a hand. Well, this turned out great. These folks are just ungrateful to the core. No point in helping them at all, and whatever scraps of family feeling he had left just vanished. Old Man Liu sat there blowing his beard and glaring daggers in fury, not wanting to give them the time of day. Jiang Yimin glanced at the pair and knew it was time for him to step in.
Didn't you leave with the village chief back then? Why'd you come back alone? Where is everyone else?
Liu Dafei saw that Old Man Liu and his son were ignoring them. What mood was he in for that? He tuned out Jiang Yinyan's words.
Old Man Liu, you black-hearted wretch, still not letting us go. We're your own flesh and blood nephews. You'll get struck down by heaven's thunder soon enough.
Jiang Yinyan furrowed her brow, glaring at Liu Dafei, about to spit out more curses.
If that tongue of yours can't spit out anything decent, I reckon we might as well slice it off.
As he spoke, he twirled a curved dagger in his hand. The sight of its razor-sharp edge, Li Xiaofang and the others all jumped in fright.
I tell you, we won't curse anymore. Please let the man go.
Only then did Jiang Yimin release his grip and turned to look at him. That split-second suffocation just now still lingered in his throat. Terrified, he didn't dare glance at Jiang Yinyan again, fearing the man might actually sever his tongue.
Wang, we were only halfway there when a band of refugees ambushed us, and we got separated. By the time we reached Jincheng Prefecture, we'd only reunited with a handful of villagers. The rest, who knows where they ended up. Maybe they made it to some other county or prefecture.
The village head never said where we were headed at first, so we just wandered aimlessly, hoping to check the lay of the land in Jincheng. Lucky for us, when we arrived, the rebel soldiers had already been driven off to other prefectures by the imperial troops. Otherwise, we'd all be dead by now.
The prefecture's government troops just sent you packing back here. Nothing more.
Those troops said to get into the city. You had to hand over silver taels. A few families from the village with coin slipped right in to settle down. But we were tapped out, so they booted us back.
Those poor souls were just down on their luck. They'd lost every last tael while fleeing down the road. Didn't realize till they hit the gates. Jiang Yinyan nodded faintly upon hearing this. Looks like silver buys you a spot to settle anywhere else, dodging all the roadside perils. Anyone with even a bit of silver would head straight into the city or hunker down somewhere else for sure, leaving the penniless like us to get turned away. He pressed on with more questions, like how about Qingshui County, the nearest to Xinhua village. But Li Xiaofang was in the dark about it all, so Jiang Yinyan had no choice but to back off. With the ancient city thrown into total chaos, the situation in the counties and villages below is even more dire. It looks like these refugees up on the mountain will be hanging around for a good long while. They won't budge anytime soon, and even more are bound to show up. These ones have barely made it to Jincheng Prefecture, while others have pushed on even farther to the prefectural seat, or they're stalled along the road and haven't arrived yet, so there'll be even more of them coming.
Wow. We were sent out by Wang Zhuzi to track down some folks. It was him who said there might be people from Xinhua village up on the mountain, so let's go check it out. We've only just arrived here. Please, we're begging you, let us go. We swear on our lives, we won't breathe a word about this place.
After mulling it over, he finally turned to Old Man Liu.
Mr. Liu and the others, what is your call?
Old Man Liu's ire hadn't cooled one bit. He didn't even spare a glance at Liu Defei and his bunch, just spat out gruffly.
Wasting my breath on them. Handle it however you like.
He shouldn't have bothered dragging himself all the way out here, and to think he was fixing to hand over some grain. Hey, better to toss it to the dogs. He wouldn't spare a crumb for these. Sorry lot.
Let's get out of here.
Lei Xiaofang froze. He could hardly believe it. We're just letting them go. The group took off like the wind, vanishing from sight in moments. Liu Daiyong felt a sudden twinge of regret and blurted out anxiously,
Did he mind? Really just cut them loose? Like that? What if they blab about us hiding out here?
with all those refugees flooding the mountain. If they all swarm down here for our stores, we're finished. We don't have the manpower in Shawa village to hold them off.
If we don't let the word slip, how do we bait the trap?
Bait what trap?
Right now, he has got no stomach for any scheming. Our homes are on the brink of ruin.
Didn't you hear Lei Xiaofang say that Wang Zhuzi sent them here? If these few don't go back, how will Wang Zhuzi come looking for us?
If he doesn't come, how can he deal with the hidden dangers lurking on this mountain? Rather than worrying every day about not knowing when those people will come for him, it is better to lure them here directly.
Though this place is all forest. But with so many refugees at his command, if he sends a whole group charging in, no matter how many traps we dig in the woods, we still won't be able to hold them back.
Old man Liu glanced at his own son.
Say, that Wang Zhuzi only sent Da Fei and his brother this time. Do you think next time he'll bring all the refugees?
With so many refugees, how could they all obey that Wang Lord and come to the dense woods to die? Threatening one or two is manageable. But if there are too many, the refugees might rise up together. How could he possibly keep them in check?
There aren't many people in the little valley, so they surely won't come in full force.
After all, if they really find the grain with more people, how would they divide it? Only then did Liu Daiyong come to understand, and he asked no more questions right away. After discussing with Old Man Liu and Lucy Jian, they began digging traps in the nearby woods and slopes. The group labored for nearly 3 hours. Finally, they hastily crafted numerous traps scattered across the hillside and surrounding woods. Though they weren't elaborate traps, but at least the noise from someone stepping into one would alert those nearby, serving as a warning to them.
Young brother Lu, why don't you come back with us?
After a few hours of hard work, he'd come to see that this young fellow was actually pretty impressive. He didn't say much, just quietly got on with the tasks. And he was handsome too, which earned him a measure of respect.
Someone needs to keep an eye on things here.
Then join us for dinner tonight.
He'd noticed there wasn't even a pot in that little cabin, so the young man must just roast wild game every day to stave off hunger. Though he never went hungry, but how could that compare to the mouth-watering home-cooked meals in the little hollow?
That is right. Brother Lu, come have dinner with us. My mom and aunt make the most delicious food. You'll see for yourself once you try it.
He'd watched him today, handling a bow and arrow with real skill, and he was green with envy. Though Sister Nian had taught him a few grappling techniques, which were quite formidable, he was still far more fascinated by archery. So incredibly powerful.
I'll go grab a few things.
With that, he slipped into the little cabin. When he came back out, he was carrying a plump rabbit and a wild chicken. When the group arrived back at the little hollow, the sky had already darkened. Wang Fengqin and the two children saw Jiang Nian returning and hurried over to greet him.
Oh, I remember now. You're the one who walked my sister home that night.
Everyone was taken aback by this, and all eyes turned to Jiang Nian. 2 pairs of eager, gossiping eyes roamed over them, especially seeing the two of them. They looked so perfectly matched. It was quite a delightful sight. I was hesitating on how to explain our chance encounter.
It was getting dark in the woods, not safe at all, so I just escorted Miss Jiang partway home.
Only then did everyone nod in understanding, retracting their prying, gossipy stares.
Was that an affair? Or maybe it is that lecherous boldness of his...
Lucy Jian flushed red in an instant. Luckily, aside from him, no one else caught those words. Old Man Liu introduced the Zangzi varieties to Lucy Jian, then warmly invited everyone to stay for a meal. Before long, all sorts of tantalizing aromas wafted from the kitchen, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Dog remnants sidled up to Lucy Jian, watching him tease Mimi.
Why is this cat only warming up to you? First time here, and he is already so docile with you.
Even though I was the one who helped deliver him.
You can even deliver kittens.
Xiao Yaming glanced over too, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Others might not know, but he sure did. Mimi wasn't just any cat. He was a genuine little tiger cub, and this guy right here had somehow escaped a tiger's clutches. Truly impressive.
Back then, Mimi's mother was on the brink of death. so I just gave it a shot. Never thought he'd pull through.
From then on, Mimi stuck by his side until he accidentally tumbled into a trap one day. That is when Jiang Yan rescued him.
Big brother Lu, what is with that wound on your neck? Mimi's doing. That little rascal's got quite a bite.
Jiang Yan froze for a moment, then shot Lu Zijian an exasperated glare. Doesn't this fool know to wear something that covers the scar? Lu Zijian felt a chill, sensing her irritation but feeling utterly innocent. As he gazed at her adorably puffed up little face, he couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head. I saw the dog slinking away. Zhao Dashu and the others were chatting with Old Man Liu.
How did you spot Little Digger?
It is not like you actually tailed him all the way here, right? After we got here, he hasn't let his guard down, training whenever he gets a chance, even though he hasn't fully recovered yet, and with the limits of his slight build. He can't bring his full strength to bear, but he wouldn't miss a tail like that. He'd spot it for sure. Lu Zijian turned to the girl standing before him. Her fair face was etched with tension.
I stumbled upon their farming spot by chance, and followed Old Master Liu right to it.
Back when I was trying to rescue Mimi, I overheard voices, so I ducked out of sight. But I never imagined Jiang Yanyan would be so sharp, picking up on my presence in a heartbeat. I had no choice but to hold my breath, not daring to twitch a muscle, let alone trail after a whole group. That was the first time I'd seen anyone else on these mountains besides myself. Only then did Xiao Yimin let out a relieved breath. As long as she didn't track him here, that proves his skills haven't dulled one bit. Still, it is a good wake-up call. Old Man Liu's out there tending the fields so often. He is an easy mark for anyone watching. He'll need to set up some bigger traps in the woods near the fields. The kind that can snare a person, so no one can push deeper inside.
You really hung up on how I tracked down Little Digger.
This girl in front of him was something else. No typical farm girl. That kind of nerve, and the way she casually threw out threats. Nothing like what you'd expect from an ordinary woman.
Whatever.
Lu Zijian wasn't buying it, and was about to press further. But Zhao Xing'er was already calling everyone to dinner. The dinner was quite sumptuous, a table brimming with dishes. They'd already stewed a pot of rabbit and wild mushroom soup, along with all sorts of stir-fried wild greens, divine yams, tofu, and the spicy pickled chili konjac, and now topped off with the pheasant Lu Zijian had brought, which turned into a heaping plate of stir-fried chicken. Lu Zijian stared at the spread, startled by how few dishes he recognized. Yet everyone else was savoring every bite. He hesitated before taking a tentative taste, and it truly caught him off guard. Every dish was delectable, with unique textures that had him digging in eagerly, and for once, he even went back for seconds on the rice, the most satisfying meal he'd had in all the months since arriving in the mountains. Compared to what these folks whipped up, the rabbits and pheasants he roasted daily tasted like chewing on wax. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely, chatting leisurely about all sorts of things for a rare change. It wasn't until the moon hung high overhead that they finally called it a night. Life in the little valley was laid back, but not so beyond its borders. Liu Da bolted back in a panic, scared out of his wits by those men, not stopping until night had fully fallen, and he finally reached the refugee camp. Wang Zhuzi eyed them, their faces ashen.
What happened? Did you run into anyone else?
Liu Da faltered for a moment, about to shake his head. No. When he caught the short man clenching his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously in the silence, he backpedaled in a hurry.
The folks we ran into, they're from our village.
How many of them are there? Do they have much food? We didn't spot much food. But look at them, all plump and well-fed. Not a single one gaunt or skinny. They must have plenty of food stashed away. I'd say about 4 adults and 4 or 5 half-grown kids.
That is when it hit me who that pinching girl was. Though she'd grown much prettier, but he still recognized her, the Zhang clan's eldest branch. The girl caught on right away. Turns out Old Man Liu's family and the Zhang clan's eldest branch were holed up in the mountains. Once he pieced it all together, it left him regretting that he'd just walked away like that. Now, hearing Wang Zhuzi question him, he spilled the whole story in a rush, every detail from start to finish, and watched as Wang Zhuzi fell silent.
Big brother Wang Aiga, you've got to help us give those folks a proper lesson. We're all from the same village. After all, we only went to ask a few questions, and those guys tied us up and beat us senseless. So heartless, and vicious. Not a shred of kinship in their bones.
The short man furrowed his brow.
You've had a rough day. Come dawn tomorrow, I'll take a few brothers and go check it out. Will you show us the way? Don't worry. If we manage to seize some food, we sure won't let you two go hungry.
Hearing this, Liu Dafei and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, nodding vigorously in agreement. Wang Zhuzi said it was getting late and sent them off to rest. Once they had all left, he let the smile fade from his face.
Big brother, are we really going? What if these guys pull a trick on us?
Wangjia village has plenty of able-bodied men, but this endless famine flight has worn us thin. On the road, many were injured, some even collapsed and died from exhaustion. If we lose a few more this time, I'm afraid the villagers won't stand for it anymore.
Take 15 able-bodied young men, half from our village, half refugees. If Liu Xiaofei isn't lying, these men should be more than enough. Those old, weak, sick, and disabled won't stand a chance. The smart ones will hand over the grave without us lifting a finger.
Plus, Zhao Dashu and his 2 companions are there.
Those 3 aren't idiots, willingly sticking with them. Either there is profit in it for them, or those folks are truly formidable. He had a nagging bad feeling, yet he sensed those people wouldn't be easy to handle, though the refugees on the mountain follow them for now. But if danger strikes, they'll scatter faster than anyone, leaving us to suffer the worst of it. The villagers of Wangjia hesitated for a moment. If life were peaceful, who wouldn't want to be a good person? But now, with barely any clothes or food, no one knows if they'll be the next to starve. Even if Liu Dafei and his brothers teamed up with the mountain folk to trick us, we'd still have to go. We can't afford to care about that anymore. Having thought it through, he spoke up right away.
Big brother Wang, rest assured. I'll round up some sturdy lads right now, and at dawn tomorrow, we'll head into the mountains.
We're doing this just for the grain. If those folks hand over the food willingly, we naturally won't go all out against them. Time flies by so quickly, and it has almost been 50 minutes. Jiang Yinyan furrowed her brow, finding it a bit odd. Lu Zijian, why hasn't there been any sign of them yet? Given those 2 brothers' jealous streak that can't stand seeing anyone prosper, they're bound to have spread the word. Nearly another hour dragged on. Only then did Gou Sheng come rushing back.
Sister Yaiming, those folks are here. We gotta go help quick.
By the time the group arrived, Liu Deyong was pacing anxiously in front of the wooden hut. Lu Zijian, on the other hand, kept his composure.
They brought quite a crowd, a good 15 of the lot, and those Daffy brothers are with them too.
He'd figured those guys probably wouldn't show, but never imagined these traitors would sell them out like this, dragging along so many more. He was fuming and fretting all at once.
Those 2 backstabbing bastards. They actually went and brought the whole gang.
He just couldn't wrap his head around it. Why these 2 would do such a thing? They're bloodkin after all. The group was still hashing it out when a loud bang echoed out.
Whoa! Brother Huang! Help! Get us out of here! Quick!
Shut your trap.
But by then it was already too late. From the woods on the side, a flurry of sharp bamboo arrows shot out in a flash, sending the men scrambling to dodge in panic. And the very traps they'd spotted were triggered one after another, filling the forest with screams and howls in an instant.
Nobody move.
The rest froze in place, scanning the surrounding woods warily. But the thick canopy hid everything, not a single shadow in sight. Thank goodness Yinian had warned them to rig this stretch of woods with traps too. Otherwise, they'll clash with these folks in no time today. When the time comes, will they even make it out alive? That is anyone's guess.
Hey, if you've got the guts, come out and face me one-on-one. What kind of low-life crap is sneaking around and ambushing folks?
And rigging all these nasty traps to boot. A bunch of old bastards, that is what they are. Old Liu glances at those 8 still out there and furrows his brow.
So what do we do about those 8? Do we charge out and fight? Or what?
We can't just sit here twiddling our thumbs forever, can we? While we wait for the others to claw their way out of the traps. Then it'll be them in the crosshairs.
You've come here for food. Right. Let me lay it out straight for you. We barely have scraps ourselves, and you ain't walking away with any. But I've got a way to keep your bellies full. Send the Wang Zhuzi over alone, and I'll spill the beans to him.
Sticking to brute force ain't gonna cut it forever. These folks are just scraping by, trying to eat like anyone else. Might as well give 'em a hand. At least it'll buy us some peace up on this mountain. Rather than fretting every day about the next raid, better to point these folks down a safer path. Once they've got full stomachs, who in their right mind would risk their neck like this? Wang Zhuzi furrows his brow, figuring it is that young lass who stuck by Zhao Dashu last time.
How am I supposed to trust you?
What if he walks right into a trap and they grab him? How the hell are the rest of us supposed to make a move then? Forget about snatching the grub by then. We'll be lucky to keep our hides intact.
Brother Wang, don't buy their bullshit. Whatever you do, don't go. Just hang tight till we haul ourselves out of this pit. Then we'll storm 'em together. These filthy creeps. I'm gonna thrash 'em good, mark my words.
Or it'll never quench the rage burning in my chest. With that, he yanks even harder at his leg jammed in the pit. Wang Zhuzi furrowed his brow.
You have no choice.
Accompanying it was a sharp bamboo sword. What kind of person is this? One bamboo arrow pierces right into the tree. If that came flying at them, wouldn't it kill them in an instant?
I'll follow your lead.
He has come this time solely to beg for grain. If this man truly has a way to fill their bellies, there is no need for them to turn on each other.
Brother Wang, don't go there. It is a trap. They're deceiving you.
But in that moment, Wang Zhuzi ignored his cries, following only Jiang Yinian's directions, as he made his way to the edge of the woods, and sure enough spotted a few figures concealed by waist high weeds. Seeing they were all either elders or children, with only the 3 Zhao brothers and another able-bodied man standing out as fit adults, he felt a sharp twinge of regret.
I've come only for food. If you truly have a way to feed us, I'll take them away right now and keep the other refugees from coming to disturb your lives. But if not, I'll give a shout and they'll come charging over. And you few won't stand a chance.
Go ahead. Try it.
Wang Zhuzi, stung by the little girl's sharp retort, bristled with irritation and opened his mouth to call his men. But the sharp-featured young boy beside her swiftly drew his bow in an instant, loosing a razor-sharp bamboo arrow straight at him as searing pain struck. Snapping his mind into sharp clarity, he suddenly realized these people were not to be trifled with.
How? He thinks we're no match for you.
Wang Zhuzi, now you've got it. Our few men are no match for these folks.
All right, I'll round up the men and head back.
Rather than wasting time here, better to leave sooner rather than later. These people clearly held back against our men. If they'd meant to kill from the start, those 15 of ours would have been dead long ago. It was all his assumption, relying on our numbers to snatch the grain. Now it just looks like a bad joke.
Hold on.
He was pleased with how they knew when to yield. Wang Zhuzi watched in confusion, just fearing the other side might suddenly change their mind, which put him on high alert right away. But Jiang Yinian simply plucked one of the vines sprawling across the ground.
These are yam leaves. Wherever these vines climb, yams grow underneath. This'll fill your bellies, keep you from starving.
Though digging these yams takes real effort, these folks will have to put in some hard work. Wang Zhuzi paused in surprise, gazing confidently at those unfamiliar leaves. He'd clearly never laid eyes on anything like them.
This stuff is edible. Peel and boil it to fill up.
Plenty of wild yams grow on the mountain. As long as these refugees don't slack off, they can eat their fill. It is perfect for keeping these refugees occupied, so you won't have to watch them every moment.
You said this stuff grows on every hillside.
He paused to recall the scene up on the mountain. The more he stared at those green leaves, the more familiar they seemed. He'd definitely come across plenty before. Jiang Yinian nodded, then turned his gaze to a cluster of broad-leaved plants nearby, and said,
This one's edible too.
It has long petioles supporting those broad green leaves, which look just like lotus leaves from afar.
To steer clear of that, but is it really safe to eat?
He'd spotted tons of these plants along the riverbank before, but never once seen anyone actually eat them. Word is, they're poisonous.
This is taro,
which benefits the stomach and tonifies the spleen, helps resolve nodules, and tastes absolutely delicious. A staple dish you'll find on dinner tables everywhere. I've been here all this time, and today marks the first time I've laid eyes on taro. At that, Wang Zhuzi furrowed his brow, hesitating as he spoke.
Isn't this stuff toxic?
Our village has this big river, and both banks are lined with these plants, especially during flowering season, when they sprout those slender yellow blooms. They look so fresh and juicy. Folks in the village started picking the flowers to stir-fry at home. But then everyone who did got poisoned. Mouths went numb, not that they could talk much anyway, and the diarrhea dragged on for days. Ever since, no one's dared touch the stuff.
Taro does have toxins, sure, but cook it thoroughly and you're good to go. As for the flowers, if you're set on eating them, you've got to remove the stamens first.
Wang Zhuzi still seemed unsure.
Why should I believe you? If it is really poisonous, won't all those refugees up on the mountain end up dead?
You may not believe it. You can still dig up its roots and bark.
Eat taro and Chinese yam, even in winter. This plant's leaves can still be foraged, though the vines wither and fall. The edible parts remain buried deep in the soil. Safe from the freeze, live fish fare the same.
When peeling taro or Chinese yam, it is best to do it in a flowing stream, as the mucus on them can irritate the skin, which is perfectly normal.
Refugees are multiplying on the mountain, posing a real threat to our hidden hollows. But he is not deranged enough to wish death on everyone. They're just desperate souls after all.
Rest easy, Brother Wang. We've all eaten the Chinese yam before. It is harmless. And as for this taro, though it is our first time trying it today, Sister Nian assures us it is safe, so it must be. She wouldn't lead you astray.
I trust your judgment. This girl has no reason to deceive him. If she meant to kill them, she wouldn't have lured him alone into the woods. The boy could simply loose a few more bamboo arrows, and they'd have nowhere to hide.
I have one condition.
You can rest assured. When I return, I'll warn those refugees of the beasts lurking in these deep mountains, so no one will dare venture here again. I'll keep a close eye on the Liu brothers.
The Chinese yam and taro, I want those two not to get a single bite.
They're far too cunning, and if we hadn't been prepared today, they surely would have tricked and betrayed us. Forget the food. Our very lives would be at risk. It makes no sense for him to share ways to stave off hunger with two who'd sooner betray him.
Rest easy, miss. I'll handle this properly. I promise.
Brother Wang, are you all right? We're out quick. Charge in and grab the grain.
All of you, stop right there. If anyone dares venture into the deep mountains again, they'll all be driven down the mountain.
To keep company with the bandits. The forest returned to peace once more.
Only then did Jiang Yimin and the others heave a heavy sigh of relief. As long as they could safeguard this tranquility, it was worth more than anything else. The world outside held no sway over them. Only the families in the little hollow truly mattered. Jiang Yimin returned home and washed his face. He spotted a few children scribbling on the ground with twigs. 江野, 江暖儿, 刘大丫.
Brother Xijing, can you write sister's name? Sister's name is Jiang Yimian.
He casually picked up a twig from the ground, his hand rising and falling with ease. With strokes as vigorous as dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, he wrote the three characters Jiang Yimian. They say the writing mirrors the man. Jiang Yimian gazed at the bold, vigorous characters on the ground and felt they truly resembled Lu Xijian, every stroke sharp and edged. They echoed the cool detachment and aloofness that enveloped him.
Sister Shi, your handwriting is truly beautiful. Did you start practicing it as a child?
In Apricot Flower Village, aside from the few characters the village head knows, most folks are completely illiterate. This was the first time he'd seen someone craft such elegant characters. His gaze settled on Jiang Yimin. Jiang Yimin lowered his head, meeting the young man's gaze cold yet crystalline. He felt a sudden daze. In those eyes, he seemed to glimpse a subtle plea for praise.
Dictionary brother, how do you write your name?
He wrote the three characters Lu Zijian right beside it, still as bold and vigorous, unbelievably striking, just like the man himself, with only Lu Zijian and Jiang Yimin side by side, undisturbed. If it weren't scrawled on the ground, it almost looks like the paired names on a marriage certificate. Jiang Yimin was startled by the sudden thought flashing through her mind and lifted her foot to wipe her name away. Ono spotted it first and chimed in right away.
Sister, why don't you practice writing your name too?
Meeting Lu Zijian's wistful gaze.
I'll get to it in a minute. Promise.
Sister, didn't you say everyone has to practice their own name? Otherwise, what if someone asks later, and we can't even write our own names?
He figured his sister had a point. Not even great-grandparents practicing. So how can you sit it out? sister. She could only manage a helpless smile.
I really do know how.
With that, she grabbed a stick and scribbled her name on the ground, all crooked and uneven. Only then did Jiang Yiming breathe a sigh of relief. But as she looked up, she locked eyes with Lu Zijian, his half-smile seeming to pierce right through her. She tensed up in an instant, glancing at her own messy scrawl, and shot him a fierce glare. What are you staring at? So my handwriting's a little ugly. Big deal. She huffed in annoyance and marched into the kitchen. No way. Gotta get out of this awkward mess quick. Lu Zijian gazed intently at the characters scrawled on the ground, brimming with curiosity. It looks like he is just uncovered a little secret, though the characters on the ground are as crooked and wobbly as those scribbled by the kids. The stroke order for every single one is perfectly right. If he really couldn't read at all, he'd be just like the kids, merely tracing the shapes without a clue, completely oblivious to any proper stroke sequence. But Jiang Yinian, he is a different story. No matter how ugly and clumsy his handwriting gets, those casual, offhand strokes still betray the truth. He knows how to read, and he is bound to write pretty darn well when he wants to. A flicker of curiosity softens his usual cool gaze. Luckily, dinner came together quick as a flash, and it was quite the spread. A proper mix of meat and veggies, all the dishes thrown together just right, topped off with a steaming pot of taro and rib stew. It left the whole crowd blissfully stuffed and dazed, especially now that the big dangers lurking in the hills were off their backs. Folks were downright cheerful in that moment. But out in the little hollow, the air buzzed with anything but quiet peace. Wang Zhuzi and his crew no sooner got back than they hollered to everyone. Yams and taro are safe to eat. They'll keep hunger at bay. As for the caveats, he laid them out, plain for all to hear. Some were still hanging back, unsure, but watching so many others fan out to forage, they steeled themselves and dove in too. Better poisoned than starved, after all. Just to feel full, no more gnawing emptiness. What else mattered in the end? Even if it meant keeling over from poison, they'd at least go as well-fed ghosts. Once that sank in, the group sprang into action, scattering across the hills in search of more. The scent of food wafts through the air everywhere. Everyone's eyes have long been dazzled by the aroma. That soft, glutinous sweetness hits the tongue and draws a chorus of praise from the crowd right away.
Bring out the goods, my big brother says. You nearly got our brothers killed today. You can't touch these yams and taros.
If not for this fool giving bum directions, how could they have ended up snared in those traps?
If our two brothers hadn't led you there, you think those folks would have let on that. This stuff's edible.
You ought to know better. Those few households up in the hills are all our kin, all tallied up. Our two brothers are your lifesavers, after all.
If they weren't there, old Liu, how would have they spilled the beans on this grub?
Would any kin drag strangers to a relative's place to raid for food?
And you got the nerve to gripe about it.
The pair of them were already banged up, on top of not having eaten their fill. How could they stand a chance against these folks, fresh off a bellyful? That hard-won yam chunk, scavenged from every nook and cranny, got snatched right away by a few of them. Quite the ruckus over here, and plenty of eyes caught the whole show. But over the next few days, whenever Liu Dafei and his bunch unearthed taro or yams, it'd get swiped clean. Not by Wang Zhuzi's crew, then by the other drifters. After a few days of this, everyone else had scarfed down full meals, save for Liu Dafei's two brothers, still miserably scraping roots and bark in wretched poverty, starving day after day, but never quite keeling over, chowing down but never filling up. It was downright agonizing, muttering curses from dawn till dusk, and the brothers squabbled nonstop, while the crowd just lapped it up as prime entertainment. The mountain refugees finally had food to eat, no longer causing trouble. They began to live steady, peaceful days. But things in the little hollow weren't going so smoothly lately. Because of Lu Zijian teaching everyone to write their names, it sparked an idea for Jiang Yinian. He seized the chance to have everyone learn a few common characters each day, claiming he'd learned it from Lu Zijian, which didn't raise any suspicions among the kids. After all, that day the sister had only glanced at it once and could already write her own name. So learning more characters was just a matter of time. But literacy lessons had Go Sheng and the three Zhao Dashu brothers whining nonstop. Old Man Liu and the other adults, though, flat out refused to keep learning characters. Once they'd learned to write their own names, they quietly backed away from it all. Jiang Yinian didn't push the adults too hard, but the kids, they had no choice, they had to learn. So under his guidance, whenever the kids had a moment free, they dragged Go Shun and the three Zhao Dashu brothers to practice writing and reading. After a few days, they'd actually picked up quite a few characters. Seeing Go Shun finally able to write a few capital numbers, Xiao Yi nodded approvingly, then dashed over to check on Zhao Dashu and the other two. Jiang Yimian nodded with satisfaction too. Xiao Yi was truly a promising student, even though his writing was still all crooked. But any character he'd been taught, he could memorize it in no time. He was sharp. Plus, with Xiao Yi overseeing the practice, Zhang Yanyan could breathe a little easier.
Aunt Xiaoyuan, what are you looking for?
Chickens have gone missing. One yesterday, and 2 more today. But no clue what is happening.
Yesterday, she figured the chicken had just wandered off into the woods, so she searched high and low, but came up empty-handed. Today, she thought about letting the penned chickens out, in case that stray one heard the flock clucking and came trotting back. But who knew still no sign of the little one? And now 2 more vanished. It nearly drove her up the wall. Jiang Yimian frowned as he listened. 3 chickens gone in a row, that is no joke.
Aunt Xiaoyun, how about we skip letting the chickens into the woods for a while? Just keep 'em in the yard. We'll deal with the extra chicken droppings, and when I've got time, I'll forage for some wild grass. Bring back greens for the hens, too.
Guess that is the best we can do. Thanks, Yimian.
As the two chatted on, Mimi suddenly bolted toward the Chen family's chicken coop, sending the penned birds scattering in panic. Jiang Yimian眼中, figuring Mimi must have snagged those missing chickens lately, and called out sternly,
Mimi, get back here!
Seeing Mimi lunging at a flurry of chickens in the Chen coop, they all rushed over in alarm. The coop chickens, spooked by Mimi, flapped wildly in every direction, until they finally settled them down. Only then did Jiang Yimian eye Mimi in the pen, claws still out. The little tiger has grown quite a bit lately. It used to be just a tiny thing. Now it is nearly over a meter long, and with birds and meat to eat every day. It looks much sturdier now. You can clearly see it is no longer a kitten, but a real tiger. That casual bearing of its fangs is pretty intimidating to behold. Old Man Liu was startled by Mimi suddenly going berserk after the chickens.
The chickens that went missing these past few days weren't eaten by Mimi, were they? Tigers aren't the vegetarians after all. We've raised it this long, and it is still not fully tamed.
The others didn't say a word, but they were all thinking the same thing. A wild beast is a wild beast. After all, you can't erase its innate wildness, especially since it is a tiger. Hunting is in its blood. Seeing everyone fall silent.
Oh, it is nothing. Mimi's probably just hungry. I'll feed it something in a bit. We've raised it for so long now. How could it possibly eat chickens? It is probably just playing around.
Hearing Liu Xiaoyun say that, the others let it drop. But Jiang Yimian frowned and smacked Mimi on the forehead.
Why go after the chickens if you're not even hungry? Why not just eat from your own bowl?
But right now, there is clearly a dead sparrow in its bowl. If Mimi's not eating that, it must be full. Yet here it is, pouncing on chickens again. That is odd. We've raised it for months now. And today is the first time we've seen Mimi pounce on chickens so ferociously. It is also the first time it has shown its true tiger instincts. Jiang Yimin just couldn't wrap his head around it. Seeing that Mimi was just playing with Xiaonuan in the yard, everyone was busy with their own chores, when suddenly everyone heard Xiaonuan let out a sharp cry.
Mimi, don't run away!
Everyone was startled by the sound, and as they looked up, they saw Mimi darting towards Sister Chen's chicken coop again. This sight shocked everyone completely, so they dropped what they were doing and rushed over to stop her.
Mimi, what are you up to? Are you eating the chickens? Believe it or not, we'll give you the boot.
Grandpa, Mimi isn't trying to eat the chickens. Quick, look over there.
They all turned toward the corner of the chicken coop, but Mimi wasn't going after the chickens at all. Instead, she opened her mouth wide and lunged at the furry creature in the corner, and a piercing screech echoed out immediately. Another one that was about to bolt in panic got swatted to the ground by Mimi and passed out cold. It turned out to be 2 weasels, each about the length of an arm, leaving everyone stunned. They thought the 3 missing chickens were gobbled up by Mimi, but now it was clear. that these weasels were the real culprits. If Mimi hadn't been so quick on her paws just now, pouncing and taking down those two weasels, Sister Chen's whole flock in the coop would have been in real trouble. And right now, in autumn, weasels are swarming out to raid poultry coops.
Great Grandpa misunderstood you. You don't get mad. Grandpa won't abandon you.
It was all my fault for jumping to conclusions. Mimi's no chicken-stealing villain. From now on, Mimi gets meat at every meal and eats till she is stuffed. These two chicken-thieving rascals are all yours to handle.
Hearing that, Mimi finally perked up happily. Zhao Xinger's cloth is finally woven too, and he has sent some over to both of Zhang Liu's families, enough to make outfits for several people.
Xing'er, this cloth is perfect for making padded winter coats, and once winter hits, these mountains get even colder. How could the kids possibly endure it?
Winter's almost here, and they can't get through it without proper padded coats.
Sister Fengqian, later let's call Xiaoyun and go pick some reed fibers to bring back. That stuff may be lightweight, not as good as cotton, but stuffing clothes full of it still keeps you warm.
There is still plenty of cotton tucked away in that space of his, but no chance to get it out just yet. Looks like he'll have to find a way to share some with every family. Once the snow starts falling, the mountain temperatures will drop sharply. Can't make it through winter without those coats. He'd originally planned to plant cotton up in the mountains, but the planting season had already passed by then, so he could only hold on to the seeds for now.
Sister, Yimian, come quick. The wheelchair's ready for me to sit in.
That is quite the racket. It drew everyone's eyes right over.
It is really done. Get out so I can see it.
Zhao Zhashu spotted this ingenious contraption and looked a bit stunned. He'd helped Gu Shen saw wood in the shed earlier, but back then he hadn't a clue what it was for.
Gu Shen, you're incredible. With this, Uncle Wild Boar can get around on his own now, wherever he pleases.
It is all ideas dreamed up over the past year. How could I ever come up with something so clever?
Hey, Xiaohei, you two quit fooling around. Go get Uncle Taiju to sit on it and give it a try.
Dad, how is it feel?
This contraption's pretty good. Right.
Way more handy than that old stationary chair.
That is wonderful. Now you can roll around freely too, until Old Man Liu and Liu Deiyong returned from outside, hauling a wild goat. The crowd finally snapped out of their daze. Jiang Yinian looked a bit taken aback, wondering just where on earth this wild goat had come from. When he spotted Lu Zijian lagging behind them.
Miss, come on over, quick. Your Aunt Xiaoyun's already got that goat stewing away, so swing by for a meal anytime you're free. No fuss needed. You don't need to bring a thing.
Lu Zijian simply murmured a quiet thanks. Catching Jiang Yinian's glance, he sheepishly rubbed his nose.
Wasn't it just that we ran into Zijian out hunting? He wouldn't take no for an answer about giving us the goat. So I just brought him along.
That is a hefty 30 or 40-pounder of a goat. Looks downright mouth-watering. The fella didn't mince words, just insisted on handing it over. We couldn't politely refuse, so we ended up bringing him back with us. And besides, after hanging out a few times, I've really taken a shine to the young guy. The others lit up when they saw Lu Zijian arrive, greeting him with warm smiles all around. Everyone knew his reserved nature by now.
Brother, Zijian, the characters your sister taught us these past few days, we've all got them down pat. Come take a look at my handwriting.
Lu Zijian looked puzzled. As Guijin suddenly remembered something, she glanced up and locked eyes with wide-eyed Jiang Yimian, who felt a twinge of annoyance. That is what he couldn't quite place, the thing he'd forgotten, and he was just about to shoot Lu Zijian a subtle warning glance, signaling him to keep quiet about it. When Lu Zijian blinked in confusion, he said oddly enough,
When did I ever say that?
Jiang Yimin's heart pounded like mad as he shot a fierce, warning glare his way, but he missed the faint, knowing curve at the corner of Lu Zijian's lips. But Jiang Yan just tossed out those words, I don't recognize a few characters, and dragged him away. Watching as the two of them ducked into a secluded corner, she hesitated for a long moment before finally coming clean.
It is about me knowing how to read. I hope you won't tell anyone else that I can read.
He hadn't meant to let it slip just now. He'd only wanted to tease her a little. Who knew she'd crack so easily and spill it all to him like that? A slight smile tugged unwittingly at the corners of his lips.
as he watched the girl before him shift from serene composure to wide-eyed fury. In the end, he just couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Jiang Yiming shot him a displeased glare, only to be caught off guard by the beaming face right in front of her. The young man was already strikingly handsome to begin with, his peach blossom eyes brimming with an especially tender allure, and now, gazing at Jiang Yan like this, that flicker of irritation in her heart melted away in an instant.
I hope you can keep it under wraps.
What is in it for me if I keep your secret?
If you keep my secret, then you can come over to my place for dinner every day.
Great. Grandpa just said to have me over for meals whenever I'm free. So if I ever feel like joining you for dinner at your place, Aunt Fengqin would no doubt be delighted.
Jiang Yiming was really about to scoop her up and carry her off, and she desperately wanted to fire back.
Suit yourself, say it or don't.
With that, he turned to leave.
It is a deal. Then I'll keep your secret. As for the perks, I'll decide on those later and let you know.
No sooner had he finished than he strode off ahead, not giving Jiang Yiming the slightest chance to refuse. Going up against him, I'm still a tad too green, and if he actually comes asking for those perks down the line, I can just play dumb and deny the whole thing. He didn't agree to it this time either. Whenever he had time, Lu Zijiani would drop by the little hollow to mooch a meal, always bringing along a haul of fresh game, which meant everyone there enjoyed meat on the table every single day. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally bountiful, with a hearty pot of lamb stew and a big basin of braised rabbit. Every dish carried that rich, savory meat aroma. Even the fairy tofu, tossed with minced meat and seasonings, for an extra burst of flavor. They'd even specially fried up some taro cakes today, crispy and sweetly satisfying, which the kids absolutely adored. It was a meal that left everyone utterly content. Autumn had arrived, yet the days still held a lingering warmth. After downing a bowl of that lamb soup, a few folks broke into a comfortable sweat, but everyone felt so much more at ease. Sipping the warm broth and chatting idly, time slipped by unnoticed. Not far off, wild cotton plants dotted the landscape sparsely. Their bowls now burst open. With bits of fluff scattered on the ground, Jiang Yimian hurried over to pluck the ripe bolls, and at last found her oil lamp tool to tease out the cotton. Jiang Yimian was picking cotton balls, while Mimi was pouncing on birds nearby. Over the past few months, she had grown into a tiger over a meter long. Luckily, Mimi only showed her fierce side when lunging at birds, but down by the little pond, she was still her playful old self, frolicking with the kids. After watching for a bit, Jiang Yimian turned his gaze away and went back to picking cotton balls, planning to mix the fluff he harvested with the cotton from his space and share it among the neighbors. No one would ever notice the difference. With that settled, Jiang Yimian finally prepared to head home with Mimi. A long vine had wrapped itself around Mimi, and up close, Jiang Yimian saw it was covered in big green leaves, with a little pointed tip. It turned out to be a sweet potato vine. Jiang Yimian glanced at the broken root on the ground that Mimi had unearthed, a bit surprised. This little rascal sure knows how to sniff out treasures. She'd uncovered quite a few wild sweet potatoes. Spotting more sweet potato vines nearby, Jiang Yimian got right to digging them up, planning to take them home for a meal. At this moment, near the woods where Liu Min's group had gathered, Liu Dafei with Li Xiaofang and his son Liu Xiaofei slipped away unnoticed, heading deeper into the forest once more. The short man had spotted them early that morning. He immediately signaled his companions to tail them. They'd barely gone a quarter of an hour when Liu Dafei and his group came bolting back in a frenzy.
Tigers! Tigers in the woods!
Sure enough, in the nearby bushes, they glimpsed a tiger peering out, head only. The sight terrified everyone into frozen silence. Eyes squeezed shut. Wang Zhuzi, after what felt like ages, finally dared a peek at the bushes, only to find them eerily empty.
Who'd dare venture deeper into the woods now? You'd be on your own if you did.
The rest of the group was shaken to the core. The mere thought of that tiger kept anyone from even approaching the forest. Liu Dafei and his bunch were too spooked to try again. They'd lost all interest in seeking out Old Man Liu. Fine, we'll gnaw on tree roots if we have to. At least it won't kill us from starvation. But that forest hides man-eating tigers, and if we crossed one, it'd swallow us whole without a second thought. As for Old Man Liu, he probably won't last much longer out there, with a beast like that prowling around. It is bound to devour him eventually.
so they're safer sticking to the outskirts. Jiang Yimian is still thrilled right now. Today's haul is quite impressive, planning to head back. But Mimi has vanished without a trace. Mimi has run off somewhere, covered in leaves and tangled vines. Jiang Yimin gave it a puzzled glance. Assuming Mimi had gone off to chase birds again, he didn't think much of it and led him back to their little homestead. They had just reached their courtyard gate when they spotted Old Man Liu approaching with Lucy and Jiang Yimian from afar.
You come here quick. Pick out a few good ones to take home, so your mom can make you a cozy patty jacket.
Old Man Liu and Lucy Jian simply dropped the assorted animal pelts on the ground.
Oh, I almost forgot. With these pelts, we can make clothes too. We've got a few rabbit skins at home too. We'll bring those out shortly. Everyone can share them to make winter garments, sure to keep us warm through the winter.
This is all thanks to Xijie. He was concerned we wouldn't have proper winter clothes, so he asked me to bring them over for our families to share, to fashion into warm winter attire.
Yeah, Uncle Liu's words really hit home, and he pulled Wang Fengqin down to squat and start sorting through them on the ground.
This is great. No more worries. Once our reed stock jackets are finished, combined with these fur garments, we'll surely get through a cozy winter. It is all thanks to Xijie.
Jiang Yimian felt a bit surprised that Lucy Jian had thought of their lack of winter clothes and specially brought out these animal pelts he has been saving for so long. There were plenty of pelts spread out on the ground. Each one was spotlessly clean. Surely Lucy Jian had prepared them for himself. Little did she expect he had brought them for their use instead. Jiang Yimin felt a subtle stir in his heart and suddenly grew curious. Why would Lucy Jian choose to live alone in these deep mountains? He knew martial arts, and he could read and write, yet his bearing wasn't that of someone raised in a farming family. For a man like that to dwell in these remote woods, it was truly puzzling.
Hey, Yimian, where did you find that wild cotton? Tomorrow, then we'll go pick some as well.
Everyone's planning to use reed catkins for their clothes, but that stuff is so light and fluffy. It scatters in the slightest breeze. It doesn't keep you warm at all. Now that they've laid eyes on the cotton, everyone's getting a bit excited.
There is plenty more outside. I can go gather them myself. Once they're dried, I'll bring some over to the 2 ants.
Just kidding. If I really took a few people out to pick cotton, then how would he sneak the cotton from his space into the wild ones? Winters in Daqing aren't too harsh, but when the snow falls, the biting winds still cut deep. With cotton and fabric in short supply, having extra clothes made from animal pelts is a real boon. They're great for blocking the wind and staying warm. Zhao Daguo is left with 4 people, who followed Liu Daiyong and Old Man Liu out to keep digging konjac and taro. After hearing what Jiang Yimian had said, both could be ground into flour, then dried for storage. These past few days, they've been tirelessly digging away, fearing winter's arrival might leave them short on food. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye, Xiao Nuer, and Dao Ye and Dao Ye dutifully kept practicing their writing. With the wild cotton on hand, Zhao Xing'er thought she'd better weave as much cloth as possible to make winter clothes for everyone. Liu Xiaoyun and Wang Fengqin sat nearby mending clothes, chatting now and then. Everyone was occupied with their tasks. As Jiang Yimian gazed at the lively scene in the little hollow, his spirits lifted greatly, and he turned to the person beside him, asking curiously,
Why are you up in these mountains?
You know how to read. Why didn't you mention it?
He felt a spark of curiosity himself about this girl right before him. She seemed like nothing more than an ordinary farm girl. Yet, she could read and knew all sorts of herbs and odd, edible things from the wild. But most strikingly, she was remarkably skilled. She could sense those around her with ease. That time, though he hadn't deliberately concealed his presence, no ordinary person could have noticed. Yet Jiang Yimian had locked onto him in an instant. How could a simple farm girl manage that? Jiang Yimian faltered, not expecting her to turn the question back on him.
If we told you this story,
even if we said it outright, you'd probably never believe us. They might even grab him and call him a demon.
If you want to know my secret, then trade yours for it.
That way it'll be fair, don't you think? Jiang Yimian shot him a glance.
My secret would scare you to death if I spilled it.
Lu Xixian arched an eyebrow. His interest piqued even more. But Jiang Yimian clammed up.
We didn't exactly part on good terms last night.
With that, he turned and headed straight off to bed. Meanwhile, Lucy Jian, his curiosity thoroughly hooked, stood there in a daze. A little over half a month slipped by.
Sai, High Mountain and Big Tree have been hauling in way too much konjac and taro lately, and this fresh batch of dried manure will probably fill the yard again by tomorrow.
Jiang Yimian couldn't help but feel a touch of exasperation, worried that folks might dig up every last taro and konjac, leaving nothing to replant.
He told them, take those inedible konjac bits you cut off and carry them out. Just dig a hole anywhere and plant them.
That way, a few people can spread them around, keeping the mountain's wild plants from dying out. As for the taro, it'll sprout its own taro seeds naturally. He'd instructed the kids first thing to leave some taro seeds buried in the soil, so they can sprout again come next year. Go Sheng piped up quick, then bolted off at a sprint, like he was fleeing from something.
Why are they in such a hurry?
Am I really that frightening?
Oh, those kids are just dodging Little Wild. They don't want him hounding them to learn their letters. And with Lucy Jian finally staying away these days, they're dead set against it, preferring to head out and dig a konjac and taro instead.
At least they can stock up on more taro and konjac that way. It means they won't be stuck all winter, just scraping by on watery gruel and corn mush. He'll need to find some more easy-to-store food soon. Once winter arrives, all the leaves in the mountains will wither away, and if it snows on top of that, they won't be able to go out foraging for plants anymore.
I wouldn't have thought of it if you hadn't mentioned it. Sijia, what is going on with this kid? He hasn't shown up for meals in over half a month. Could something have happened to him?
He'd been planning to make a winter garment for him too. But with Lucy Jian not showing up these days, he couldn't get the size right, so he had to drop the idea.
Yeah, Grandpa hasn't run into Sijia much lately either. Could something really have gone wrong? I'll have Daeyong go check on him later.
Once Gaosheng gets back, I'll send him along too. It is pretty odd that Sijian hasn't come around for so long.
I'll go take a look. Grandpa and Uncle Daeyong are probably still weeding in the fields right now, and Go-Rima and the others are busy digging up taro.
He is the only one with nothing to do, so it is the perfect chance to head out and forage for more food. And by the way, check in at where Lucy Jian lives. Jiang Yimian slung the basket on his back and set off with Mimi, keeping an eye out along the way. He only managed to pick a few mushrooms, and nothing else worth gathering. Seeing there was truly nothing more to forage, Jiang Yimian finally led Mimi straight toward Lucy Jian's place. One man and one tiger soon arrived in front of the little cabin. Jiang Yimian furrowed his brow, took a few steps closer, and looked around, figuring Lucy Jian hadn't been around for the past few days. He just found it strange. This guy vanishing without a trace for so long out of nowhere. He had no idea if something had come up, or if he'd run into some kind of trouble. He glanced around once more. Seeing no sign of Lucy Jian, he turned to head back. Those on either side are formidable too, able to escape the clutches of an adult tiger, so nothing should happen to her. She was just about to leave with Mimi.
Anyone there? Will you save us? Are you there?
Zhang Yikang saved a few lives. Wang Zhuzi stared at the traps before him, pacing back and forth in anxious frustration. If he couldn't find help, it wouldn't just be his wife and child who died. The refugees on the mountain would likely perish too. He didn't want his wife and child to die, nor did he want those others to perish. He steeled his resolve, about to skirt past those traps and venture deeper into the woods. Deal with you.
Miss, please, I beg you save my wife and child. I'm begging you. They've been burning with fever for days now, and so have the others with us. Please, save us all.
The refugees on the mountain finally had food, and banded together to build thatched huts to shield against wind and rain. It seemed like life was finally settling into a rhythm. But lately, the weather's turned cooler day by day, compounded by that heavy downpour a few days back. Now many are starting to cough and run fevers, and it looks like everyone's about to fall ill. Wang Zhuzi was at his wit's end, which is why he'd come pleading here. Jiang Yaikeng paused, taken aback. This time of year is peak flu season, with all those people crammed on the mountain, huddled so closely together that if one falls sick, it spreads like wildfire to the rest. Without swift intervention, it could escalate into a full-blown plague that would be disastrous.
Misa, I beg you, if you can just help us, I'll do anything you ask.
I'm not here to save you all.
Wang Zhuzi was caught off guard for a moment. only to see Jiang Yimin already striding toward the edge of the woods.
Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss.
Even though she'd learned about the refugees' plight on the way, they still numbered only 50 or 60 for now. But more were bound to come in the days ahead. As long as the bandit threat at the mountain's base lingered, the refugees seeking shelter up here would never dwindle, and their little valley would know no respite. Who knew what was unfolding beyond these hills? Nearly 2 months had passed since the couple first spotted the refugees on the mountain, and the court's measures were surely due to take hold any day now, though whether Qingshui County's magistrate would send troops to rout the bandits remained a mystery. His strength had nearly fully returned by now. He had the power to deal with those mountain bandits below, but why risk his life to aid the court in wiping them out for nothing? He couldn't quite stomach the idea. Besides, in the current mess, word of the bandits must have spread far and wide. If hundreds of them dropped dead overnight, it would draw far too much unwanted scrutiny, so he couldn't afford to act rashly. Stepping into the thatch hut, Jiang Yimin immediately frowned. Most of the elderly, women and children lay sprawled on the dirt floor, with the air growing chillier by the day. Forget those already burning with fever. Even the healthy would sicken sleeping like this.
These huts had only just gone up, and already illness had gripped everyone.
If not for him rallying the group these past days to erect a few more thatch shelters, they'd probably be huddling on the bare ground outside, lashed by the cold winds. He squatted down beside Mrs. Li, who lay unconscious in the thatched hut, reaching out to feel her pulse. Confirming it was just an ordinary wind cold, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it is not the plague, a simple wind cold like this was no great challenge for him. But in these ancient times, it could easily claim lives.
Later, take a few folks who aren't sick or only mildly ill to gather some firewood. And if you spot any mugwort, bring some back with you. We'll fumigate the hut with it.
Flu runs rampant at this time of year, and mugwort fumigation offers real benefits.
Can my wife and child still be saved?
Don't worry, they can be saved.
Thankfully, Wang Zhuzi had fetched him just in time, or if the fever had kept burning, little Daki Yao might have been left simple-minded for life. Wang Zhuzi, upon hearing this, finally let out a relieved breath. The few with milder symptoms he'd summoned, then set off for the woods to gather firewood and pick mugwort. Meanwhile, Jiang Yimin retrieved antipyretic medicine from his spatial storage and gave it to the patients with the most severe symptoms. As for those with milder symptoms, he rounded up a few helpers and had them dig up some old ginger in the woods.
Miss Jiang, this ginger's so old and tough, you couldn't chew it. So what are you digging it up for? And besides, autumn's hardly the season for eating ginger, right?
You know about ginger?
Nobody around here in the hollow knows a thing about it. If he hadn't said it could be used for flavoring, we'd all just dismiss it as some useless root.
I'm from Yujiang Prefecture. Plenty of folks back in my village eat ginger. It is so spicy and pungent. I can't stand it one bit. And you can't even eat it as a meal.
At most, it is good for a bit of seasoning.
But ginger is a medicinal herb too. It can warm the lungs and stop coughs, inducing sweat to release exterior pathogens, expel cold, and remove dampness. Many of us here are suffering from wind-cold coughs, so boil some old ginger water to drink, which can prevent wind-cold fevers.
This old ginger is perfect right now to help drive out the cold for everyone.
In the coming days, you all need to gather more firewood. Otherwise, once winter sets in, even just the weather will be too much for you to bear.
Though these people mean nothing to him personally, he couldn't just stand by and watch these dozens freeze to death on this mountainside. He carefully noted down everything Jiang Yimin had instructed, while Jiang Yimin only inquired about goings-on in the mountain stronghold.
We didn't dare venture down there, just catching a few glimpses from afar. These past few days, the folks in the stronghold have seemed quite jubilant, even lighting fires and blowing horns deep into the night.
From afar, we could hear the revelry echoing from below, which left us too frightened to sleep soundly at night. Fearing the bandits might charge up and hack a few of us for their twisted amusement, Jiang Yimin suddenly saw the picture clearly. With winter at most 2 months away, those bandits must have been out raiding for the food and supplies they need to overwinter, as the nearby villages were likely plundered by the stronghold's men long ago. And though the stronghold is fairly sizable, they wouldn't risk venturing too far to raid distant villages or towns. So in these few days,
They must have seized quite a haul, likely from ambushing passing merchant caravans, with those caravans taking shortcuts through the nearby war-ravaged prefectures. It seems the overall situation has improved considerably. It won't be long, I reckon, before the nearby villages and towns start to recover as well. Having reached this hopeful conclusion, Jiang Yimin's spirits lifted considerably. He gave Wang Zhuzi a few more instructions before taking his leave.